That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation, and we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck. I would just like to kind of bring it back.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
kind of just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago. I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about 8 inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Baim in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan clouds.
Well, there's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa!
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. If you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
It's actually an interesting point. Sorry guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live streams. This guy called Space Croker. Welcome to our live stream, Space.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want to answers to, now would be the time to ask.
Hi.
Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi. Yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to, or here, I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discovering that the Earth was flat? And I'm asking because I was in a Discord with Geo, and all I really know about it is from the documentary that I've seen on Netflix. And he pointed out that the information in that documentary is pretty biased. So I just kind of wanted to understand more about, I guess, why the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Why the Earth is flat? Well,
or kind of like what, yeah.
The evidence for the Earth being flat. So the water, 71% of the Earth's surface, is observed and measured to be level. There's no curvature to the Earth, especially over water. So if there's no curve where it should be mathematically and predictably, it's not a ball. So that's the main piece of evidence, because you need a ball for everything to start moving and spinning and to live on. And it's not observed, it's not measured, and it's not practically used.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome
How... What else?
If we could find the curvature, we would probably know some flat earthers. We've all looked. There's been a lot of people, a lot of different tests. Laser tests, long distance observations, geometric calculations that don't make sense. There's just a lot of solid, real evidence that supports that the Earth is measures flat. And
well,
so
there's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence of spin. There's no evidence of a lot of things in a lot of ways they said they explain things to be. There's no evidence of it.
I got one for Space Okra. Is that what you go by? How do you say your name? Your handle?
Oh, it's a space quokka. It's this cute little animal.
Okay. So a space quokka. I could basically, my path to the flat Earth is, self-deprecating and very embarrassing. And I say that because I thought I was right because so many other people I believed were wrong. Because I was in the Army for over 10 years. I had multiple combat deployments in support of the global war on terror. After my 4th deployment, I had a friend, a close friend I actually grew up with, who went to basic training with. And it was part of the troop surge. And we both just happened to get deployed as part of Bush's troop surge. And he got killed. And I basically watched him die. And I left the Army, and I joined the anti-war movement, because I didn't want our children to be fighting this war. After a politician... Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. So basically, I met someone in the anti-war movement who believed the Earth was flat. And I harped on him, I ripped on him, I tore him apart every day. I called him retarded, and eventually he said to me these 3 words, or basically more than 3 words. He said, if the Earth was a globe, would there be a war? Would there be a global war on terror? And it destroyed it shattered my ego right there. I'm like, hell no. If the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be war at all. There would be enough space for everyone to coexist peacefully. And then from there, I've branched out and I've learned all that the flat Earth, community has taught. And I think it takes a flat smack. This is what I was getting to, Jedi. Sorry for taking too.
It's all right, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, it takes a flat smack to get somebody to understand flat Earth. And for my grandpa, it took me showing them a video of NASA astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. For my dad, it took him to understand that you can't see a full moon during the day. For multiple people, there's some issue. There's always one thing that they hold as a sacred cow, that once they realize that objective truth somehow becomes subjective, if they're able to count in flat Earth as a possibility, they're able to see everything. It's literally swallowing the red pill. I yield back.
Cheers, thank you for that.
Why do you think, what is gained from that knowledge not being known by everyone? Like, why make everyone think?
Is information power?
Can I?
Okay, that makes sense.
There you go.
Yeah, why do we have a central intelligence agency in the first place if information isn't something they hold dear? I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, information is power, and you can use that information however you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, buddy, go on, carry on.
Information is supernatural.
Yeah, so I mean, if you understand something somewhat one way, and they understand it another, and you're 100% wrong, but you just don't know it because of what you've been explained the wrong way. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or you're stupid or anything. It's just a different understanding. And they can do it, believe me. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the government, I mean, yeah, some of the people and some of the agencies have our best interest in mind, but some of them don't. So,
I mean, there are instances throughout history. One of my favorites is McCarthyism, where everything is kind of a lie and everything's based on a lie.
Well, in the way of theoretical physics and theoretical astro and theoretical space and all the stuff they talk about, it's all theoretical. It's all one man. At the end of the day, most of the scientists are one guy or a group of guys trying to figure something out. So they'll come up with
pseudoscientists,
whatever, and then they'll come up with an idea. You're right. They'll come up with an idea, and then they keep going along with these inferences or instances to build upon more ideas, and the next guy does it, and the next guy does it, just to try to build a Lego block falsehood or theory of how things work. But it's just an idea from a man. I mean, at the end of the day.
I feel like, we know that everything we learn in schools is a lie. We kind of know that it's training to be a good yes sir, go out and make Uncle Sam his money and stuff. And they lie to us about all kinds of other stuff. So I kind of feel like if you can trick somebody into believing the world's not really what it is, you can just ultimately damage their whole perception of things. And then from there, it's just, you can just tear them down from there. If you can get them to believe the biggest lie, they'll believe in the smallest lie.
Not everything is a lie, though.
Right.
Because if everything was not everything is a lie. If everything was a lie, then it'd be too easy. They mix.
I'm not saying that everything is a lie, but we know that they attack our minds with propaganda and world elites, the world leaders, the people that want to control you.
I don't talk to those guys.
But you watch them on TV and YouTube every day.
Well, we hear the shit they put out through school, through the news, through the media.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is the majority of the masses are manipulated. That's all I'm saying.
I tried to get the topic off on information is supernatural, but you guys wouldn't let me. So go ahead.
We've got somebody who's joined us over who's really new to the subject. So we're just going through a couple of things with Space Croaker. So we were talking about that, but ultimately it wasn't leading down that path. But we've got a new guest, guys. So without us monologuing amongst ourselves for the next 20 minutes about something that she wasn't talking about, let's talk about what she was talking about.
What's her point?
Yeah, did say something about how we know that they lied to us, and that's why I said what I said.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm
completely agree with what you're saying, man. Completely agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
It'll be me, then someone else, then someone else, and someone else, and by that time, half an hour gone, and poor woman hasn't said anything.
Fair enough.
I heard someone talk about they called it like their flat Earth slap or something along those lines.
Flat smack. Yeah, so it's a kind of term, right, where ultimately a very short argument will rip your reality apart. So a piece of flat smacking would be, let's talk about space, for example. A very quick flat smack is the entire medium of space can't exist because you can't have gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere of the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum in space. This breaks natural law or ruins the whole heliocentric model. Now, if you understand that and take that as it is said, you've just been flat smacked. Then you can understand from what I've just said that all of your reality that you've been told is a lie.
Okay.
And then it'll go quiet.
Well, everyone's with the flat smack.
Yeah. Plus, none of us have ever been anywhere beyond a certain point anyway, or a certain altitude, or a certain height, or none of us have been to a certain region of the Earth. So, I mean, to say, what we know, or, for a fact, a lot of those people, the scientists themselves, don't even know. They just say it.
So the furthest I've been is Mongolia, and that is like a 12-hour time difference. And when we were flying there, they show on the airplane, they have this little TV in the seat in front of you, and it could show you where you were exactly on the Earth, and that was rounded. So what would it really look like then instead?
I mean, was you watching CGI? Most likely, it was just CGI.
It would be like GTA 5, like getting in a plane on GTA 5, flying from one point or one city or one town to the next. It'd take 12 hours, you add some time in there, 12-hour distance, whatever, and fly to it. It's pretty much the same thing. There's no globe. You don't have to go around it. It's just a flat base. It's pretty simple.
Did you notice the clouds when you was up in the plane? I mean, you could see more miles. Like, you should be able to see curvature from the top of the clouds because you can see so far out. I mean, that's really. I flew twice in my life, and it really sold it for me because you never see the clouds curve because if like I was saying earlier, if the Earth is a sphere, there's constant curve. So eventually, at one point in the world or another, you're going to see some curve, but you don't. I mean, in the clouds, that is. But you never see the clouds curve. They're always stretched out, flat.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I can't really pinpoint seeing the clouds curve. I can't say that I definitely saw that.
Well, how about the plane? Hold on a second. How about the plane flight drop, and how long was the plane flight?
Well, the flight was a 12-hour flight.
Whoa. How fast was it going?
Black clouds.
No,
wait. I have no idea how fast.
Wait a second.
I don't know how fast. It could have been
I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, but it should be dropped. The flight should be dropping, right?
Following the curve.
Right. Even at 1 hour, if the plane's flying at typical cruising speeds like 500 miles an hour, right? If you're flying for 1 hour at 500 miles an hour, how far are you going?
500 miles.
What is the drop, the vertical drop that must be negotiated in 500 miles?
Oh, fuck. That's a lot.
I don't know, but it's 8 inches per mile squared, and I don't have the calculator.
I got the answer. 167,376 feet. So,
how many miles is that?
So that flight, your airplane that's flying level, besides turbulence, must drop, vertical drop. I don't care how it does it. It could do barrel rolls. It could do all kinds of stuff, but it must, on average, drop 2,789 feet every minute. Does that happen?
No, it doesn't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks.
Just to like rephrase that, because she might not get that because she's kind of new to the topic, but do you kind of get where he's going with that, Space?
Yes, I do.
Like, if you think about it, like, you know, if you're flying at level, right, over a globe, and you were never aiming your nose down for the plane to like correct for like altitude, you would essentially gain altitude if you keep going straight on a ball, right? Just think about it like this.
You should see clouds coming over.
Just think about it like this.
Much distance, also.
Top notch. I don't know.
Don't worry about the clouds.
Hold on, sorry everyone. Top notch. I don't know whether you could hear Jose. This happened earlier, so you started talking through Jose whilst he was speaking. I don't know whether you could hear him, buddy. But you might need to sort that out again.
Right. Okay. So like what I was saying is like it's like as simple as like putting a ruler on like a baseball, right? That ruler eventually is not going to touch the ball anymore, and it's going to, you know, the ball's going to drop away from that ruler at some point. So essentially, that distance quantum racer was talking about, I forgot how much feet he said, but it's a lot of feet, man. That's how much the nose should be dropping down in between that distance that you traveled through to that time, right? Now, we all know that we feel motion, right? When you ascend, descend, you know. So like, if you really think about it, everyone that's flown a plane can honestly say to themselves that the plane flies level and straight, and actually flies with sometimes 3 degrees nose up. That's how it maintains its level. So that's pretty much what the argument's about, that the plane is flying over a plane, a stationary plane, and not a globe.
And the horizon should drop on a ball when you go up to a certain level, but it doesn't. It makes sure it goes up with you.
Yeah, let's just stick with the drop. Let's one at a time. So when you make that,
should drop.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's stick with one at a time. Is when you fly, let's say 11 hours, but that's a long distance, right? Does that flight save for turbulence? Do you drop any amount of feet that you felt?
I don't really remember feeling that.
Right. The flight pretty much stays level, correct?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right. Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
And what you'll find, and hopefully you'll stick around in the Discord server for a long time, is these individual arguments, like aeroplanes. We can use aeroplanes in the way that they are built and the way that pilots are taught and all of these different types of things, navigation. Each single one of these things won't be working on a ball that moves and spins underneath the aeroplane. It'll work on a flat stationary Earth, not a ball. So each individual argument, and you've probably, you've understood maybe flat Earth has been around for a while. People probably think that they can pull evidence out of their backside, left, right and centre and just throw it down. The only thing I'll employ you to do, and you've done it really well so far, so thank you, is ask you questions, give us time to go through the argument with you, and you'll understand, like you just have done, that planes aren't flying around a ball. You just have to start thinking about them critically and logically and get to the understanding that you can question the reality that you've been sold. I mean sold.
Yeah, I have a background in Montessori education, and that really encourages asking questions and looking into things further. And I've really appreciated you all taking the time to answer my questions so thoroughly. And I feel like I have a starting base to start to learn more.
Hey, Space Corca, I got one more thing for you, just to double back on what I said. So even when I got flat smacked by this question I could not square with reality, I still questioned my own understanding. I said, well, yeah, okay, so what? There's a global war on terror, but the globe is still real. The next thing that put me over the edge is like, why would I, the guy who told me this, lie to you and tell you I think the Earth is a globe? And that's what finally did it for me. If you follow the money, if you follow who would tell you what and why, that's the final nail in the coffin. Do you think I would lie to you to gain nothing from you? I don't know who you are. I might not ever meet you in real life. I'm telling you what I think and what I've come to realize as reality, and I've got nothing to gain from that, only stuff to lose. Where the people in power that perpetuate this globe world, they've got everything to gain by continuing the lie.
Well,
has she seen the Black Swan yet?
No, we haven't even got that far. This conversation's about 10 minutes before you came in, QE, so about half hour old. This is really new stuff, guys.
To be honest,
I was just going to suggest that just before you said that, QE.
I think we should start.
Well, I was going to actually suggest
too many people talking. There's like 4 people with ideas now. Jose, what are you trying to say?
I don't have an idea. I have a request.
I was saying that we should hold off on the Black Swan. I think that's like at least 2 days in here. You kind of have to understand like the math, the horizon, you know, like because even if she understands the Black Swan, she still won't know how to make sense of it. I think, but I could be wrong. You know, I might be misjudging her. But
she's smart enough.
I think I'm capable of understanding information. Yeah,
right,
it might.
Let me try and break this down, if I may. What I'll do is I'll break this down and then I'll hand it over to QE for the actual Black Swan argument. But we are told that we are living on a ball. That ball has got definite dimensions because we know the size of the Earth, right? So ultimately, given these dimensions of the Earth, radius, diameter and circumference, we can use math to figure a few things out about this ball. We can figure out where the horizon is, for example, your placement on the ball, you'll observe a height above the surface of the curved surface. We can figure out how much descent there should be over the curved surface from point A to point B. You being point A, every surface is always descending down and away from you. So point B at distance will always be a calculable rate away. Being as we've got the math of the ball, the calculation from point A to point B over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of drop between point A and point B. After 3 miles, it's 72 inches of drop. And after 10 miles, that's 66 foot of drop. It gets worse, it's exponential, it's a curved surface. Ultimately, being as it's a ball, it's got definite values, the geometric shape, to figure out certain things about our environment. Basically, we should be able to measure the Earth, especially over distances of water, because that's where the most curvature should be found. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and as gravity is doing some magic and pulling everything to the centre of mass, then this is where we should find the convex nature of our Earth. So we should be able to measure it, being as we've got definite dimensions. You understand that, yeah?
To a degree, but I was wondering if you have a figure that goes along with that so I could visualize.
Right, okay. In the live stream voice text one, there's Earth curve calculations going around. It's a shape. It's 2-dimensional in this instance because we're only figuring out drop between point A and point B. So this is 2 lines. So the circle is good enough to represent the sphere. Sphere 3959, radius, circumference 24,901 miles. We've got values, we've got a circle, we know what we can do with pi and shit. We can figure out the drop value between point A and point B over the distance of this ball. The calculation works out to more accurately 7.98 inches per mile squared. But 8 inches per mile squared is roughly good enough. Definitely something we should be able to measure.
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I guide her to the live stream one voice text? I'm not sure if she's familiar about that. But right above this live stream voice, there's a channel called Live Stream One Voice Text. That's where we're posting relevant images to match with what these guys are talking about currently. Just scroll up. It's like the last 3 pictures. You're going to see one that says curve calc. You're going to see one that says Bob Eyeball. That's the Black Swan, which we're going to discuss right after. And the one that India just posted is another, observation of how light drop would be, measured and things like that.
You're on a ball. You know how big the ball is. For you, point A, every surface in the way, because relative to you on top of the Earth, that's what's happening for you. You're on top of the ball relative to you, right? So every single surface, the Earth, the water in most instances, right, should be curving down and away at a most definitely calculable rate because we are told the size of the Earth, geometric shape, sphere, circle in this instance.
25,000 miles in circumference.
So we've got the math, we can do measurements. Do the measurements fit the math? Does math fit reality? I don't know if you wanted to ask any questions before we carried on.
I'm looking at the graphic right now, but I don't think I have questions at the moment.
Okay, cool. I don't know. John, if you wanted to carry on.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple argument. I like her when she said that, do you have any, solid data points. Yeah, we do. And this is it. This is the argument. It's very short. It's just a modus tollens. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and that's definitely the radius. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yep. That's P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. In the Black Swan photo, if you are in Voice One text chat, it has bye-bye ball with Quantum Eraser posting it. I just want you to just let me know. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it says bye-bye ball, right? This is the photo. This is called the Black Swan. This photo was taken at 1 foot observer height in Santa Barbara, California. Now, I gave the observer height 5 feet for the argument, but we can disregard the 5 foot because it's actually 1 foot. And we have video evidence to prove that. The max distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles at 5 feet, but actually it should only be 1.22 miles away. You see the problem?
Yes.
This horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. So some people calculate it doesn't matter. We can make it at 10 miles. How can the horizon move from 1.22 miles, 10 times that distance, behind those oil platforms? It's a rhetorical question because it can't. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That's it. That's the argument.
Unless it's larger than the sun, I think it worked out right. Mathematically, it had to be larger than the sun.
Space movies, bro.
Hey, before you guys all jump in, why don't we ask her if she has any questions about it?
Right now I don't. Right now I'm going to keep listening. I'm continuing to look at all the information, and so far, I totally understand what you all are saying.
Hey, Quantum,
okay.
Selling alien eclipse.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Elijah. I swear we'll get there for you, buddy. I just want to add some more background for this, with this whole horizon, where it is, what we're looking at. Right. So we've got maths. We're looking for curvature. Geometric, physical curvature of the Earth is what we're looking for. Because for 3,000 years, we've been told, the Greeks were saying that's the reason why boats disappear the way that they do, from the bottom up. Because they're disappearing over physical blockage, the curve of the Earth. Now, we've had conversations for 5 years, debates, however you want to call them, since the flat Earth has kind of started, or people have been waking up to flat Earth. And this is one of the most common things, because flat Earth claim number one is an observation claim. We observe the Earth to be flat. It doesn't matter the altitude that you gain or the optical equipment that you use. You can see as far as you can see. There's no physical Earth blockage in the way or curvature of the Earth stopping you from seeing as far as you can see, because there's a prediction within the curve model of the Earth, how far you should be able to see something at distance. Eventually that thing would have disappeared underneath the curvature of the Earth, and the physical blockage of the curve of the Earth would stop you from seeing it. Physical obstruction would stop you from seeing it. Long distance observations, and this is just one. The one with Bye-Bye Ball with the oil rigs. This is just one of thousands of long-distance observations that supersede the prediction of a curved Earth. Literally, flat Earth claim number one is we see too far. We see things in a distance that are literally directly in front of us. We have a direct line of sight with these lighthouses. Lighthouse, for example, it is there. There is the lighthouse. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, we will or will not be able to see it. We might be able to see more of it, we might be able to see less of it. But light refraction, we're observing through the atmosphere. So that's the argument. It is directly in front of us. The response or the other argument from the globe Earth, what we have to understand is, for example, the lighthouse at 20 miles away. That is not a lighthouse at 20 miles away. It physically can't be there because of the curve of the Earth. The math predicts and tells you that it's not there. So that lighthouse that you see is an actual holographic projection. It's looming up through some kind of super looming light refraction from a place where you can't see it because it's been physically blocked to a place that you can now see it, but that lighthouse is not the actual lighthouse. It's an illusion. It's quite easy to understand that when making long distance observations, you have a direct line of sight to that object, the lighthouse, for example, at 20 miles. It's not beyond the curvature of the Earth and then projecting itself up. And every single long distance observation presenting as if the Earth was flat. The Earth is obviously flat. It's observably flat. It's measurably flat too. We'll get around to that in a bit. But this is why the Black Swan is a killer in this argument, because it removes the physical blockage, because the horizon starts jumping around, right? Now, globers start saying refraction because they've only said it when it was looming up from beyond the physical blockage. Now they're saying it's happening all over the fucking place. It's a very interesting argument. What you have to understand, it destroys the geometric curve of the Earth. It's never been there.
Well, thanks, Jedi and Quantum. I can never enjoy a space fiction movie ever again because
you're welcome.
I was wondering what the maximum altitude that has been obtained was.
Maximum, I think I can safely say the maximum altitude of an observation of the Earth being flat is 120,000 feet from a high altitude air balloon. We can argue all day with the verifiability of any and all images from above where you can go. Right, high altitude balloons, we would maybe start talking about NASA. But using the right optical equipment, not a fisheye lens, it appears that the Earth still remains flat.
Okay. My other question is, what do you all think about like GPS?
GPS has been around since the Second World War. It's ground-based technology, ground positioning system. It was first known as the RAN and something else. It's basically towers. Yeah, it's basically towers. Yeah, that's the other one. Thank you, John. So yeah, it's basically towers sending out signals, getting pings on boats so they can navigate, and then the technology has been ramped up and used. But basically, it's just towers pinging from one base to another. This is another technology that requires a direct line of sight between masts that say 100 miles apart. They're not going to work on a curved surface.
And just to jump in on this real quick, a grid mapping system literally works on any shape. Triangle, square, cylinder, sphere, flat. You can grid map any object. So it's not just sphere, okay? The sphere does not need to be grid mapped.
You can also get within 10 meters of your exact position by two known points. Right? I've done it with map,
section,
compass, protractor, and a pencil.
This goes back to military training. It's called resection.
Yeah, we're not going to have an hour of military stories, guys. Sorry.
Yep. So,
seize him.
Seize him. There's another problem when you say GPS, because that denotes satellites in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so I think, whilst we're going to be talking about GPS space, you brought GPS up. Remember, we're talking about flat smacking, and I gave you the one about gas pressures without a container. Might be a good idea that we go into that one a little bit more, because at the moment, right, we're not observing and we're not measuring a ball. Most of the evidence for the Earth being a ball will be from this place that we're about to go to that fundamentally can't exist. I don't know, John, do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to carry on?
No, carry on, man. You got this one down, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. So what we're talking about with natural laws happen always. We've got these things and they've got background noise, and I really don't want it right now. So someone's running water and it makes me toilet.
OJ Swanson, there you go. You're good.
Cool, thank you. So what we're talking about is natural laws. Natural laws always happen unless they're stopped from happening, right? That's quite understandable. Second law of thermodynamics, without going into too much, energy transfers. Hot goes to cold, for example. Hot cup of coffee is going to get cold, right? Entropy. It goes from a ordered state to an unordered state. Air pressure, high air pressure, will disperse into a lower pressure environment because that's where the busy energy is, right? Where the high gas pressure is. And there's no energy or anything in the space or where low pressure is. It's easy for the energy to flow from one system to another. We're breathing gas pressure. To have gas pressure, to keep gas somewhere, it must be physically contained. If there is no physical barrier between the gas pressure and a space, the gas will fill the space. That's the only way that you can stop gas from going somewhere, is to stop it with a physical barrier, to actually interact with it somehow physically and stop it. So ultimately, when we're told that the Earth is a ball spinning with the gas attached to the surface around in a vacuum, this fundamentally breaks a law of nature because gas fills space. I don't know if you understand that too well.
I do. I was just wondering, that kind of makes me panic a little. If the Earth isn't in space, then where is it? Like, where are we existing?
I guess that's relatively a good question. It's very simply said, is you've always existed on the Earth. I know it's said to be a ball that's travelling around the galaxy and probably came from a Big Bang because that's a current kind of understanding about where reality came from. But ultimately, you're not going anywhere. The Earth exists where the Earth exists, right? Stationary still. Go on, John.
We're not saying that space doesn't exist. We're saying that the vacuum of space cannot exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation in your face. I mean, it's right on the surface. It doesn't take any research to debunk this. Either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Can I ask you, hey Jedi, does gas need a container to keep it from fucking off?
It does. It does need a container to stop it from fucking off. Sorry, Space?
Because if there's no container, then what happens to the gas?
It fucks off.
It does.
Oh, I got it. So if there's no container.
Hi, I was wondering, on the high altitude balloon, do you know if they recorded a pressure reading or anything like that?
Yeah, it would have been a lower pressure. It would have been a pressure. There would have been gas. It would have been able to press because there would have been gas there, but it's a lower one. It's just a reading of the gas pressure gradient. It appears that the higher you gain in altitude, and remember you're in a balloon, so you need there to be gas pressure on the outside anyway, right? So, yeah, ultimately it's a gas pressure gradient. It reduces with altitude.
You can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Hey, basically, this is one that goes to Boyle's law too. The Red Bull jump said 0.3 atmosphere at his altitude, where he jumped, and he virtually had on a hard-skinned suit. Okay, he had on almost like a diver would have to go down past 300 meters. So explain to me how someone leaving the ISS with a point negative, whatever that equals out to, like to the, like torn or whatever, how
it's
they can
10 to the negative 6. It's 10 to the negative 6 torn.
Okay, so this guy had a hard skin suit where he could barely move for a 1/3 atmosphere condition. So you've got ×6 negative suit, and they have a soft skin suit, and they're flying about the ISS at like a Mach 17, and no problem whatsoever. It doesn't add up to reality.
Right. Let's stick with the gas. I understand.
Boyle's law.
I understand where you're headed with this, with the ISS. Let's stick just with the gas pressure for right now. But you're right. what FE Jedi is essentially asking you is for you to show a tire pressure without the tire.
Isn't that absolute versus gauge?
Tire pressure without the tire. No, it doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Well, what is gauge pressure?
That's a red herring to this actual argument.
Well, I don't try and get gauge pressure if I pump up the tyre and don't have the rubber tyre bit. Where's the pressure exist?
The gauge pressure is it's calibrated to atmospheric pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with this argument. My question still stands. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What is gravity?
Hey, Jedi, what happens if...
there we go.
Hey, Jedi, what happens if there's gas with no container?
It fucks off, man. But hold on, let me take a little fancy. Yeah, no, Space has done well. She's got round to gravity. Brilliant, Space. Well done. Because it is literally the only thing that could possibly stop gas from fucking off, right? Even though it can't actually even be demonstrated, but within the heliocentric model, it is ding, 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 the first time he said it, gravity that comes to the rescue, where every single demonstration ever when separating two dynamically different pressure systems requires a physical barrier. If you make a vacuum chamber here on Earth, you're going to need to, separate the vacuum from the gas on the outside, the chamber bit, the container. And you have to have varying thicknesses and structures of container to separate higher vacuums from atmospheric pressure. Every single demonstration requires a container, something to separate the two. I'm glad you said gravity, though. You've done right. Because ultimately, it's a piece of magic that is hopefully going to come to the rescue and make the ball that we can't observe or measure still keep spinning through space. Yeah, we get that. Gravity's a massive argument. I'm quite sure lots of people want to have it with you.
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably the biggest one.
Well, gravity doesn't exist right now. We're not going to have that long argument with you today because we already went over the...
I don't want to have that argument today.
We already went over the Black Swan. That's all right. I have... You said gravity. I say helium balloon.
Hey, stuff 6 is equilibrium. Dude.
Hold on a second. I said helium balloon. Which direction does the helium balloon go when you leave it go on the surface of the Earth?
What is buoyancy?
What is it's the effect? I can answer that.
Okay, so it sounds like Final Jeopardy at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I got Final Jeopardy covered.
Gotcha.
But what is buoyancy? You're just throwing out terms. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the effective density. Where's gravity in it?
I'm not sure what gravity would really have to do with it, but why?
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. When we said gas pressure without a container, you brought up gravity. So what do you think gravity has to do with it? That's what it has to do with it because you just brought it up.
Hey, gravity is one of those forces that's the weakest.
Because it's a force that's acting on all of the particles in the system.
Gravity is not a force.
Right, okay. It sounds like we do have to have the gravity.
Yeah, we're going to have it. Go ahead, Jedi. You're the one.
Okay, so, all right. There's lots of ways that we can start talking about gravity, but fundamentally with this argument, I want you to understand this. Gravity, both ideas, right, have never been scientifically proven. So you can't take something you can't scientifically prove and use it in a demonstration to stop a natural law. You're just not going to be able to do it. I understand what you mean by saying gravity is a force. There's a directionality to nature that Huey has just pointed out. That you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. You drop a rock, it goes down. Up or down, right? We understand that. But ultimately, when we're talking about gravity, it works on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball and space exists. the mass attracting mass that you're talking about, the first idea, so not the current scientific rhetoric, the first idea about it was superseded in 1915, but the mass attracting mass has never been scientifically proven. Newton didn't want anything to do with it. He offered no science for it. The apple that fell from the tree didn't fall until 40 years later. So ultimately, he was trying to come up with a mechanism based on the presupposition the Earth was a ball and space existed because things were going around in the sky. So ultimately, yeah, we can understand the mechanism, and he's trying to apply his presupposed idea to it. Mass attracting mass then comes along with Cavendish and a few other people with a pseudo type of experiment, again something that they didn't really want to be associated with, because the magic at a distance throughout this whole narrative was just fucking fundamentally stupid, which is why in 1915 Einstein had to come along, and I say had to, and come up with another idea because the first one wasn't working. The next idea superseded the first. This idea is the bending and warping of space-time, the presuppositional earth ball of mass sitting in a fabricated reification of space and time and bending and warping it, which is why rocks fall down. But ultimately, the point is, gravity is the thing that makes the ball stick together because it's all based upon a presupposed ball and space exists. Both ideas, one superseding the other, and the current scientific rhetoric being the bending and warping of space-time, have never been scientifically proven, i.e. there is no experiment, no proof. And it is most definitely not the thing that's stopping the gas from going into a space, because we've just let a helium balloon go and it goes up.
So mass that accelerates would equal a force. What other would be causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Did you pick it up?
Sure, I picked it up.
Yeah, right. So the rock or anything of a certain heaviness, weight, however you want to describe it, is going to be on the floor. The only way that you're going to be able to remove it from the floor is when you apply your force. All right, so kicking it is like dropping it. It's a force. It's going to go downwards because this is an observable natural law. There is a directionality. The rocks and heavy shit, you've got to pick them up. You drop them, they'll go back down. You make a helium balloon or something that contains a gas that can rise, and it rises. Because all we can do is vary and manipulate the object in the medium. That'll be the relative density bit, but we don't understand, or we can't scientifically prove why floor's the floor and the sky's up there, and the directionality bit, because it didn't matter where the floor was on a flat earth, we'd always be asking, why doesn't shit go to the left? There's directionality up and down relative to us in the system we're in. What causes the up and down, we can't scientifically prove. We can just fuck around with the effects within the up and down and the rock and the balls and stuff.
But every force has an equal and opposite reaction. So what's the reaction that takes back the force I
That's
input?
Incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's Newtonian laws. They've all been debunked by quantum mechanics.
Oh. Well, I guess I'm not up to date with that then.
Yep.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you set up to date as well, because obviously you can't gravity being a force, and like it hasn't even been described as a force since 1915. And this isn't on you. This is on everyone, right? We all get taught this bollocks, and it's not true. We get taught certain narratives, and it's down to you to do the research and actually find it out. Right, but mass attracting mass, this force of gravity, not even the current scientific rhetoric of today, it hasn't been for over 100 years. Lots of people flog dead horses. It's just, you just think you're right. It's not you, it's
even
everyone.
measurable. Nobody's measured it.
Is it possible to link me the information about the Newtonian laws being debunked by quantum?
Sure. 1 second.
Awesome. Thank you.
Coming at you right now. Are you in live stream?
Yes, I am.
It'll be with you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
What would the recoil from a gun be?
There you go.
I predict we might have a new flat earther before long.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. I didn't have myself a mute. Sorry.
Hey, what about guns? I'm a firearms instructor.
Oh yeah, my
The recoil.
Hold on a second before we jump to another topic. Let's deal with this one right now. The laws of motion of Newton. This is from Richard Feynman. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in behavior of light, and then in behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Is that good? I can scientifically validate that, by the way.
We'll probably give you 10 more if you say not good.
Wasn't that because the current model of quantum physics didn't line up with the Newtonian idea of gravity?
No, I'm sorry. Newton never proposed a scientific theory of gravity. He proposed a law. Natural laws are not scientific.
Why?
Can't follow the scientific method?
But doesn't every action have an equal and opposite reaction? So
Not according... No.
Could you link me that as well, please?
Link you what as well?
Proof of that being violated.
Show me proof of it.
Okay, fair.
Would
a gun work?
Gun. I don't know how many... what's particularly confusing about Richard Feynman saying... and you know who Richard Feynman is, correct?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Space Quacko's boyfriend. I just like to chime in here.
Hello.
Richard Feynman, isn't that about their current understanding or I'm sorry, current models of quantum mechanics?
No, there are no models of quantum mechanics. It's all scientific experiments. Models are reification.
Well, the theories and ideas that are supporting their arguments in general is kind of what I was getting at.
Whose arguments?
Richard Feynman's, and just basically quantum mechanics, like, the work of Stephen Hawking and a lot
Stephen Hawking had nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
Nothing.
Yeah, he did.
No,
he didn't.
What is his work on virtual particles and like black
virtual particles? What is the that's an oxymoron. Virtual. What's the definition of virtual?
Sets of quantum mechanics. Like that.
What is the definition of virtual, please?
Yes, answer the question.
It gets a little fuzzy here because I'm not really that involved with these topics, but I do know that they did study subsects of quantum mechanics.
No,
yeah.
Hey,
they did.
Boyfriend.
Right or wrong? But
Hawkins tried to square the Big Bang with black hole. That's all he tried to do, and he failed miserably. Which is why he never got a Nobel Peace Prize, never got recognized for any of his books. He died in obscurity. Okay, so he's a failure.
I will
let's get back to the topic. Let's get back to the topic. I can destroy Newtonian mechanics.
Exactly, Newtonian mechanics. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction.
Just said, okay, not a problem. Let's do an experiment. Let's do the double slit experiment, right? We'll take, let's see, Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Are you ready for the destroying?
Sounds
Say yes. Say yes.
Ready.
Not a problem. So we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. How many do we get? We get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics at Yale? That is the end of Newtonian physics. The prosecution rests.
Can I say something? Doesn't Newtonian mechanics rest on the fact of, like basically every equation from Newtonian mechanics rests on the fact of the objects or systems at play having some sort of mass? And isn't it pretty verifiable that light does not contain any mass whatsoever?
No, and I'm not just talking about light. I'm talking about electrons.
Electrons have no mass.
What?
Like
citation, please. And you're going to have to define mass for me. I'm going to get medieval on you.
I will say, I would like to just dial back a little bit to the firearm argument. When I fire,
I bet you would.
Oil in my hand. What is that? I bet
you would. Well, you're already debunked, so you can do firearms all night. You can't skip across the debunking that I just laid at your feet and go to firearms, son.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the night.
It is terminated.
been wonderful.
Take a cloak breath. Get the fuck out of there. Thank you.
Hey, if you think that boyfriend's gonna get you to space, you need to find a new boyfriend.
No, I totally agree. I just genuinely am curious, and he's an engineer and started to listen and then started to have more questions, and then I shouldn't have, but I let him take control of the mic. So I hope you all had fun and it was all good-hearted.
Oh yeah, it was good.
That's great. You're absolutely fine. No worries.
Yeah,
it's like you. It's no problem. But remind him that engineering is not science. You can take that with him.
sorry.
Wants to know.
What is science at this point?
Science is anyone who follows the scientific method.
What is the scientific method?
The scientific method is stepwise. There's 4 steps. Oh, I'm sorry. Was he asking me?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. I hear that, John, and I start answering it as well, so sorry if I interrupted you. You take it away.
Yeah, the scientific method has about 7 steps, but 3 are critical. The first one is observe natural phenomena. That's where you get your dependent variable from. Then you go to hypothesis, which has the independent-dependent variable relationship. All science is only focused on cause and effect. Then you go to the experiment, where you have the independent, dependent, and controlled variables are added. That's the scientific method.
I agree with that. I honestly, I've done work as a test engineer before, and all of that just hits the nail right on the head. You know, I've done an experiment where I've followed that exact method, and that's you guys know your stuff on that. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep, good talking to you guys. I'm out too. So FE Jedi, good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Everyone have a good night.
It's been fun.
And stay safe. And thank you for letting me ask questions.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Tell your boyfriend to get his own Discord account.
I do have my own Discord account.
Okay.
Yeah, well, come in here and get voice verified, buddy, and we can have chats whenever you're about.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
This organisation was created a few years before NASA. If these people knew then, when they brought out NASA, the propaganda agency, if they knew then that the Earth was indeed
ever looked away from Earth into the black void. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons. You see the gas.
It don't matter. Since there was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm certain. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've gone out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream the earth is flat. don't live on a spinning ball.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Second law of thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The Black Swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for a nevermore. Been a rap for your Newtonian core, scientific, all the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dot of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court of their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into nigga that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just sold, title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Mental judo. Be a FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, a superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh,
all right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it, and they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay.
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer,
but it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still low Earth orbit.
All right, listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Several, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer, okay, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Look, it's Orion's belt. Did you know those 3 stars still align with the 3 Great Pyramids of Giza? Egyptologists date them at around 2500 BC.
That's roughly 4,500 years ago. Wow. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
We've been told that the Earth is spinning on its axis and it's hurling us through space at nearly 1,000 miles an hour. And during all that rotation, the Earth is orbiting the sun on an average of 67,000 miles per hour. Yeah. We've got the sun, the Earth, and the entire solar system is all still in motion, and it's orbiting the center of the Milky Way at a blazing 504,000 miles per hour.
That's a whole lot of speed going all sorts of directions.
Right, and yet those same 3 stars are still aligned with the same 3 pyramids after all these years.
That's impossible.
Yeah, it is. You've been lied to about where you live, the ground you stand on, your very purpose in life, and who you are as a person. See, The Earth is not a globe spinning around the sun in an infinite vacuum of space. Your feet lie on a flat plane with the firmament over your head. You're not an accident. You're special. And you are at the center of creation.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads. Where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards. Where trees and crops grow upside down. And the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
It's fun, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof and I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. See too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurement. Making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
For every show on Old Broadway, a whole lot more get thrown away. Garbage musicals.
Hello, my dear. Thanks for meeting me here in the parking lot of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Darling, now please, it gives me unease that you're sitting here picketing my work as a physicist.
I know, but darling, you must understand. My people need me, we're taking a stand. You know that I love you, but I stand my ground. You'll never convince us that our Earth is round.
Your people, darling, are nothing to me. I only love you, and I hope that you see. Even though you think the Earth is a disc, a small disagreement I'm willing to risk.
So take my hand, we'll travel the land, cross oceans and sand, over mountains so grand. Then maybe we'll help each other understand that gravity's a myth,
that satellites are real,
that our love is not a conspiracy. I'd walk 1,000 miles to the edge of the dome that covers our home to be with you.
I'd calculate a trajectory using Earth's curvature if it would ensure we'd be together.
But what if my lover's a government spy, hoping to spread more unspeakable lies?
I know he's lost touch with reality now, but I think I'll convince her someday. Somehow.
And as we lie right under the sky, my heart beats as I see the stars in your eyes. The stars seem so close I could touch them, but I know they're 3,000 miles away.
Don't try light years away, let's just say far, far away, my dear. Yet you are right here, and that's all that matters. And we know that we're on this planet together in love forever. Our love is not a conspiracy.
Run away with me tonight, my darling.
I can't. We're launching a rocket today.
The CIA paid you to say that.
No, they didn't. Darling, why don't you just come over tonight and we'll watch Great British Baking Show?
It's called Great British Bake Off in this dimension.
Okay, calm down.
For every show on Old Broadway, a whole lot more get thrown away. So have a listen and raise a glass to these treasures from the trash. So strange and unusual, the bizarre and beautiful, garbage musicals.
This organisation was created a few years before NASA. If these people knew then, when they brought out NASA, the propaganda agency, if they knew then that the Earth was indeed, flat and motionless and wasn't flying in space, of course they need to control the opposition. Of course they need to bring out the flat Earth society. This is not something like, when people can talk on the internet, people are going to think the Earth is flat. People have been thinking the Earth is flat for thousands of years. People need to be reinforced that they live on a ball.
I'm like, shoot, I'm going to have to look into this, because when Briggs was talking about, JFK as Jimmy Carter, I was like, this can't be real. And then Owen Benjamin was talking about it in one of his podcasts. I'm like, what the hell? I still don't believe it. But, he's very open-minded, and he'll look into, anything. That's very refreshing in this world of PC censorship.
I like to use the word refreshing. That was a good descriptor.
So this thing called the magnetosphere. It is supposedly generated in the core with some sort of magnets and some sort of heat, and it generates some sort of apple-shaped sort of protection on the planet. And whatever it is, they say if we didn't have it, if it was gone, the air would blow away, and we wouldn't have the air.
Great. Show me this in a lab. Show me using this magnetosphere to hold a gas against a vacuum pump. That's great. Let me see that example. Certainly, we have hundreds of publications.
Sure. Why didn't you come over?
I want to see the I want to see the publications. This is why I keep asking people. Show me one publication in a peer-reviewed journal where they measure the curvature of the Earth. It's so simple. I can read the materials and methods section, and I can repeat the experiment, but I can't seem to find one. Show me one experiment showing gravity holding pressure against a negative pressure side of this equation with no barrier. Just show me the paper. Then I'm happy. I can read the materials and methods and try it myself, but I can't find this paper.
Sure. Why didn't you just go to university and say, in the deepest, most manly voice, show me the curve?
And this next word isn't negative. It's the worst Flat Earth studio. Someone who made it so wrong it became right again. Poncho Pete.
air's gone cold, I'm wondering why. You think you're on a ball. The morning chemtrails cloud my window, and I can't see at all. And even if I could, it'd all be great. Got your flight paths on my wall, they remind me that it's not a ball, no proof at all. Yes, Sarge, I wrote you, cause I gave up balling. I watched your flight air clues and all of your live call-ins. You sent me 2 packages back in autumn, but I still ain't got them. Probably was a problem at the post office or something. Sometimes Robbie Davidson scribbles the addresses too sloppy when he jots them. But anyway, what's up, man? Did you find Bendy Water? My girlfriend's a flatty too, and that's just for starters. I dress her up like Patricia Steele, and I make her wear sexy garters. I have read about Mad Mike 2 being out of pocket. I had a friend nearly kill himself in a steam-powered rocket. You probably hear this every day, but the world is flat. I even got the underground bits that you did with Matt. I got a room full of your posters and your podcast, man. I like the bits you did with Jaron too, that shit was flat. Anyway, call me back, man, just to chat. You're your biggest fan. This is Poncho, man. Dear Sarge, they still can't prove the globe. They had their chance. They're just mad because I keep pulling down NASA's pants. If you didn't want to give me the trophy outside the conference, you didn't have to. But you could have signed an autograph for Tamo. That's my little Estonian brother, man. His flat F Jen is only 6 months old. We waited in the blistering cold for you and you just said no. It's pretty crappy, man. You like his flat F idol. He thumbs up all your vids and he likes you more than I do. He ain't that mad though, he just don't like being lied to. You know when we met in Denver, you said if I write you, you would Skype me back, cause I'm just like you in a way. I never knew the truth neither. I was indoctrinated and brainwashed by my teachers. And I can relate to what you're saying in your vids. NASA's getting $50 million a day for lying to the kids. Sometimes I test myself by listening to LSC. It's like the ball again, but with upside down inverted bendy C. See, everything you say is real and I respect you cause you tell it. My globe friends are jealous cause I talk about you 24/7. But they don't know you like I know you, Sarge. No one does. They don't know what it was like for flat earthers like us growing up. You gotta call me, man, cause I was the biggest flat earth cruise fan you ever lose. P.S. The world could be concave too. Dear mister, I'm too busy to send the flat earth coins. This'll be the last time you ever hear my voice. It's been 6 months and still no trophy, and you know I deserve it. And you watched my last 2 videos, cause I did the green screens on them perfect. So this is my song I'm sending you, I hope you hear it. I'm on a snowmobile right now, doing 90 on an ice field. Hey Sarge, I drank a fifth of urine, you dare me to drive? You know that film by Dave Murphy and The Biggest Lie? About those astronauts who said they went to the moon but they didn't, and then Dave asked for the telemetry data but NASA couldn't find it? That's kind of how this is. You could have rescued me from falling, but it's too late now. I think I'm going to go back to bowling. And all I wanted was a trophy and a call. I hope you know I ripped all of the flat earth pictures off my wall. Hey Sarge, we could have sung together, think about it. You ruined it now, I hope you can't sleep and you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you scream about it. And when you do, I'm gonna tell the world by making a green screen all about it. See Sarge? Shut up Globe, I'm trying to talk. Hey Sarge, that's my balls out screaming in the trunk. But I didn't blow it up, see, cause I ain't like you. People will see the lie, and it'll all be over real soon. Well, I gotta go because I'm almost at the edge now. Oh crap, I forgot. How am I gonna send this out?
Dear Ponch, I meant to write you sooner. I've just been busy. You said you know that you're not spinning now because it would make you dizzy. Look, I'm really flattered for all your support in that. Here's an autograph for Tarmo. I wrote it on an FE map. I'm sorry I didn't see you at the conference. I must have missed you. Don't think I did that on purpose just to diss you. But what's this crap about the world being concave too? I say you're clowning, Ponch. Come on, how flat are you? The ISS has got some issues, Podge. The CGI has fudged it. NASA's getting 50 mil a day, and they're just going to raise their budget. I hope you get to read this letter. I hope the trophy reaches you in time. If you don't listen to LSC, I think you'll be doing just fine. I saw this one story on the news about a flat earther on a sledge. He made it to Antarctica and drove it off the edge. And in the snow they found a tape and a green screen ripped in two. Come to think about it, it was you. Damn.
They tell me I live on a spinning blue ball, off of which somehow I don't seem to fall. If I'm flying through space at incredible pace, why don't I have to hold on? I think it's a lie, I can tell you just why. The reasons are many and plain. If you think there's a ball off of which you don't fall, I'm afraid you're quite clearly insane.
For thousands of years, the same stars do appear, the very same place in the sky. Were we hurling through space, this could not be the case. We would see a new sky every night. When I stand on the shore, I see many miles more than I could should I stand on a ball. We can see miles away, 100 miles only on a plane. Can this be real? There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. Satellite dishes are always suspicious, they never point up to the sky. They point to the side, radio towers hide. I'm sure it's just one of their lies. As forgeries go, they set the bar low. Just 3 photos of Earth that they claim. Photoshop clouds, shout the truth loud. None of them look quite the same.
That they went to the moon, I believed it too soon. Now it's clear they had something to hide. You don't bring a car anywhere up that far, play golf and to take a joyride. The sun, moon, and stars really aren't out that far. They move round this flat disk once a day. Place we call home is all under a dome, just like our forefathers did say. There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. In the great void of space, a rocket can go any place. It would sit there and spin with no distance to win. The idea's absurd, it's all fake. There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon.
Tell me how to comfort you. Tell me everything I need to make you see that the world is not the same for everyone. There's a wisdom from the ages coming back to teach us, babe. How you gonna feel when the world's not around? How you gonna keep our love from burning out, sweet lady, far away from me? What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light, truth is calling love every day, 'cause the sun will always shine across the plain. Ooh, 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 how How do I explain myself without it sounding like I've lost my mind? The beauty in the stars for all of us to see is enough to define a new reality, baby. How you gonna feel when the world's not around? How you gonna keep our love from burning out, sweet lady, far away from me? What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light to this calling love every day, no matter what they say, 'cause the sun will always shine across the place. Hey, hey, tell me one thing that you got that proves the globe is real or not. Get true with yourself, 'cause you know the earth's not spinning round and round. I know the only way to get you there is love.
for the soul.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Raising your vibration is the best thing you can do. 'Cause the wind of change blows this way to show you something new. Yeah, we've all been indoctrinated from the cradle to the grave, but the truth can't be stopped. The message is clear if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. Show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Making your intention the best that it can be. 'Cause you swallowed the lie so many times, but now you finally see. Nice stuff makes the saver, and they sold you every time. But the truth can't be stopped. We're coming for you if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life. Show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Can you feel it in your soul? Oh, Flat Earth.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Space is pretty, yeah, I get it, it's amazing. We walk the cities, how much time spent stargazing? The globe is spinning, yeah, that's what they like to tell us. And NASA's grinning, they'll continue to fool us and take our money, spend it on the propaganda. They think it's funny, they're the ones with all the power. But we don't need the lies, and they have fake alibis. See how the planes fly. They don't think we're wise, but we're coming out strong, and it won't be long until everyone knows Earth is a plane. Believe it, it's sane. The earth is flat. If you don't buy that, you've been fooled once again. The pictures are fake, endless mistakes. Oh, it's all pretend. Evolution, now how does that work really? And gravity, you understand that's a theory. One side of the moon, the stars don't move. Antarctica's treaty sounds pretty seedy, but we don't need the lies, and they have fake alibis. See how the planes fly. They don't think we're wise, but we're coming out strong, and it won't be long until everyone knows Earth is a plane. Believe it, it's sane. The earth is flat.
Ooh,
the night before, tomorrow we're going to release a super secret thing about Mars. Really, you're going to put a teaser before that news story and then say, oh, there might be water on Mars, or there is water on Mars. Who the hell cares? You're not going there. Ugh. Saturn. Must be real, right? And I go, fine. Planetarium, bring a pair of binoculars with you. Look up the Saturn inside the planetarium. When you're looking at it through binoculars, is it more real or less real? Doesn't really matter because the whole thing's fake anyway.
the textbooks what they first told you. Gotta take another look at Earth, 'cause it doesn't move. Look across the oceans, look across the land, and please, if you see that curve, can you tell it where I am? They'll try to tell you stories you need to understand. It's not round, it's just a big flat piece of land. Although it makes no sense, they say we're spinning round. How can this be true when my feet stay on the ground? 'Cause if one day you wake up and see that Earth ain't no ball, and you look in the distance and see there's no curve at all, I said try not to worry, as it does all who've been fooled. They've been ramming it down our throats since the first day you were schooled. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. Spaceman said, look, we're floating here. I said, I don't think so, dude. I see wires everywhere. You gotta watch your back, these comments lie to you. How can they go Mars when they can't even go the moon? So if one day you wake up and see that Earth ain't no ball, and you look in the distance and see there's no curve at all, I said try not to worry, as it is all who've been fooled. They've been ramming it down our throats since the first day we were schooled. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. When you look up in the sky, the sun goes round and round, not the other way round. The North Star has never moved, so how can we be spinning? Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe now you'll wake up and see the truth that's in your eyes, and know that all they've shown you is computer tricks and lies. You don't need gravity, all you need is density. On the earth that can't be moved, the earth that can't be fucking moved. Yeah.
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be aired, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to not high enough for the grass on night. Those clown shows running interference, not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature, and vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe it lies no more. Yeah. I won't believe it lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the epi party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah! I won't believe it lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe it lies no more. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah. I won't believe that lies no more.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers!
like that, man? Oh yeah, man, that's pretty far out, man.
It's like he understands the concept of relativism when he says, like, there are things that are not certain, but he doesn't understand it in the context of are the stars moving or not.
Right. So this idea gets brought into the conversation quite often. As you heard, JCC brought in this idea that you can't be 100% certain about anything. And as I proved to him that you can, he changed his statement to some things can be 100%, you can't be 100% certain. So this is the mental gymnastics that happen when people are confronted with the truth and they can't get around it. So they're trying to justify what they believe any way that they can.
I'll be right back.
At least he conceded. He didn't say he did, but at least he did concede.
Right.
Well, I mean,
we hope that people are honest. So that's
most people.
Well, I mean, it's sort of mental gymnastics. I think it's doing any sort of mental gymnastics to justify anything is always a bit of a dick move. If I apologize for swearing, but I do think it's a bit of a dick move. Which is why I think this whole thing is, complete nonsense. Actually, I think this is complete nonsense. To be honest, if I'm going to be honest right now, I'm only here for shits and giggles. I don't think that the Earth is flat, and to be honest, if there is a great degree of hypocrisy in saying that the Earth, that you talked about earlier about all this sort of mental gymnastics. Well, you do realize you are going through the very same mental gymnastics you are, and again, hypocrisy. I look at your rules, and you're talking all about proper debating standards or whatever. What the hell does that all mean when you're just going to, talk over people? The man didn't even get to finish his sentence, and you just went, "Ooh, no, wrong." It's complete bollocks.
We're not going to let people continue with. We're not going to let people continue with logical.
More about 1 second. 1 second. First of all, I want to know what this hypocrisy is. You're talking about hypocrisy. What specifically?
Hypocrisy. No, I use the word hypocrisy. I think.
How about we say?
What I'm trying to say.
Let me say this really quick. I want to get something specific because people can complain in big, wild generalities about virtually anything. Yeah, and it's waste of time. Okay. So can we be a bit more specific? Because I can call you names, but let's be specific.
All right. Well, let's go to talking earlier about when JCC brought up some what was it that you can't just disprove everything. I can't remember the exact thing. I don't tune into these things generally. I don't want my brain cells to completely die. But
See,
I think,
hold on.
Okay, hold on.
No. I'm going to say this really quick, and I'm out. We're looking for a certain level of intellectual honesty.
Intellectual honesty. If we're looking for intellectual honesty, well, here's my intellectual honesty. I think
but let's not divert from what Crypto asked. I'm sorry.
Why do you think that?
We're diverting right now. Crypto asked a question, and I think we need to hear the answer to that. Thank you.
In the sense that you're being hypocritical is that you claim to be some sort of haven for safe debate or whatever, and yet you ban people who don't disagree with you.
Because they're not intellectually honest. This is what I'm just saying.
He's actually just made a statement it's actually further than dishonest.
Okay.
You've actually just lied.
Okay.
We've never ever banned anybody here for simple disagreement.
Okay.
That's never happened. So can you retract that statement, please?
Did someone get banned?
Okay, here's the thing, right?
So Hugs, you just lied. If you're going to lie, dude, you can't carry on because you just lied. You need to retract that, or you can't continue. Simple.
My God. Okay. Do your rules not prohibit talking? Trying to maintain some sort of order. Trying not.
They also prohibit filibustering. I just want you to specifically address this. You've just said that we ban people who disagree. This is a flagrant lie. Can you please retract it?
Okay. Well, I will retract that after you tell me what intellectual honesty means to you.
I mean, intellectual honesty has a very obvious and objective definition. I don't need to define it for you. But sure, being honest with regards to intellectual subjects, intellectual honesty.
There's another word for it. It's lying.
Okay. Isn't that... intellectual... I
By the way, JCC's in the chat. JCC's in the chat. He wasn't banned.
Hilo. Why are we trying to discuss what this means? How do you not understand what intellectual honesty means? Why are you trying to explain your way out of adhering to this?
Okay. I'll tell you what because intellectual honesty, you know what it means? The only thing I thought about was intellectual honesty as in, some sort of weasel word that you guys use to try and ban and create an I mean, seriously, you have an admin who...
I was about to say we have an echo chamber.
Can I have a conversation with this guy?
He was about to say it, but he stopped.
Because I wanted to address the echo chamber.
He wasn't banned. He left.
Can you just find echo chamber, please?
Go ahead, Crypto.
No, Hugs hasn't been banned or left. Hugs, please define echo chamber.
Echo chamber, that's really simple. I think echo chamber is actually what you guys think it is. It is a place where people all sort of congregate and have their ideas kind of tossed back at them, echoed back at them. Talking to other people when you have your ideas. You talk about, for example, if you go on social media, you have algorithms that tailor to your taste and creates an echo chamber. That's
somebody watched that movie.
Okay, so can you please tell me then? This is a conversation. I'm asking questions. You're answering. Please don't filibuster. I feel like you've answered this question. We can move on now. Can you please tell me? Can you please tell me why you don't live in an echo chamber yourself? By that definition.
Because I bothered to do my own research.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the definition of an echo chamber. Let's define echo chamber objectively. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions. Why are you talking over me? I let you talk for a very nice long time. Please afford me the same. Okay, an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Would you agree with this definition before I continue?
That was the definition I stated, so I don't...
Okay, well, it's close enough. We agree with the definition. Now, this fits you better than it fits anyone in here, right? Here's why. When you go out in the world, you listen to the media, they reinforce your worldview. You go to school, they reinforce your worldview. You go to college, they reinforce your worldview. You put on the news, they reinforce your worldview. You talk to your friends, they reinforce your worldview. In fact, where do you even go that isn't an echo chamber for your current worldview?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
That's it. It's only in here. So actually, the definition of echo chamber, I haven't finished. When I've finished, I will shut up and you can talk for as long as you like. The definition of echo chamber fits you better than it fits us, objectively.
I don't think that's objective.
We all have to live in the same world. We're all subjected to the same crap that you are, but we don't believe all the crap.
Calm down. Yeah? You talk. Okay, I don't think in any way that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord deserves to be afforded any level of exceptionalism in terms.
We don't need your opinion, thankfully. About being accepted. So whether you kick rocks or you stick around, it doesn't really matter one iota, right?
But what standard? Man, anyway, he thinks that I'm lobbying for exceptionalism. That's another lie. What I'm trying to do is define echo chamber and show you that you fit the definition of living in an echo chamber. And you don't accept it, even though it's objectively true.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Is he concerned trolling for everyone? It sounds like he's concerned trolling for everybody.
I want to see how far he's going to go with this, because it seems to me like he has something's gotten under his skin.
Going, please.
See, JCC's got.
Let him talk, and we'll see where it's going.
Yeah, well, hang on. JCC has gotten under his skin because he heard his rebuttal to speaking in here, so now he's got a chip on his shoulder, thinking he's going to come in here and try to say something. But I really don't think he's going to. He's going to continue with this monologuing of how his feelings are and so forth. And I don't care. If you have no evidence to bring forward to the table about the shape of the Earth, then why are you speaking?
Because someone's feelings got hurt.
Right.
Somebody's butt hurt.
Right. That's what it is.
That's
pointing out the obvious.
Okay, well,
red, big,
2 points.
Pink booty.
have 2 points to make. First of all, I find it extremely ironic that I got told to shut up because I was supposedly.
All right. Does this have to do with the shape of the Earth or your feelings?
Fucking guy.
Get him out of here, man. Get him out.
And well, second of all,
let's talk about the shape of the Earth. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth.
You guys are talking about.
We don't want to hear about your feelings, Hugs. We don't care about them. We want evidence of the shape of the Earth.
He needs hugs. That's what he needs.
I would quite like Hugs to. I would quite like Hugs to actually address my specific point. That's why I was shutting up for.
Hugs, I'm offering you a hug right now, buddy.
These are not. This is not the standard of debate I would expect from such a place.
I don't care. Can you address my question?
We live on a ball.
I made a specific point. Can he please address the specific point so that we can move somewhere?
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to hear about everyone's feelings all the time. I'm not interested in everyone's feelings. I want to know why he thinks he's not in an echo chamber, even though he lives in an environment where his worldview is never changed. I want to know why you don't think you live in an echo chamber. What is special about you?
I've heard your question. I've heard your
Please
question.
go ahead.
I've heard your question. And just one more point, if you will let me.
Just answer the question, please.
Fucking. All right, well. Oh my god!
You want a hug before you get started? Can I give you a hug?
If you give me a second to read,
you'd probably be better off just listening
from your overbounding stupidity.
Spiraling, brother.
How do you know he's stupid?
Spiraling.
He could have a super high intelligence. You don't know him.
Okay, so you called me stupid because you don't like the. The answer is obvious. The answer is obvious in that you also live in one. You don't want to say that. That is true, and it fits the definition objectively. Yeah, but you don't want to say that. But that's fine because I'll say it for you. You live in an echo chamber, but that's not a problem because even if you live in an echo chamber, your worldview might still be correct. Yeah, that's not a problem really. What matters is whether your worldview has evidence.
I don't think they understand what an echo chamber actually is.
No, they don't.
No, and I think that's when he said echo chamber, that's when crypto jumped on him, and that's what it was because he didn't.
Yeah, because the very fact that you're expressing an opposite position debunks the fact that it's an echo chamber.
If you can say echo
they don't
chamber,
even realize
it's
that.
not an echo chamber.
Exactly.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but...
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done. Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh. Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm sorry. I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yep, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very,
so you're
very, very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original, like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not, wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be, because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference, you said you know, between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct...
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation, I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things you're usually your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already by default you're already
just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to this
We don't
degree.
believe,
I just explained to you something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so what the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, that's where you begin, because that's the observation. That's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have planes. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was?
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received your claim is wrong. You're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now, I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have done is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? When we're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro. What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to
mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing.
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Isn't it kind of interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. It's none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. It's not even the same thing. When they say, oh, this is just the simplification and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, why'd you lie to me? And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, oh, okay, I guess you're right? No, dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? People want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum. You took with you. Whatever you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction, then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel, because I know what people, like normal people, respond with, and okay, so obviously you can look, and then people will say, oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere, but it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, look, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunked website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. and then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
it hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in, so.
Yeah,
well, I mean, you can, hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? You said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that out loud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to like render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is kind of ironic.
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model.
I can explain the three-body problem really well.
They model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah.
Let me know if you guys need an explanation of the three-body problem.
That would insinuate that this model craft is flying, at least in a straight path.
You see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro. Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You can try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise, yes. I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, you know, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote-unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight. Weight or load. I don't remember.
On a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly, right? It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry, I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody, so could you
when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off,
That's kind of a red herring. But let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to, at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay,
but it doesn't make sense.
Like for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
then why that's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing can explain the ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So, at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to
account for? I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'm just asking why one would believe that. It's like so many different. You can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have. "Quote unquote" flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said, but I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what he
clearly
did say,
made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where that
would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are 4 forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those 4 forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't.
And how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes, is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
Oh my God! I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So, no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all 4 forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about...
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that. Mm-hmm. When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do,
mm-hmm.
as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away,
mm-hmm.
is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
how long
follow?
It flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to say
anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not going to fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
you would be gaining elevation.
You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't.
And a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
it doesn't really
right?
depend, because you can use the example of just say zero altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using zero altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Can somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles?
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way,
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone Black Swan me.
Please, something.
All right, Black Swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the Black Swan coming up, all right? We're going to go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and 1 point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they'll be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a sea mile is bigger of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautic mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. Mm-hmm. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just... Light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just, you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's not. Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see her feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it.
Yes. There is no organization on Earth.
We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And there is no organization.
We've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Yeah.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now, we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves. Right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system.
So without an atmosphere, you should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That
No,
without an atmosphere and without...
Well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's no...
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Look, can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
And this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and.
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all depends.
Yes, that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. That's so. Obviously, the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue, looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is, of course, horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with streetlights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon's further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon's closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now, on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you what did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because.
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote-unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that the
I mean,
lights...
it still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not second.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift. And they constantly have to fluctuate it. And then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So it's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's just a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere, and so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest
if I can just get in there,
you need to hone in on that
I'd
radius.
like to make a comment.
You can go test it for
Can you hear me? I'd like to make a comment.
Right. So,
I'd like to just make a comment.
Provably.
Can anybody hear me?
They lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real. Provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So
if I can get in there just a little bit there, Wizfit.
Anyway, right? So.
Yeah. Can I get in there, Wizfit? Can I get in there just for a couple of seconds?
This has been kind of enlightening.
Yeah. Can you hear my voice, mate? Jin CBR1 here. Can you hear me?
Back and look at old videos.
Can you hear me?
Especially
Jin CBR1.
Other countries like Russia.
Yeah, Jen, the bot. Jen, listen.
It's so bad.
The bot is playing past episodes.
You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
I thought it was the real thing. What's going on here, man?
Don't worry, Jen. I've debated the bot as well.
No one's speaking.
Thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered or triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. it just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for, I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
People have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually, it's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I'll try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Well, thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't stay longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Yeah, good job there, Austin. I think initially the guy was coming in to not necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our arguments have validity, right?
Dang,
Yep.
I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. But what happened in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here, right? Is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
What actually brings you here?
What actually brings me here is the idea of trying to understand different perspectives. I'm not saying that I believe one way or another, but I want to see the evidence that would want me to go this direction.
Okay, so your question would be... Sorry, I was just going to say, your question would be, what's the evidence for the Earth being flat? But I'm sure Crypto's got something.
100%. What is the evidence that shows the Earth is flat instead of being round?
That's the wrong question. The right question is what? Okay, well, let me give you a really good question. What's the best base axiom to start from when pursuing knowledge on this subject?
Place of non-biased.
Okay, so that's actually impossible, but let's go with that. So,
I mean, that's the best place.
No, but
where do you
there's no human is capable of being unbiased. That's just not possible.
I know.
Regardless, okay. But let me just take him to.
What are you going to prove with a non-biased axiom anyway?
Let me just take him to the start. Let me take him to the start, and then we can move from there. Okay, so what would you say? How do you interact with the world?
I perform my daily activities and duties while trying to better my position in the social.
Yes.
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so would you say that you see things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and do you hear things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you know I'm going with this. Would you say, therefore, you use your senses in order to interact with the environment that you currently exist in?
100%.
Perfect. Okay, so when you use your senses,
may I just ask who you are? Because I actually really like the way you're approaching this.
Okay, I'm Crypto.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So when you use your senses, do you detect any motion within your environment?
Yes.
Okay. What motion do you detect?
I have a fan on right now, so I detect the movement of air.
Okay, fine. So not a fan. I'm talking about of the environment.
Is the
environment itself moving?
Oh, I mean, technically, yeah, because I'm in an enclosed capsule in my house, so yeah, the air is moving, and I've felt like earthquakes and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
like hurricanes and.
We're not talking about earthquakes. We're talking about the entire Earth moving from point A to point B. Can you detect?
Oh, do I feel the Earth moving from point A to point B? No.
Yes. Okay. So, would you say that that's a good base axiom to start from, that the Earth isn't moving?
I'm not sure. The reason why is like when I fly on a plane, right? I feel the vibrations of the plane, but I don't feel myself moving from point A to point B.
Okay, but that's not. I'm not talking about planes.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm extrapolating your idea. It's like, I don't feel the Earth moving. No, not at all.
Okay, fine.
But, like,
I'm not saying that that's evidence of anything. I'm not saying it's evidence of anything. What I'm saying is that we're talking about axioms, not evidence, right?
Can you define axioms for me?
I mean, I could give you my own personal definition, but it's probably better to give you the dictionary definition. So, I mean, an axiom is
something that is self-evident.
Yeah, so it seemed to be self-evident. Now, if we just make sure statement representing
water's level.
Yeah, fair enough. Close enough. So as an axiom, I would suggest that the Earth isn't moving because I don't detect any movement. Right, my senses are pretty good at detecting movement. I know that because I've travelled in cars, travel in planes, travel in trains, and I always know I'm moving. Right? So
can I just ask a question about the planes? Because this is a point that I want to develop and just understand, right? Like, the plane, I don't feel the air moving, right? When I look out the window and I'm over the ocean, I don't see anything moving, right? I don't feel as though I'm going 500 miles an hour. So,
are you telling me when you're in a plane, you don't see things moving underneath you?
Over the ocean, like when I'm over the ocean in the night sky, flying from Philly to Portugal. Right? And it's a cloudless night. There's no reference, or if it's just black outside, there's no reference to.
But that's because there's no reference.
Right. That's so I'm saying, like, right. So in that,
moving.
Right, but I don't feel myself moving. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
I've traveled in plane for 15 years. I always feel myself moving in a plane.
Okay.
It blows my mind when people say they can't feel the movement in a plane.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. If you stand up on a plane even at night time and you are to walk from the back of the plane to the front, opposed to walking from the front to the back, you will feel a difference in the inertia.
And also, you're actually in a container. So, that's probably one of the main reasons you don't feel it as much.
Okay, but we're just establishing axioms at the moment, right? So let's stay with the axiom and then we can go forward. Because I never say that this is like full evidence of anything. It's just where you start from. So for me, it's pretty obvious that you start from the fact that the Earth isn't moving. And if you find evidence to the contrary, then you can consider it. You can say, is this true? Is this false? You can look at it later, right? So for me, it's self-evident that the Earth doesn't move. And for me, it's self-evident that there is no curvature anywhere. Now,
why is it self-evident?
Well, because I've never seen the Earth curve.
Okay.
So we start from that basis.
Unless you've seen the Earth curve.
So if we're starting from the basis of the Earth doesn't move and it doesn't curve, who has to bring the evidence to the contrary?
I don't know who would have to bring the evidence.
The person making a claim counter to the axiom. Right? So, where is your evidence that the Earth is in fact moving?
Horrible.
The evidence would be the seasons.
No.
Why would that be evidence of the Earth moving?
Well, because what it's showing is that as the Earth travels around the sun.
Hold on. Before you start telling us a story, right? Before you start working your presuppositions of the Earth being a ball at a distance from the sun and it orbiting around the sun in this place called space. And because of the tilt of this ball, this is why we've got seasons. Because of all of those presuppositions, we're just down here on the Earth with base axioms. The Earth isn't moving yet. We're trying to find that movement. You're saying seasons. Now, what would you say causes the seasons, things to be hot and cold? Would that be the light source and heat source in the sky that seems to spend longer in areas where it's hotter and not as long in areas where it's colder for seasons? So being as it appears that the sun is moving, I mean, unless we can prove the Earth is, as at the moment just standing here on the flat stationary Earth, isn't it easier to understand that it's probably the sun that's causing it to be hotter and colder?
Yeah, it is the sun that's causing it to be, well, in the model that I believe currently, or as I understand it.
That's a lot better. I appreciate that.
It's the distance that is the distance between Earth and the sun. So the sun is always producing the same amount of energy, but it's a distance. Yeah. So it seems like you and I are saying the same thing, but we have different models.
Yeah, so the sun is still closer for those areas on the flat stationary Earth for the summer, and it is further away from those areas of winter. And that depends on the sun moving between its northern path, the Tropic of Cancer, and southernmost path in the Tropic of Capricorn. And when it rebounds between these two areas throughout the year, you get your seasonal cycle, not just your day and night, but your seasons too. that's standing here on that it's not proof that the Earth is moving, because we can just point to the sun and saying the sun's causing that to happen.
So, like, what you're saying is, if the equator is the midline, right?
Yeah,
you're saying
for the
that.
sun.
What?
For the sun, yeah.
You're saying that in your model, the sun will move a few degrees above or a few degrees below the equator in terms of the angle to change the seasons.
Inwards across the plane of the Earth towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer for the summer season in the north, and then winter in the south. 3 months later then for 3 months it travels south and hits the equator, and then 3 months more, so a total of 6 months later, it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, giving summer to the south and winter to the north because of the sun's proximity. It is closer.
And that's what you observe in the sky as well. So going back to trusting our senses and base axioms, we see the sun move. We don't see or feel the Earth move. So why assume that the Earth's moving and the sun's staying still? It's literally the opposite of what you actually see.
I have trouble believing that exact thing, because like the what immediately popped in my head as you said that is that, like, if there's two cars moving together at the same speed, it may not look like they're moving because they're not separating from one another. If one car starts to drive faster, even though both cars are going a certain speed, one car increases its velocity, then it looks like only one car is moving, even though both cars are moving.
Yeah, but that's one frame of reference. What if you look up, though, away from those two cars that are next to each other, you're going to see that they are, in fact, in motion. Your senses, your internal equilibrium is going to tell you, your balance equilibrium is going to tell you are in motion. You don't just rely on one frame of reference and one sense for one thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't just say that you only saw the sun move, you also do not see or feel the Earth move. So to assume that all of those things are the opposite is frankly absurd.
So based on your analogy, you're basically standing on a parked car, watching another car drive by you.
Yeah,
and assuming that your car is moving and the other one's still.
Exactly.
So, when you start pointing... Sorry, go on. No, you're fine, buddy.
Real quick, the point being is that say the two of us have lived in a cave our whole life, and we just go outside for the very first time, and we both observe the sun and the stars and the moon going from east to west every day. And I say, oh, well, that's because we're stationary and everything's moving around us. Look, see? You could say, well, no, it's because, we're moving, everything else is stationary. One of the two of those things could be right. We understand what you're saying. Now, we say it's self-evident that we're just literally standing here doing nothing. We don't observe any emotion, or we don't detect any motion, and we see that it's observed flat. Then you say that's because we're a giant sphere and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and going 100,000 miles an hour in this direction and 100 million miles an hour in this other direction, and all of these you're making all of these other claims based on the same exact observation, and you don't have any data to back up your claim other than, well, that's just what we were all taught in school. We say it's self-evident that it's flat and not rotating because it's not. We don't observe it to be. If you say that there are these movements and motions, it's up to you to prove that. Yeah? Does that make sense?
And I'd like to add as well that you said that you were going to look at this from a non-biased view. And the reason it's impossible is because as soon as you're coming up with things that contradict what you see and experience in real life, you immediately go into the indoctrination that you already know that, to see two trains moving, that don't mean we're moving, or, the seasons of the summer, they're still creeping in. These answers are still creeping in. You need to look at it solely from what you see, what you experience, and what you can tell. Only things that you're going to change your mind at is the education that you've been given. For example, I look at the sun, I look at the moon, they look about the same distance away from each other, from me, sorry. But the only reason I believe the sun is 93 million miles away is because I've been taught that. So if somebody said to me, without me being taught that, how far is the moon? I mean, how far is the sun? I'd say it's probably about as far as the moon, because that's what my senses tell me. My senses don't tell me it's 93 million miles away.
Right. I mean, it's the same. Like, if you say that you make all these claims, and then the obvious axiom of well, if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, why don't we fly off in all directions? Well, because there's this thing, gravity. Oh, well, can you show it to us? Well, I can't demonstrate it, but it's happening. Okay, cool. So, but we're definitely curving. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's too big, but believe me, it is. Okay, but we are spinning. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's all relative, but trust me, it is. Okay, you're 0 for 3, and these are things that. Do you see the pattern that emerges here, or do you see how, especially when you said you can't be biased, like you said? Do you see the problem?
I never said that I am capable.
No, you said let's look at it in a non-biased fashion.
I'm looking at it.
No, he said that was his aim, to be fair, yeah. I mean, I don't think he was saying that he was unbiased. I think he was just aiming to be unbiased. So, yeah, to be fair, I don't think he meant what you said.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, you're right, Chris.
No, I just meant one thing we have to look at it. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah.
Let's Crypto bring it back.
Yes. Oh, fuck's sake. I think give me a... Oh, yeah, that's it. I had a thought the other day, and I've been dwelling on it more and more. And obviously, when we say gravity, right? So gravity is things falling down, right?
Yeah.
I was asking the other guy.
Oh, okay.
It's the yellow guy. Is he there?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So gravity things falling down. So explain the helium balloons.
It's a gas much lighter than the surrounding atmosphere, and it's concealed in a container.
So is gravity involved there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so gravity's involved when things go up and when things go down. When the moon goes across the sky, what's happening there?
The moon, in my model, is in a homeostasis relationship with the Earth. And
caused by what?
It is traveling around the Earth and has centrifugal force, but is also being pulled into the Earth by Earth's gravitational pull, which has locked it in a stationary orbit.
And you witness all this.
No, okay, but let me finish my point. So this is the thing that I came to the other day, and I don't know why it never occurred to me. But gravity is responsible for things going up, going down, going left, and going right. How can one cause have 4 different effects?
Oh, gravity. So gravity doesn't really have to do with anything going
just snap the wand
up. Because what I was trying to say is that if something is going up, gravity is still a force, but the force projection is not pointing up; it's still pointing down. So the helium balloon.
But do you understand though that you're not observing any pull? You're not observing. So you say, okay, so gravity is a downwards force, as we're told. I know that's not even the current rhetoric. Whatever. That's what most people understand. Yeah. When things go up, that's also gravity. When things go to the left, that's gravity. When things go to the right, that's gravity. Can I finish? Let me finish. Can you not see how this is like a guy who hasn't done his homework, and the teacher's like, "Where's your homework?" And he's like, "The dog ate it." And it's like, okay, that was the excuse yesterday. That was the excuse the day before. It's just an ad hoc explanation. It doesn't actually mean anything.
Monkey, welcome back to our server, buddy. It sounds like you're quite interested in the flat Earth subject. So have you got any conversations or questions you want to have, my friend?
Nothing that I can think of right now.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
If I think of something, I'll let you know.
No problem.
That was your.
What did you learn about last time? What'd you learn about last time you were here?
Last time I was here, everyone was just talking about what's it called? Masonry and stuff like that. And so I kind of got uncomfortable.
Okay, so you didn't actually get to hear about...
I didn't get to hear about Flat Earth. Anything about that.
Black Swan.
Okay, buddy. So it sounds like you're really new to the Flat Earth. How long have you been looking into it, or did you just fall into our Discord server by happenstance?
I just fell in, and I was just trying to figure out, like, because, like I was telling you yesterday, like, the school system taught me that, like, the Earth is round, and I just was looking in to see, like, the other side, the other viewpoint.
Okay, buddy.
Perfect.
What I'll do is I'll start you off, then I'll open it up to the rest of the room. But when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're describing the surface that we walk on, no, the Earth. So the Earth, to you, me, and everybody else, always looks flat. However, we've also come to measure the Earth over vast distances of water and found no curvature. And we also use the Earth practically as a flat stationary plane. But ultimately, the first place that you should really look would be into long-distance observations, because the claim is that we see too far. We see further than the prediction of a curved Earth, for example.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to take this away? I'm making coffee at the moment because I've got to stay up.
We can't see over the curve of the Earth, but we do. Next.
Yeah, because, like, say you're standing on top of, like, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. How wouldn't you be able to see both ends of the flat Earth?
Because you've only increased your field of view by so much. Right, if you're standing on the floor, you can only see so far. You go climb a tree, you can see further. Get to the top of the Burj Khalifa and you can see miles. It's like getting into an aeroplane. You can see a lot. The only reason for this is because you've increased your angle of view above the surface you are looking across.
No, I don't think that's what he's going for here. You can see the stars, right? And you've been told that the stars are trillions and trillions of light years away, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that would entail and let you kind of come to the conclusion that you can see for trillions of miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably your first problem of why you might think that you could see all the way across. You can't, because those lights up there, they're not trillions and trillions of miles and light years away. They're just right there. And you have a limit to your vision. Why do you think you need a camera?
That's true, yeah.
All right, so seeing across it all the way, even if you were on the Burj Khalifa, seeing the whole thing is not going to happen.
All right.
Anybody else?
You covered it, but
Yeah. The term line of sight. You know, have you ever heard of that? Line of sight.
Briefly, yes.
Yeah. Just like a straight line, So put it on a ball, right? Put a ruler on a ball. You know what I mean? And we're seeing things we shouldn't see because there's a size to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So once you understand that, like, you can't. There's no other arguments that can really be brought forward until this curve or lack of curve has been dealt with. So it's flat until someone proves it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that those are the facts. You see it to be flat. You experience it to be flat. When you become a radio man, telecommunications, they're going to teach you to assume that it is flat. If you become a pilot, they're going to tell you to assume that it is flat. A surveyor, to assume that it is flat. I mean, it's pretty much flat. You know what I mean? So the ball is what we don't have evidence of, except for what we see on TV.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you by chance know at all how fast Earth in the model that you were taught is spinning?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, well, it's 1,041 miles an hour. So do you feel like right now that all of us in this room are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, roughly?
It doesn't feel like it. No.
Does the Earth act like it is moving?
Well, if the Earth wasn't spinning, then we wouldn't have the day-night cycle, right?
No, because that can be just a light overhead moving. Because that's what we see, isn't it? We see the sun come from the east, goes over your head, and goes to the west.
Yeah,
so that's the sun moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like the curve, right? You'll see the sun moving. You don't feel like the Earth is moving, right? Because it just isn't. What you see is the sun is moving, the moon is moving, and the stars are moving. You don't have any evidence of you spinning and causing what you see in the sky. It's the same thing. You know what I mean?
It's more of the paradigm of looking at it like, for a long time, things kind of have been complicated, but that's kind of the goal that we want to go for some reason makes us feel smart. But if you really look at it, the simpler answers tend to make more sense. I mean, do you see the sun in the morning in the east and literally see it go across the sky to the west?
Yeah.
Why can't you just say that the sun's moving then? Because that's literally what's happening in front of you.
Okay, that does make sense.
Right? Sometimes the simpler answer, I mean, it's scary, but I mean, sometimes the simpler answer just makes more sense.
But now that you've come that far, right? Like, really, when you really think about it, you can't just stay with curvature, because without curvature, there is no spinning ball. So you don't even have to worry about spin. But, now that you have the explanation, that makes sense, okay. But that was kind of the, like, first is it a ball, and then you ask the question about it spinning. You know what I mean? But as long as it's not a ball, as you can't find evidence for a ball, like all this spinning, looking up, seeing the stars, all those other excuses or explanations don't matter or irrelevant. So all you need is curvature, and then you can move on to spin or gravity or all these other theories that rely on the Earth to be a globe, a sphere. Not even evolution exists. I mean, evolution is not a thing anymore as long as you don't have curvature.
Evolution, what's that?
Yeah,
right.
What's that?
I mean, you have it's a new world pretty much to discover.
Monkey, do you know the natural physics of water? What happens to water when it's contained?
I do not know.
Well, if you've got, say, a cup of coffee, for example, on the top of that liquid, it's level across the surface, isn't it? If you've got a bath or a swimming pool, it is level from end to end. Because when you contain water, when it's resting, apart from the ripples and the waves, it is level from end to end. Now, there has to be curvature over water. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and gravity, whichever type of gravity you use, is pulling everything to the centre of it. And the most sphericity, spherical nature, curvature, should be found over water. But you know as well as anybody else does that when you contain water and it's resting, then it is level upon the surface. Now, this is observed when you're looking at a large body of water, for example, like a large lake or the seas and oceans of the world. They are lying level. Obviously, they've got ripples and tides and waves and so on, but the natural dynamics of water is to remain level upon the surface when contained. So what we should be able to find if we're looking for a ball is curvature over water. And we should be able to find this at a rate. That rate or calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. So we should easily be able to observe curvature and be able to measure curvature over vast distances of water. But we never see it, and we most definitely never measure it. So water is probably one of the things that will lead you in the direction of understanding the flat Earth, because we're not even making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface that we're on, the ground level, right? And the Earth is observed and measured to be level over vast distances of water. The water isn't curving, my friend.
All right. I have one more question.
Go for it, mate. Go.
So, say you're in Australia, right?
Yeah.
And say it's June.
Mm-hmm.
It's winter, correct?
Yeah. So you're going to be talking about seasons.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
in how different northern hemisphere. Say like you're in the globe Earth.
Yeah.
The northern hemisphere in June would be summer, but the southern hemisphere would be like winter. How does that?
Okay, so we've just understood that the day and night cycle can be caused by the sun as it goes over and ahead. Now that's our predominant source of heat and light. Now, do you know what the tropics are? The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer.
I do not.
Right. So the Tropic of Cancer would be the sun's northernmost path, and the Tropic of Capricorn would be the southernmost path. They're the two things either side of the equator. Right? Even within the heliocentric model, these are what those things are. What we have is we have a circling sun overhead around a central north point, it seems. You know, north where our compasses point. So it's a bit like circumnavigation, going east to west and around a circle. But what the sun does, or what the sun appears to do, is when it's summer in the north, say in the northern hemisphere, to use your words, but in the north, the sun is circling the innermost circle. That would be the Tropic of Cancer. It then crosses over the equator and then over to the Tropic of Capricorn. And then it circles around the Tropic of Capricorn, giving summer to the south, or the outer, and winter to the north, or the inner layer. So it's dependent on the circle of the sun. Go on, bud.
Can you tell them about the small and local sun?
Well, yeah, because if the Earth, as we have described it to you, is level upon the surface, then the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. This is observed when we were talking about the day and night cycle and the sun coming from the east and going to the west. So the sun is, although I don't know the size and I don't know the distance to the sun, I would assert that the sun is much closer than it is 93 million miles away, because that would put it in space, and we can talk about space in a minute. But ultimately, the light above our head is much smaller and much closer than what we've been told. So this is how we have a small... Go on, bud.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun? You ever thought about that?
That's to you, Monkey.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun?
Yeah. The sun is just this light, that's lighting the surface of the Earth, which means the Earth is much, much bigger than the sun.
Are you in live stream one voice text, buddy? Can you see some of the images that are going by?
Yes, I am in that.
Okay, so what we've got is an image by Fox Agent at 51 minutes past the hour, which is kind of what we are trying to describe. You see the central point, that's north, mate. That's where your compasses point to. And you will walk around in a circle east to west, and that's how you circumnavigate. This is pretty much the same as what the sun does, and all the lights in the sky that come from the east and go to the west. Around Polaris, right, that star in the sky that never moves. And the sun will go inwards towards the centre and then outwards away to the circumference edge. And this is how we get our seasonal cycles, because it's dependent on the locality of the sun. When the sun is circling outwards, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. And then the sun goes back into the north, circles around the Tropic of Cancer, and it's summer in the north and then winter in the south.
And
okay.
And did you know Polaris doesn't move? Did you know there's a star at the north that doesn't move, that everything rotates around, all the stars move around in the sun? It's called the North Star. Yeah. Which means, what's an expanding universe? How can it be an expanding universe? But that's where the compass points, eh?
I mean, if I was to describe the flat Earth to you very simply, it would be easier to describe it as the Earth, the ground that we walk upon, is the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. I don't want you to think that we think the Earth is a disk flying in space, because that most definitely is not what we understand. But it's easier to describe that the Earth is the floor, and when you look up, the stars and lights are in the sky. And up is the same direction to everybody, not outwards from a radial point, as in when I point up and somebody in Australia points up, we're pointing in different directions. Now, we're all on the floor and we all point up and we all see the same things in the sky, and they are above all of us.
All right. I'm looking at the picture from posted by Fox Agent, and say you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
And how come you would have to fly east and west to go to different areas and not just north and south? Because you can just fly straight up to Russia, say, and just go straight north.
There is an exclusion zone, a no-fly zone around the central north point, around the North Pole. You're not allowed to cross over it. They'll give you ecological reasons and blah, blah, blah. But this isn't allowed to happen. So most navigation will work around that central north point, and we will go east to west.
All right.
And also,
they can't fly south. They can't circumnavigate south. They can't go down to the South Pole and come around the other side. That's never been done. And yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. Man.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have for today. Thank you for answering them.
It's no problem, Monkey. If you've got any more questions, no problem. You've got any more questions, buddy, you're always welcome to come back. You probably will have loads more, mate. No problem.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we're glad you stopped by.
Thank you.
Welcome to just hang out and listen if you want.
Alrighty.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Before I say anything, I want to clarify that I'm not a troll and I do not seek conflict. What I seek is complete understanding of what you're trying to preach and what you're trying to tell me. Now, I myself am a skeptical person. So when people tell me the information I haven't met or haven't checked by myself, I obviously start to question it. I questioned round Earth first and foremost, and now I'm trying to question your beliefs and your core ideologies when it comes to flat Earth.
Sure. Well,
yes. So,
have you met any flat earthers yet, or are we the first ones you've come across?
Discussed. I think you're the first one I tried to discuss with. Others were blatantly ignoring me. Met? Yes, I've met them. They're not very I don't know.
Well,
I'm not
really a friendly bunch in here.
Yeah.
So basically, what we talk about here, and the boys all jump in after me, is that we've got proof that the Earth isn't curved. We've got observations that show us that the Earth isn't curved. So which guy wants to jump in? Go for it.
I got it. Hey, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Not a ball, but an egg-shaped. Yeah.
An ellipsoid, oblate, spheroid.
Egg-shaped.
Are you aware that what she just said is the case? That every observation that we ever find shows that there is no curvature. That we've disproven the claim of curvature deduced on the radius that they say.
Okay, but how would you do that?
All right, go ahead and do it. Have you ever heard of the Have you ever heard of the Black Swan?
No.
Have you seen the videos of the Nikon P900 guys?
No.
Go and check out some of the. You probably trouble finding some, but look at the P900 infrared, and there's no way they can film that far into the distance and still see mountains like 400 miles away.
Just look at the picture that was posted in chat right now.
Too far.
Yeah, can you?
Which one?
5 feet observer height.
But in which channel?
Let me walk them through it. So, Arcade, do you see where live stream one, where you at? Right above it, there's a live stream one voice text that goes along with this. Click that.
Okay. Yes. Do
you see the picture that's posted, the one that says "bye-bye ball"?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so basically, you know there is a circumference, they tell us, of 24,901 miles, right? And with that, we get the radius, which is 3,959 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they tell us. Now, with that, we can deduce what should be the geometric horizon, meaning where the ball Earth should go down and away from you, right? Because it's the geometry of the ellipse. Okay, so we factor in the radius of 3,959 miles with the observer height, and then we can deduce how far it should. Now, this observation was taken at 1 foot. In this little meme here, we've actually given the given you, the globe Earth, 5 feet. Okay, and so when you factor in 5 feet, what the geometric horizon should be is no further than 2.73 miles. Okay, so that means that we should see a horizon of the physical Earth bulge at no further than 2.73 miles. As you can see in this image, we have 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 9 miles, and there's a horizon behind it. Okay, so there is no geometric horizon between us and 3 miles, but in fact there's a horizon beyond 9 miles, thus disproving the claim of curvature based on the metrics they gave us. You follow?
Yes, but at the same time, one question arises: when you're looking at the picture of a ball-shaped Earth from space, you are. Well, I mean, I'm only assuming. I'm not for sure, but I mean, what I've seen people say is that those pictures are fake. How are you certain that this image is not artificially shopped or anything?
Because it comes from a video.
Exactly. This is a still shot from a video, and there's more than one.
Can you see the JPEG up there?
Yeah, it's being replicated. Black swans are everywhere these days, so...
We call this a black swan because it's the death knell for the globe. It's pictures like this. It's a black swan photo for the globe.
So how many pictures from space, Have you actually seen that you can confirm how they were taken? No?
Yes. Well, I also wonder
how did you confirm? Like, did you
Let's
see
not move on
the
to
person
space.
with a camera go up there or something and single shot?
Well, considering there are satellites, it would be.
That's not what we're talking about.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We just want to keep up on the topic of Black Swan real quick so he gets to 100% before we move on to that. Go ahead, Woods or Jedi.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say evening, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Crypto.
Hello.
Doing well.
Okay, so
I just heard satellites, so I'm sure this is an interesting conversation.
We're trying to talk about oil rigs, buddy, but yeah, satellites. But yeah, if you want to go back to the Black Swan, buddy, that'd be awesome.
Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, but look, his counter argument for the curve was pictures from space. So we have
that doesn't work though, man.
No, that wasn't my counter. What I said was what I asked. Right.
I heard you. You asked, how can we prove this is legitimate? Okay, we
yes.
That it's actually from a video. I'm pretty sure the video has actually been posted right here. Okay, so there's a video where exactly. So this dude zooms in from a video from a 1 foot observer height from the beach. He zooms all the way in, and then we took a still shot of the video. And there's more than one video. Okay, so this is provable that it's authentic.
It's ground level.
Right. So now that we've established that it's authentic, do you know of a counter argument to the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
I would only assume no. To be honest, I do not know if it's a definite counter argument, but. If I don't know, someone could say that the distance is legitimately just not enough when we consider the size of Earth. We could say that it's not enough. You know.
This is what we're applying the mathematical model to. So, according to the mathematical model of a ball, given the dimensions that we are given, then the horizon must be a calculable distance away, dependent on the observer's elevation. Now, that works out for this particular image to about 1.23 miles away. That's where the geometric physical sagittare of the Earth should be. Now, as you can see, the horizon is past the second oil rig, and the oil rig is only there as a distance marker. So the horizon is plus 9.41 miles away. Geometrically, according to the mathematics of a sphere, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. So it's 10 times further away than it should be, according to the math of the ball. So it either completely disproves radius or puts us on a planet the size of Jupiter.
I see. That's interesting.
And sorry, just going to make the other point as well. When we brought this to you about 2 minutes ago, you said the images from space. This is a picture that's been taken down here on Earth, on the floor, something that you can go out and validate for yourself. Every single image, long-distance observation, you, the individual, can prove this to yourself. I doubt you can go to space and take a picture of the Earth.
Right. So very simply, we've proven, it's very provable and verifiable that NASA's not a very reliable source. The government lies. So what we've done is we've taken it into our own hands where we can go repeat and replicate and observe these things ourselves. Right. All right. It's not 1930. Get a computer. Why are you on a typewriter?
Right.
So are you understanding though are you understanding the geometry of the Earth is not really debatable. It necessitates there be a geometric horizon, and it necessitates a certain distance because of the imposed radius that they give us. That's what they tell us that the Earth is. And so if they've been to space and all this other stuff, they should know exactly what it is, right? So this is the numbers that we've been given. And Arwen, I'm about to come through the computer. All right.
Oh my God! Use some grease on them keys, bro.
He's playing Socket Rocket.
All right. Yeah, you can unmute him when he comes back.
I've done it.
Sounds like a Dell computer.
I enjoyed that.
At the same time, I don't want to seem ignorant, and I don't want to seem like a person who is ignoring all of your arguments. But I would like to say two things, and also I would like to say once again that I'm by no means trying to disrespect anyone here, but I would like to see the mathematical what do you call it? The problem, the solution itself.
Yeah.
Can we see that?
Well, to find the distance of the horizon on the ball It's 1.22 times the square root of your height above the ball. You want to see the derivation of the formula or whatever?
Yes.
And
this is an approximation.
Listen, you can get
it on Wikipedia.
You can get that from any survey book, civil engineering book, the geometric horizon and the distance to it. This isn't a flat Earth concept. It's taught in civil engineering, survey, geodetic survey, astronomical survey.
I am a software engineer. I don't do much of the civil engineering, but I understand your notion.
It's 1.22 times the square root of the height in feet above the surface to give an output of the number of miles to the horizon. So if you're 5 feet above the surface, the square root of 5 is like between 2 and 3 times 1.22 gives you a horizon for 5 feet. That's like 2 to 3 miles out with that math alone. And so if it's 10 miles out, you're going to need a bigger Earth because the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the height reduces down in the formula to 1.22 times the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth that you're talking about times the height in feet above the Earth divided by 5,280 feet for a mile. That's where the derivation comes from. I could point you to the Wikipedia page that goes through the derivation. It's something from the secant cosecant formula that's used to basically right triangles.
Here, Wizard Slayer posted the mathematical equation for the argument for the Black Swan as presented by Quantum Eraser.
And I guess it's important to maybe...
You can look up the formula, hold up. You can look up the formula and make sure the equation is in proper context, if you wish.
Right. And also, just so you know, what the Black Swan means is if you make the claim all swans are white, but then we go find a black swan, well, that disproves that all swans are right. So this is the globe Earth's black swan. This cannot exist for the Earth to be the globe they tell us that it is. So it's a death blow to the globe.
Right, and it's based on modus tollens, if P then Q. So if Earth is a radius sphere, then the equation for the horizon, if no radius square, no horizon, no geometric horizon, then no P. Earth isn't a radius sphere.
If you're looking for more information on like these type of measurements, like the Black Swan one is not presented to you right now, but there's another one that's more in depth too. That is a laser test. If you want, we can discuss as soon as you guys are done with the Black Swan. I'll go into FD core laser test.
It's under the Wikipedia entry for horizon. Go under distance to horizon for geometric modeling. It goes over the derivation in there.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're understanding the implications of this here?
Being you're a software engineer, accredited sources should be part of your repertoire, right?
True.
There you go. So I'll assume that you have a good quality of research, as if I know what academia requires.
It's a big problem,
I would try to create it. Yeah, right. Never mind.
Finished. I just wanted to add on that the Black Swan image is just compounding our argument that we've had for the last 5 years, and that argument is we see too far. The ball Earth has a prediction. We're on a curved surface, so things at distance should descend beyond the horizon, so we can't see them anymore. Flat Earth claim number 1, we see far too far. Long distance observations prove that there is no sphericity to the ball.
Right.
Actually, also, if you're looking to simulate this, someone's actually simulated it with Walter Bisland's software. So I can provide that link as well.
Please do.
Presets for flat Earth, globe Earth, everything is in there.
Yeah, the Black Swan argument, though, is the modus tollens. So the Black Swan is the fact that we show through the modus tollens that it doesn't have a radius or circumference. There'll be people who argue that, though.
This is a black swan. It shouldn't exist, but it does. All swans should supposedly be white. Well, back then, before they went to Asia anyway and saw black swans. It just disproves the globe.
That's a premise based on the modus tollens. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Then another question, if you don't mind. Why would the government...
Before you carry on, I'm just interested to know...
We can only guess at that.
the curiosity is killing me because I can't work out if you've got a Swedish, Dutch, or Bavarian accent.
Neither.
Please tell me. Where's your accent from?
You tell me.
Well, it's not English. There's definitely a lot of Dutch in there.
Maybe.
So you've definitely lived in Holland, but I don't know that you've lived there your whole life.
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't lived in Holland.
You haven't lived in Holland?
No.
Not sure about that. Where's your accent from, anyway?
Well, I'm Russian. Truth be told.
I don't believe that for a second.
Я русский, я серьезно, я тебе говорю, я русский. Я знаю русский язык.
You can't speak Russian.
Well, I'm telling you I'm Russian. Why else would I speak Russian? That fluently.
Lots of people speak languages for lots of reasons.
Oh, right, okay, so why would I learn?
I was just curious. It doesn't matter, really. Carry on.
Yeah, it really don't matter.
No.
What
was your question?
Sounds pretty Russian to me.
You said you had a question.
Well, my question is, why would government and why would NASA, why would government pay so much for NASA to lie? Plus, if that's the case, then why would they send, or even try to create those fucking fake experiments in 1979 and 1982?
Okay,
their record. Hold up, not 5 people at once. We can only guess at that, but people will offer you 1 million guesses if you ask that.
Yeah, we can study the liar. You need to study the liar to see what motivates him to lie. A lot of times, the adept liar will seemingly lie to gain control over the truth process. They'll tell little fibs to see what you'll buy, and then they'll work up and formulate their lies to better deceive you. But there are many other reasons we can speculate. Bad, incorrect maps have the potential to hide land with resources, people, and Lord knows what behind a bad map. That's number one. Number two, NASA may be getting money for nothing. Maybe they, went up there, found out that the space was not all that it was cracked up to be, there was a firmament up there keeping them from going that far, like some of the flat earth models appear to say, and they just kept on getting money for nothing. Maybe they're taking that money and redirecting it toward black projects, breakaway civilizations, weapons development, technology development, something else other than just pure space rocketry. The rockets appear to go up and curve to avoid
cinematography.
Yeah.
Hollywood.
And very simply,
they lead
very
that
simply,
shit. They build it. They make the rules.
Very simply, that's a speculative question. We do talk about that, right? But what we want to do first, if we're just being intellectually honest or responsible, is we're going to establish what we can prove or what is observable and we have evidence for. We're going to establish that, and then we'll go from there. So you can't reverse engineer it. Like if I can't figure out why they would lie, well then I'm going to just ignore the evidence. So right now we're presenting you with the evidence that disproves the globe Earth, and then you can go into the speculation of why they would lie.
Why is that?
Hold on, I posted the simulator for you so you can play around with that and ask questions as you see fit.
And why is such a difficult question? Because you need to know what motivates a liar. People are different things motivate them, number one. And number two, they have to be honest enough to confess what's motivating them. When you're dealing with things like deep evil, sometimes they'll hide the reasons that motivate them to be what they are so deep inside themselves, they can't even tell you what motivates them. And so it's up to you from afar to just, see how their behavior is consistently motivated. But, based off the way most governments and organizations, operate, money, avoiding embarrassment, or hiding something else usually are the go-tos.
So can we stick to that? We need some kind of concession or something with the actual evidence, right? We can't just skip past it. It's just dishonest.
What we need to do also is look at the claims. So first of all, we're told that we live on a ball. Okay, so we're looking for the ball at the moment. We're looking for it with observations and measurements. We still don't find any curvature, primarily over water. Second claim that this begging the question, shape of the Earth is moving, it's spinning and it's going in a direction around the sun. And the third claim is that we're going through space, which is a vacuum. And then the fourth bit will be gravity that keeps it all together. So we're looking for a ball that spins in space because of gravity. Those four claims must be proven some way or another. But unfortunately, all flat earthers here will agree with me that there is no ball, there is no movement, there is no space, and gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist?
No. Not in the way that you probably think that it does. i.e. the Earth is a ball sitting in space, and gravity is either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things, being as there's two, there's not one, those two things have never been scientifically proven, and one of them's a concept.
Yeah, gravity's a theory, that's right.
Right,
That's
very
not
true. And
scientific.
again, my man, can I just get you to? I know it's probably a lot, right? Can you just concede that this evidence here doesn't jive with the ball Earth claims of curvature? Can we get some honesty in here so we?
Well, truth be told, I'm still trying to figure things out and see through for myself. Your words and your affirmations, that's dandy, and I'm thankful, but I have to be absolutely 100% certain that what you're trying to tell me is true, and that comes from my own personal observations, what suits my own, not really suits, but what I understand within, what I jive with in
Well, that's
conjunction
cool.
with
That's
my
cool.
comprehension.
We encourage that, right? We don't want you just to believe us or whatever, but would you concede that if the math is correct, that
Then
we
yes.
told you? Yeah.
Then yes.
Okay. Well, I assure you it is, bro. But I encourage you to double check it. But yeah, so there you see why we're all here, because the math is correct, and we have observations like this where it's literally a death blow. It can't exist. It can't exist on the ball Earth.
So I'm going to drop I want you to take a look at real quick. This is another one of our best evidences for the flat Earth, or for at least disproving WGS84 model, right? Which is the Blades.
Before you go into that real quick, can I just say one more thing about the simulator? So what they've tried to do is recreate the situation where they could have the horizon block the image. And so they have that in video. Now, this calculator is not made by flat earthers. This calculator is made by someone by the name of Mick West. And the globe earthers use that to pretty much try to prove that you could recreate the image on a globe earth in a simulator. But the link that I gave to you pretty much shows what they use as proof of a geometric Earth. They're using planar geometry, and that's why you can tick the flat Earth option. Well, the flat Earth option is already applied with the simulator preset that's in the link that I gave you. But you can still play around with it, and the point is that it's possible. We see this way because this is exactly the way the reality works. They've hijacked what perspective is and called it Earth curve. So yeah, go ahead, Jose. I didn't want to take up too much.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through the FB core real quick. So do you see what I just posted? It's Ether 9000 bot posted something that says FB core experiment description final version. Do you see that link?
Yes.
I want you to click on that link and just save it. So you don't have to review it right now, but I'm going to give you a quick summary about it. Just save that link because that's the information that supports another flat Earth observation, in my opinion. So what these people set out to do was they went to do a bunch of laser tests over large bodies of water, right? Because the globe Earth model predicts that the most easiest place to measure some type of curvature would have to be over water, right? Since everything's getting pulled to the center of mass by gravity. So these people set out to Lake Issel, which is measurement 7, the one I'm discussing right now. That measurement was done in Lake Issel. I believe I forget exactly where that is, but it's called Lake Gisel. Anyways, so what they did was they put a laser, right, that is sitting about 2 meters of elevation above the sea level. And this laser is a 0.08 millirad. The millirad allows you to, pretty much calculate the spread of the beam, how much that beam will spread out through its distance. And at the longest distance target they had was about 25 miles. So the spread of that beam would probably go to 3 meters of width. So, all that's calculated in the PDF I sent you. Now, what these people set out to do is try to measure the WGS84 model for its accuracy, right? If it's even predictable, right? Now, they had a target that was 1.5 meters of elevation being shot by a target of 2 meters of elevation. And what they did was they did a horizontal pan, right? They had 3 targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers, 41 kilometers being the 25-mile distance one. And they were managed to actually do a horizontal pan and align all those targets with the laser. Now, the globe Earth model predicts that the shortest target that can observe the laser on a line of sight would have to be sitting at 90 meters of elevation. But these people are at 1.5 meters. So these 7 measurements show that the WGS84 model fails with predictions, and they actually aren't measuring anything close to the curvature what they should be measuring. It's very similar to the Black Swan in some ways, because if we were to actually apply what the radius would have to be for the observations to work, it's ridiculous. It is like, it makes the planet like 10 times bigger. So this is like, that's where it's relevant, right? Like, so we know that the math of the globe of the that's hidden cement, that 24,901 miles circumference with a radius of 3,959 is broken. It's destroyed. And if the circumference changes, you have to understand something. If it gets bigger or smaller, everything falls apart. Your gravity model falls apart. Your 15 degrees per hour fall apart. Everything of the model falls apart with just changing the circumference. So that's why it's like the most damning, nail in the coffin for the globe Earth, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles would be impossible if the surface between the laser and the target was curved. What Jose is pointing out is after 25 miles, the curvature is over 90 meters. But the target is only 1.5 meters in height, so there is direct line of sight between the laser and the target. A physical impossibility on a curved surface.
And sorry to interrupt you guys. And also, the American have this weapon they call the railgun. Now, that weapon fires a projectile, leaving the muzzle at Mach 7, hitting a target at over 120 miles away, hitting it, obliterating it at Mach 5. Now, that would be completely impossible within that distance, because there should be 2 miles of curvature, roughly, between the two, that distance. So,
Yes.
The railgun.
So Jin's pointed that out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it a little bit clearer. Long distance observations we see too far. Measurements over distances of water we measure no curve. The practical use, as in the militaries that Jin's just pointed out, is evident. The practical use of a flat stationary Earth is always relevant. You'd expect militaries of the world to use a curved surface if there was one. To their technology, if there was a curved surface, they wouldn't waste our fucking time. So long distance observations are practical measurements over distances of water, and the practical use of a level plane is in effect always. 3 things are demonstrably true, which they are, then the Earth can in no way be a spherical object.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't see a target at 120 miles or more, not from your position. To observe a target that's 120 miles away, line of sight targeting, that's just an impossibility on a globe of the dimensions that we are given, 24,901 miles in circumference. Ugh.
What we've also got down at the bottom of the Discord server is a place called Additional Informations, alphabetized A through to Z. There's a bit called long distance observations or observations. In there's observations that are done from about 1 inch, 2 inches above the surface of the water, and there are also ones that are using infrared cameras that go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface.
Yeah.
That's flat Earth claim number 1, mate. We see too far, and you said earlier you would have to see it yourself, right? Now, where do you see the curvature of the Earth? When do you ever see a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I myself don't. But neither do I see its flatness, because I do not see its edges. I had to travel.
Hold on. You can't see edges, right? Because flatness is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to shape. We also don't know the limitations, if there is any, because it could be infinite. We don't know the limitations to our environment, all right? So we're talking about the description of a surface at the moment. So long distance observations and primarily measurements over water show that the Earth is most definitely a level topographical plane.
Yeah, that's what we observe. That's what we experience. Yeah, we don't see the curvature. We do not experience this curvature that's supposed to be this globe that we're living on. And a true story here in Japan. Back in 2017, 3 Japanese hikers who tried for 25 years to get a picture of Mount Fuji from a mountain in the Fukushima area succeeded in 2017. And they were very proud of the fact that they were able to take a picture of Mount Fuji after 25 years of trying, and it made big news, okay? Now, unbeknown to them, they were proving that the Earth was flat. That was not mentioned in the article because everybody thinks we're on a globe. And I only knew of this event from my Japanese student, who is actually an English teacher herself. And she pointed it out to me thinking that this is proving the globe. I said, no, it is not proving the globe. It is proving that we can see long distances. 180 miles should be 4 miles of curvature.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
What's up? What's up? Who's here right now?
What's happening? It's Amish.
Hey, Amish. What's going on, man?
Just finishing up some work.
Nice.
Yeah, what's new with you?
Shoot, nothing. Another beautiful day.
Same out here. It's been very unusual.
Just got up a while ago because I stayed up till like 5 in the morning with the baller.
Yeah, I actually caught the tail end of that when I woke up. Oh, hey, round the clock coverage.
Yeah, exactly. they wanted to talk about evolution in here. So.
Oh, okay. Not the topic, but we're pretty good people to talk to about it, nevertheless.
Well, yeah, he got the business end of mayhem. That's what I have to say about that. Nevertheless, no globe proofsies, no evolution proofsies.
I talked to a guy in check-in this morning who was all worked up about the space herpes rule.
Really?
Yeah, he said it. Well, basically, not that he was worked up in the sense like, like he's triggered and stuff. Worked up as to why this would be a flat Earth topic. I said, because it's ridiculous, dude. It's just, it's silly, for them to come out with that story and then try to justify it with space. I talked about space aids also. Like somehow they're getting some sort of acquired immune deficiency syndrome by going to low orbit. And then I told them why it was funny because of the movie Ice Pirates and whatnot. I guess the guy's name was Spuds. He used to come around a couple months ago. I'm not sure if you remember him. I don't, so I just gave him VC verified.
I've seen the guy, but he's got an image of a potato on his avatar.
Yeah, he said he used to. We came here the first time. He said it was nothing but to troll, and then he got like kicked or whatever, and then now he's back. But this time he wants to be real about it, and he wants a second chance. I'm like, yeah, dude, you have to delete your account to get a second chance. I got it out of him because I kind of figured that he was back, from before. I go, you don't need to lie to me. If you've been here before, just tell me you've been here before. You don't need to try to pull the wool over my eyes. I can tell this isn't your first rodeo, dude.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, okay, I didn't know for sure if, yeah, dude, people come and go. I'd say on average, the first time someone comes here, they generally spiral out of control. Then, hopefully, they go back and reflect on that and then come back with a cooler head. So, yes, you can come back, okay?
Yep. It's, I want to say, almost typical for somebody to actually do that. Well, we won't deny them coming back. Like,
oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry, I thought I lagged there for a second.
Yeah,
my bad.
we won't.
Okay, let me reconnect, and I feel like I'm stepping on you. Let me disconnect and rejoin.
Hmm? No, you're not stepping on me, dude.
Oh, am I good? Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Maybe it's me. Timing. Wow, we got some really good clips, man. I got to get to my workstation. You guys got to hear. Well, I don't know if you've heard the one from yesterday with Finn Bob.
Yeah. You guys had them going for quite some time, and it was okay, I guess. Because he was talking a lot of bullocks, like a lot of shite, but he wasn't spiraling about it. He was kind of somewhat melancholy, if you will.
He was calm, but he's weird. Being somebody who's going to school and still not understanding what a straight line is.
Yeah, because did he say he was like an astrophysics or astro engineer or aerospace engineer or something along those lines?
Aerospace engineer student.
Oh, student. Okay. I missed the student part.
Yeah, that's what he said. So that's okay.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, what's going on?
This is Diesel.
What's up, Diesel?
Hey, I haven't been here in a minute, but I have a question for anyone that is able to answer it. It's about the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Okay.
So I know that from what I know, the experiment led to a null result that the Earth was in motion. But my question is, were they trying to detect the spin of the Earth on its own axis, or were they trying to detect the motion of the Earth in the solar system around the sun?
I think it was motion. It was the motion because they had the background stars, or like, yeah, they were trying to detect motion from the Earth.
But what does that mean more specifically? Well, I guess, see, the claim that the Earth rotates, I assume that the beliefs come, you have to believe, if you believe in one, you kind of have to believe in the other, right? If the Earth is Earth is moving around the sun, I guess you believe in heliocentrism, you would have to believe that the Earth is spinning. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, did it just, well, I guess I'm kind of answering my own question. The result led to negative results. I'm still trying to figure out how to set up the experiment with the lights and stuff. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, they couldn't detect motion from the Earth.
And then I finally downloaded this flat Earth clock map from Dave. And he's got a lot of good stuff in there. I finally saw the video of the Chasing the Sun video, and that video, I was like, wow, because what they're showing in that video is a plane flying east or west, chasing the sun, and they have to move the camera, depending on which way they're flying, they have to move the camera like towards the north, because it shows how the sun is actually taking a circular path. And now, after I joined the server, I started to pay attention to the path of the sun, or the apparent path of the sun in the sky. And what I notice now, and I live in Michigan, what I notice is that the sun, when it rises up, or I have to like change my vocabulary. But when the sun is quote unquote rising and setting, I always notice that when it rises, it's coming from it looks like it's coming toward or from the north, right? And then when you watch it set, it's literally, it appears to be going towards the north, and which makes perfect sense if the sun is doing a giant circle around us. But
yeah, I don't know if like, I mean, you could say a few things in speculation, but as far as like when you see it, like, what you live in North America?
Yeah, I live in Michigan.
Okay, so right now you're gonna be experiencing spring to summertime. So the sun would be looking like it's rising in the northeast and setting in the northwest for you, right? And then as it passes, as you know, during the equinox, it's gonna go through like the rises east and then sets in west, and then past the equinox, it's going to start doing like rising southeast and setting southwest. So you're going to see the opposite of the circle that you would be seeing, and it's kind of like the same as star trails if you want to think of it that way. Think of how you look at a night sky. If you do a time lapse footage of your night sky, the stars are doing the exact same thing the sun would be doing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they follow the same path in the sky. So in the sky, it looks like, you know, the stars that are to the north, like Polaris, they're going around that central location. It appears that way anyway, right? And as you go further into the equator on the night sky, in the same night sky, you can witness some stars going straight across, and then, of course, further past that, you look like the stars are going a different rotation, but it's only an apparent rotation. It apparently looks that way, but that's what the sun's doing during the day. It follows the same pattern as the stars. So if you're seeing the sun throughout the year, like the analemma, then you could say that stars are doing that constantly. They don't move around like the sun does, but they're just like they're always their positions move around like I don't know if you've seen the Big Dipper or not, but like it.
Oh yeah.
Just depends on what time of the year you see it. It's going to be in a different place in the night sky.
Yeah, I saw this picture of well, I'm sure you guys you definitely know this already, but this is not really related. But like the swastika symbol it looks like it came from the position of the Big Dipper in each season, and it literally forms that symbol, right? Which has been totally hijacked now. It's totally doesn't mean what it used to mean.
Yeah. As far as like anything to do, I mean, it's kind of cool to look into with the sun, but it really doesn't have like a place in an argument for flat Earth. It's just what we see in the night sky.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, now that I see things a little bit differently after, I've been a flat earther now for like, I don't know, 8 months maybe. Yeah, maybe not even that long, but it's funny because before, when I came in here, I was like, kind of a little skeptical, but I was easily able to understand the points that were being discussed, right? And they make sense to me, right? Any rational person, they're going to be like, wow, this just makes sense. And now I don't know, most of you guys wouldn't say this, but like I would say the Earth is flat if my life depended on it. It's definitely not a fucking ball, but I don't know. You're kind of going out on a limb saying that because, be like, all right, where's your photo of the whole Earth then, bro? Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, you can't go high enough. It's flat as far as we can tell with the camera, as high as we can go. 150,000 feet with a balloon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of things to look at, I would say, and also discussions to talk about. But nowhere is the Earth measured to have any curvature, down or up, because there was a concave Earther in here yesterday. We haven't had one in a while, but he's been sitting in here. I asked for evidence, and of course, I didn't get any. Just like, well, that's what it means to me, kind of an answer. And
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by convex Earther? Do you mean that he only expects to see curvature on one axis and not on the x-axis, not the y? However, you know what I mean.
A concave Earther is like, instead of it being a ball, it's a bowl.
Oh, a bowl?
Yeah. We're inside of the ball, not on top of it.
Oh, inside the ball. Oh, yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Well, I said bowl earlier, like a bowl. You put cereal in a bowl, but I meant to see curvature going upward. But there's no measurable curvature. Yeah, it's just people running around with ideas.
Another interesting thing I learned. I was watching an aviation. It was an aviation training video about.
Because what you're trying to tell me is, I have to be 0 pounds, which is a physical object has to have a weight. Right?
I'm just telling you that gravity doesn't have to exist.
Yeah, but mass and weight are different things. Get off the phone.
Oh yeah. Wait, you didn't want to talk to me?
Are you hot mic in there, lo-fi?
Yeah, a little bit.
We're literally at work right now, and he's just blasting the call.
We were just talking about how gravity doesn't exist.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conversation to be had, but at the same time, they have to understand, Lo-fi, I don't know if you've been here or not, but to have a conversation with somebody in the open, just kind of like if you're going to do some activism, you got to ask them the question, or the burden of proof has to land on their shoulders, where you ask them, how do you know the Earth is a globe? What are the evidence that you have that you can present? And so just, that makes it a bit more relaxed. And then you can go into like, who has measured the curvature of the Earth ever in history? And, just questions that when you're out in the open, they're not so, you know, they don't put somebody on the spot. They can actually get them to think. If you're going to have this conversation, I would say. But if you come at them and say gravity doesn't exist, that's really provocative. And it's kind of like you're not allowing them to kind of like get into the conversation. They have to kind of ease into it when they feel like they're trying to think about things. Other than that, you're going to come at them like really hard, and they're going to think you're crazy. You know what I mean? Did he leave?
I like starting with water and then leading into gravity, because once you get them to admit that water, they should agree that water always lays level, and that's like, okay, how is it bending around the ball then? Like, oh, gravity, so it's a perfect segue.
Yeah, that guy he was talking to seemed pretty triggered, though. That's why.
People get really triggered when, like, if you say that gravity is fake or it doesn't exist, that really like triggers people. They're like, oh, this dumbass.
Yeah, that guy sounded about.
They don't even
He
know.
sounded like he was going to set it off, man. So I didn't want Lo-Fi to get like in the middle of something.
Intertwined within the heliocentric paradigm that it's almost always going to be brought up if you're ever talking about, you know, what the Earth is. Even though kind of a non sequitur to the actual point of what the Earth is, right? You know, I've been learning about how globers, how they answer all these questions and how they trick you and they strawman the flat Earth position because they have to. It's just so obvious. It's more obvious every day. I'm just glad that I'm able to, like, see it, because, like, honestly, like, a lot of people, like, they just are not capable of, like, seeing truth. It's weird.
Yeah, I think it reveals that it's easier to strawman flat Earth than to defend the globe.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. I was talking to a couple guys at the bar a few weeks back, and I brought up flat Earth, right, just to see if, you know, any of them had any. See if, you know, just trying to poke at them, seeing if they were interested in it all. And I had this one guy saying, "Oh, like, you don't believe in physics or whatever," and it's like, just the things they say are just like, they're not rational at all. Like, and you can kind of tell when they're not ready for it. You know what I mean? You're not going to shove it down anyone's throat. I mean, that's not a good approach anyway. But
I think, in a sense, our educational system does not prepare us to defend the globe at all. It leaves everybody at a disadvantage. And so it is frustrating.
you know what? So I didn't go to college, right? But I went to public school all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade. And I had a pretty good education for just, you know, general public education, I would say. But you know what they never taught us at all? They never taught us logic at all. You never learned about, well, I guess I learned logic in computer science, but that's a little different than, well, it's kind of the same when you apply logic to arguments, and I guess it's different, but they never taught us logic, so people don't know how to think logically, right? And, like, once you learn about fallacies, it's, like, really easy to call someone's lies out if they're using fallacies, and that just makes you a stronger intellectually, I would say. I know I'm not telling you guys anything new, but just my personal experience, what I'm learning, you know, through this journey, because that's what it is. It really is a journey of waking up.
Yeah, and even in our adult life, we don't get exposed enough to thinking critically, into logical thinking. If you turn on the news, all you hear are appeals to emotion, appeals to authority, all kinds of fallacious stuff comes out when politicians speak. when actors and actresses speak and talk about their charities and initiatives. I mean, just everywhere you go, everywhere you look, it's all very, very sloppy brained. And
now,
then you
when I
couple
learned,
that, I was going to say, you couple that with this idea of moral relativism, where reality is subjective and my truth is different than your truth, but as long as we have truth, that's what's important. Embrace your own truth. It completely detaches people from having any objective foundation to understand their world and to make rational decisions. That's what we're up against.
Point. That's a good point. Moral, what'd you say? Moral subjectivity? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I've never really heard that. That's interesting. Yeah, so I told.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I didn't hear you.
I was just gonna not change the subject, but I started showing my father some stuff about flat Earth when I first found out. Not that long ago, less than a year, and he hated me for it, and so did my brother. They thought I was the biggest idiot in the world, and they basically wouldn't listen to anything I was saying. But now my dad he's a flat earther now, and he's going a little off the rails with it, in my opinion, though, because he's always trying to talk to me about like Hyperborea and like just this like stuff you can't prove. And I'm trying to tell my dad, like, since I've been in here, I've been listening to you guys like basically like be like really based about what you guys like your claims and stuff, and like you're gonna make a claim, be able to demonstrate it. Have a source and basically repeatable, demonstratable evidence, blah blah blah. But yeah, now I talk to him about flat Earth stuff all the time, and I just his cognitive dissonance at first, it was very strong. My dad's like 72, so he believed the globe his whole life too. But he can see it now, and now he's we woke him up. He's already awake to a lot of other bigger lies in the world, but not that one.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, the older you get, the more set in your ways you become, and it's got to be hard. But I mean, what a great gift to have when you're of an advanced age, and to finally see the world for what it is.
Yeah, and an interesting point. This isn't, well, it kind of is, but his father, my grandfather, was a ship captain, and he was a Freemason. And apparently, while he was a Freemason, or what he learned in the Masons was celestial navigation. So, ever since I started to get into flat Earth, I'm thinking, like, was my grandpa a flat earther? Because if he did celestial if he could actually do celestial navigation, like do all because it's actually pretty complicated. If you look at all of the steps and the calculations you have to do, anybody can learn it, but it is it's not really that easy to do. But I'm thinking, was my grandpa a flat earther? And my dad never said anything about my grandpa saying that the Earth was flat, but he captained freighters and stuff. So I'm thinking my grandpa, he had to have known that they were not telling the truth about the shape of the Earth. And also, something I was going to say earlier was about map projections, right? I was watching an aviation video, a training video, and this is not for commercial flights. This is probably more geared toward private pilots. But it was explaining the different type of map projections, right? And how for different types of map projections, there's 4 different things about a map that, how do I say this? So the distance between, so certain projections give you they only give you it's either the distance between the countries, east to west is accurate, or I'm botching this. the point is that this aviation video, it eventually went on to say that when you're flying, pilots use what it looked like it was a flat Earth projection map. But I always wonder, like, why did they go through all the pain? The Earth is flat. Why did they go through all the pain of trying to make a projection of the globe? Like, why? It's like making it a lot harder. And also, too, if the Earth is flat, then shouldn't we have, shouldn't there be a map that's, like, accurate, like, in regards to, like, the sizes of the country and then the distances, too?
Yeah, a couple things come to mind. I've thought about this, too. On your second point there, I've wondered why not produce a flat map of the Earth where you're just doing surveys out from the geographic North Pole going out. Let's forget about astronomy and how the stars appear and everything. Can we just do regular surveying and get an undistorted square map going all the way out? Because what contorts it is when we take the celestial sphere and map land to it, which is essentially what the globe was. And I think the globe was kind of created out of convenience. That way, at one time, anybody who was looking at it could see the GP of the stars over actually the circuits of the stars. In this case, like, Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, and so on, and the sun. I think there's like a lunar thing that you might see on some old globes as well, showing the sublunar point over the Earth and Analimas and things like that. So you see that overlaid with all the territory. And I think it went from a useful tool like this to more of a people's concept of reality of Earth being a ball.
That is a great assessment, Amish.
Thanks.
See, because when I was watching that video, like, and it was going over, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. There's like each projection, like each flat map projection of the globe, you have a bunch of distortions, right? And there's only, like, if you're making a projection of the globe, you can only have one thing that's accurate. You can't have, like, they can't all be accurate at the same time, right? It either has to be, like, and I'm speaking generally because I can't think of the terms, what they are. It's like the distance from country to country. I can't think of the rest. I gotta pull them off of YouTube, but I fucking lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you look, I guess I'm gonna kind of help you out here a little bit. If you're gonna look up the specific map use case, you can look that up in Google. It'll show you, like, it'll display, like, the cartographer. It'll tell you the use case for the map and all that, and it'll show you the map projection itself. So you can see all of that. There's like a chart that shows all these different maps, and so you can kind of see distinctly of the timeline of, like, when they were used and why the cartographer used them and whatever use case it had for the time. And then you can start to realize where we're at with the whole maps. But they all had their use cases, and built upon the reasoning behind it, that's why they used them for. But, like, there's hundreds. You can see that it's depicted on the chart. So all you got to do is look it up, and it'll have, like, that information is public. Anybody can just research that and see that for themselves. The different people that were involved with all that. So yeah, I mean, without you getting into the different use cases for them, people can just research why they were designed the way they were and why they used them the way they did, and it's history, right? You can start to see the relevance into, like, why they needed them for the use case that they used them for.
Like the AE, see the flat Earth map. That's actually, I didn't realize it at first, right? Until I watched that video about the different projections of the maps. And what I didn't realize is that the AE flat Earth map, it's really isn't it just the globe that's
it's not so much. It's not so much globe as it is another map. So the idea of the globe is actually putting geometric shape to the Earth that you're standing on. Whereas, like just any old map, like a flat map, doesn't do that. You'd have to wrap the map around a globe in order for you to project like you're on top of a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid. So the difference here is not coming from like the globe, it's coming from an old map like a Mercator or something like this, but a worldview map. It's coming from a worldview map, and it's not saying that it's wrapped around a ball. It's just a worldview map. But you can wrap it around a ball. You know, you can put the worldview map around a ball because of the celestial sphere and how perspective works. It would seem to depict the stars in the location over the land. So, you know what I mean? So that's why people from the globe side say, well, it works just fine. I mean, it's got like, if I'm looking at my night sky, the globe definitely depicts what I'm looking at night. Well, of course it does, because it's also showing you the celestial sphere, but it's not telling you that the ground you're standing on is measured in curvature.
Yeah. Yeah, another thing I noticed about, I don't know, I shouldn't say globers. I need to change my vocabulary. Something that they'll say is they'll take the equidistant flat Earth map, and they'll like try and measure like distance across from country to country, and it's like you need to look up map projections and how that shit's not the same. It's not apples to apples, but you're comparing. So it's like total. It's a really dumb argument actually. And it's like the question is like, well, that's the main flat Earth map. There's other flat Earth maps too, but it's like why don't we have? I don't know.
Let me give you a little. Let me give you a little pro tip. Every map is a flat Earth map. You can take that to the bank, because every map is what the Earth, what use case the cartographer had for it, but it was never depicted as a globe, an oblate spheroid. That's ridiculous. So that was only used because of the celestial sphere. But every map that's been used to, like for the land itself and the sea, was used to depict the Earth as, a flat Earth. So we have the majority of maps on our side. The globe is something that was a new kid on the block. So that right there was a superimposed world map on top of a geometric shape. That has nothing to do with the shape. Like, if they're showing you, look, here's a globe, that's how we know the Earth is a globe, that's wrong. That's just the idea of a world map wrapped around a ball. That's it. So every map is a flat
the whole cart spot. Yeah, I think it's important for like new people that are just learning about flat Earth. I think it's important for them to look at cartography, right, and the different projections and maps, and understanding that really helps you out. Like when you're in the weeds when you're getting into the weeds in the discussion, it just helps to understand that a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's all part of the journey.
A lot of people they don't know it, so
it's all a part of the journey. There's a lot of questions that people have about, like, well, what map do we have? Which is the real one? It's like they all have their use case, and they're all flat Earth maps.
Yeah.
They're all flat Earth maps. The worldview maps that you see are all flat Earth maps. There's not one globe Earth map. Now, you want to say there's a globe Earth map, they're just using that map, wrapping it around a oblate spheroid. That's all they're doing. It's not that the Earth itself was discovered as a globe. It was that they used this flat world map, the flat world map, and then wrapped it around a ball. That's all they've done with the celestial, in accordance with the celestial sphere. That's it.
So let me ask you this: you might have to speculate. Why do you think that we don't have?
You're roboting. Diesel, you're roboting.
Shit. Still?
You're good.
The better?
You're good. No, you're
good?
Yeah.
So you might have to answer with speculation, which you might not want to, and that's okay. But if the Earth is in fact flat and maps are flat, then shouldn't there be an accurate map that you could use for multiple? Because if you take away the curvature of the Earth, the sphere, then you don't run into the same issues with your like distances, right? So it's like, shouldn't there, like, do you think that they're hiding a real flat Earth map, like the actual map, or do you think that, I don't know?
Yeah, I
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's a question that's been raised many times in this server. But once again, like, they're all flat Earth maps, and there is no you can see the problem in cartography from the eyeballs or from the the argument standpoint of a cartographer. And the reason why there isn't a gold standard map to say, we found the right one, this is it, we don't need any more, we can stop right here. You can see that because we have hundreds of maps, and so it's not an easy, for lack of a better word, science, right, to actually get to. But it's you can't just arrive at some place and say, okay, we've got the gold standard, let's work with this. What it is a conglomerate of different maps, and each map was used for a specific use case, which is why I wanted you to look up like maps and stuff on Google, and it'll tell you the age that the map was actually made and how it was funded, and each, like, all the little backstory of each map. So when you start to realize that the people that were working on these maps did not have an accurate picture, because you have, like, and I don't know, you can look this up too, it's like called the coastline paradox. You can never measure something to be exactly what you think it is, because there's always a shifting of, like, the water in the sea, and, like, you got, even like in the formation of ice, like in the southern regions, there's so much that's shifting and moving. It's this constant state of the Earth in a dynamic system is never going to allow for there to be a correct, appropriate land size to, like, what you're trying to depict in a way that the whole world's going to see a standard, like, let's say, exact map of the entire world. There's so much going on with this dynamic system that we got things that are shifting and moving, as far as, like, the ability to, like, exactly detail the, like, how many inches, like, does the coastline have to, like, where land is, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there's always things moving around. Cartographers also distances from the oceans. It's really hard to, like, grasp that, as far as, like, you don't have, like, a measuring tape that's going to go straight across the ocean and say, okay, we know this. So you're getting more of, like, you're hitting around, like, a value that's in between something, let's say. So, like, it could be between this to this, you're not going, like, okay, it's exactly this place is the exact distance to this other place. It's more like you're hitting around a mark that's close to, where it should be. So there's a problem with cartography. So if you just, like, examine that, and as far as history goes, and the problems that they had, it starts to make more sense. Versus, like, coming from a place of, like, why can't we just fund a bunch of people to go make a flat Earth map? It's not as easy as it sounds, people to say this.
Yeah. See, if somebody... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, there's even, I think it was said in the news not too long ago that off the coast of Japan, they just recently discovered some islands that were never discovered. You can look this up.
I saw that.
Yeah, right. That. How is that? Now, my question to Flat Earth and Globe Earth proponents, right, for people that are trying to look at these maps, if your map was true, why didn't those islands pop up in those maps? They don't just spontaneously show up out of nowhere and say, oop, there's islands right there, oopsie daisy. Like, you don't get that. Like, it's what it is that this is not like an exact thing where people know where everything is. That's why cartography is not like what it's thought up to be in a debate forum like Flat Earth and Globe Earth. You can't then go to specifics and then say, okay, you got your Gleasons, I got my globe, let's have it out. You can't do that. because you have the paradoxes that are within the cartography itself. So you can't duke it out with somebody with these flat Earth maps versus like the globe Earth, because they're all flat Earth maps. Just the one with the globe is just wrapped around a ball. But the ones that are all like displayed as world maps, those were all done from the cartographers that actually took them to like whatever use case they had for them.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but like, it's an issue. There's an issue. There's a problem. If there was a real good way to find out what the distances were and what the continent sizes were, the distance from the oceans to the continents, the actual orientation of the continents, no one knows. These are all kind of like, we are using our best guesses as to like how things are like and what orientation things are. Because as you can tell, people on the flat Earth side are trying to make their own flat Earth like overall worldview, like a top-down view of like where the continents are in relation to the other continents. And so what they're doing is they're either putting them close to one side or moving them farther away, and it's like no one really knows from that aspect. You're just getting a bunch of people like really saying, "Hey, this could work," right? It's basically what I would say is a speculation, which is not wrong in and of itself. It's just not the actual truth of what it is. So, although you can argue somebody from a standpoint of like speculating, I don't, that's what you want to do. It's not essential to the conversation whether flat or globe. So it's still something that's curious, and I mean, if you want to look into it and chase that rabbit around, you can do that. But I mean, fascinating because, and I'll tell you why. There is, if that were true with the continent sizes, let's say with Australia, with North America, because they're fairly about the same according to this distance-wise, about the same size. Why does Australia have 2.5 time zones and North America has only 4? You got
the time zones were all that was a awesome. That was interesting. The time zones are interesting.
Yeah, but like that even being brought up right today, and like you have the same size of Earth. You can measure the distance across North America to like the distance across Australia, and then you're like, okay, this is weird. Why are we having 2.5 time zones where the other landmass, which is about the same landmass, getting different, in time zones? Why shouldn't they both? You know what I mean? There's a paradox,
right?
And so
definitely.
People can't reconcile that from looking at a world map. It just doesn't work, because you even from a globe Earth perspective, you couldn't reconcile those things. So it's not like this is the issue, right? You get into like these paradoxes, and then you're like, well, shit, that's kind of weird. Why does it look that way? So you can't come from a point where you're going to argue these things, and it's where people want to argue the azimuthal equidistant projection to like the globe, and it's kind of cool in a way, because you're like, well, it doesn't work on a globe anyways. So when you fly from this place to that place, it just doesn't work on a globe, which is okay. But then they can poke holes because every map has its flaws. So they can say, well, look at how the continent sizes and how are you getting this, and then you have egg on your face because you're defending a map that in and of itself isn't going to tell you what the land is, and so that's the issue. And flat earthers are like happy to have those discussions with the glober, because number one, it's not a globe, right? And so they feel like they're on a good foothold. So they number two, they want to have that debate. And so it's like, if you do, you're going to have egg on your face, because if there's a flaw that they point out and you don't address it, then you're being disingenuous just because you want to say that the Earth is flat. Because that's why I'm saying you don't need a flat Earth map to do so. You can do so based on the premise of a long distance observation, a measurement test.
Yeah.
That's what you use. You use something simple. Use something that's appropriate to the conversation. You don't go to something where it wasn't been solidified that this is the actual truth, because every map has its flaws. It's going to have like, or where the continents in relation to one another. What, you know what I'm saying? Like all these things matter in a discussion where you're trying to search for truth. Hopefully I'm making some sense.
Actually, oh, you are. I took a flight this past weekend to Florida, and I asked the pilot. I talked to a pilot. We had to board another plane because the engine was bad. And when we were switching planes, I was walking next to the pilot. And this guy was in his young 30s, a little bit older than me. And I asked him, hey, can I ask you a question? I asked him, I was like, when you're flying the plane, do you account for Coriolis effect? And he smiled. He smiled at me. And he said that it's negligible, so you don't have to account for it. I'm like, okay, I could have been like, so do you believe that the Earth is at rest? I didn't go that far, but what I asked him after that was, do you account for the curvature of Earth when you're flying over it? And he told me? He said that it's built into the computer. And I laughed, because I don't think that's true. I don't have evidence to prove it right now, but I don't think that's true. And then I asked him after that, I was like, so do you know where these questions are leading to? And he laughed again, and he asked me, he's like, are you going to ask me if the Earth is flat? I was like, yeah. And he said, no, it's a ball. And he was a baller. So, well, I didn't press him at all. I wasn't trying to piss him off or nothing. He was answering my questions though without getting emotional about them, which I thought was cool. But I'd like to ask more pilots what they think about that. But even if you're a pilot, you're still prone to the same deception as if you're not a pilot. But when you're a pilot, I mean, I feel like there should be more flat Earth pilots.
I bet the airline industry and these companies have a protocol for pilots specifically for passengers asking about flat Earth, and they have to toe the line.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Just like with UFOs and other crazy, quote-unquote crazy stuff like this. I mean, they probably get asked all kinds of weird stuff, right? So,
yeah.
And they have to represent the company. They never know if they're going to be filmed, and so, I mean, you could figure, like, prominent airline company doesn't want their pilots to come off sounding wacko about aliens and, God forbid, flat Earth. So they're probably trained to keep jovial, to smile, and maybe engage the discussion a bit. This will disarm the passenger and maybe even think that leave the impression that the pilot might be a little bit interested in it. But yeah, I wouldn't get your hopes up.
It's nothing to do with like a personal thing. Like, well, they're keeping secrets from you. It's just they're trying to have a good optics for the company, so they don't want to show that they're incompetent. Because if there's some reasoning that you have behind, oh, this shit, man, I'm getting on this plane with this guy who says the Earth is flat. He's gonna crash us into a building. It's you know what I mean? I'm scared now. So yeah, it causes panic because the topic itself is provocative. So I mean, you would think that somebody who has common sense is not going to say. It's just like if you ask your pilot, are you okay to fly? They're like, oh, I don't know. I had a couple of drinks. You're just like, shit, dude. My life is in your hands. Like, what do you mean? So, you know what I mean? That this is based on it's not triggering you.
But I could tell from how he reacted to my questions that he's been asked before. He's definitely been asked before. His reaction was funny. I thought it was cool, even though he was a baller. But
I usually say things that are not popular because flat earthers want to hear things like, "Oh yeah, man, we got the AE map. Go use that thing. Go argue with somebody." I'd rather you be armed with the truth and not be going in head first into some kind of debate and get your ass handed to you when they point out some paradoxes that happen in the AE map. You're gonna be like, "Oh man, I can't defend against this." But then because of your position and you have an audience, you're gonna double down and agree with positions that you wouldn't normally if you could just take a step back and look at it from a critical thinking standpoint. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I've only developed more questions too. Ever since I've been here, I've just been having more questions, right? And the questions are more, they get more specific about certain things. But it really starts to open your mind to it. Really, just very interesting. I've never been fascinated with a topic like this before. I was really fascinated with like 9/11, right? But like, it's just super fascinating.
So based on what we talked about
exercise.
Based upon what we talked about so far, Diesel, has this helped you, like further in your research and?
Yeah. Because I don't, when I come in here, I don't usually talk. I usually listen. But I've learned a little bit to be able to, have good questions, or have questions that will help me understand it better.
Yeah, you don't have to know everything. You just have to know the little bit of things that you know and be able to articulate them well.
Yeah.
The little bit that you know. That's all. You don't have to know everything.
Yeah, and what I tell people, or what I say, is that there's, in my opinion, there's some things that we just won't ever know. We can't really know the answer to, and that's my opinion. I don't think we have a real answer for everything. Some things you can speculate about, right? Make an educated guess, but just the fact is that some things we just can't prove. We can't know for sure. And so there's some people out there that they can't be honest enough to admit that. They have to pretend like they know how it works and it works this way, blah, 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 because they don't have an open mind.
And I would say that's human nature. People like to feel like they're right about some things. They don't want to feel like they're not understood in some areas of like knowledge that we should already know. So yeah, they would take that position where,
Has anyone ever thought about, so like what I laughed at this when I thought about it, okay? And it's like, if gravity isn't real, and people are always like, oh, we want anti-gravity technology, right? Well, it's like, well, if gravity isn't what you were told it was, then what's anti-gravity, right? It's like, let's get to totally throw, like, anti-gravity is something else. Like, it's not, because you can't even demonstrate gravity in the first place. And then it's like, oh, and then there's supposedly anti-gravity technology. But it's like, you come to realize that the technology doesn't have anything to do with gravity. It's other things at play that we don't even realize, right? So I laugh when I hear anti-gravity now. It's like, yeah, I'm defying a force that doesn't even exist.
So, Diesel, how do you talk to people about gravity? Bueller? They say what? Gravity is a force, right? F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration. Replace force with gravity. Gravity equals mass times acceleration. What causes the acceleration? Oh, gravity? A thing causes itself. I mean, you can tie up your high school physics teacher into knots with this. You can ask what mass is. Then lead into what inertia is. And they equal the same thing. But none of this really has any resemblance at all with what happens up in the sky. It's all just what happens up with the stars and the planets. All we have are what? Kepler's ratios, right? He came up with ratios of the motions of the luminaries. Doesn't mean that they adhere to any forces as we experience them on Earth, or any distances that we can measure or conceive of.
I'm gonna play that clip, Amish.
What clip?
The one from yesterday.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Finn Bob, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important because I don't.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that. Like
because the vast majority of the people in the world, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it. And you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100% true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. There's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You can do all these things. These are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what they are. I just bet
they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it?
Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface?
Yes.
Do you hear yourself?
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
On spheres,
a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Yes, it confines
how do you get
of the object.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yeah.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent. Now,
yes.
How do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that form a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle it creates
on the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodetic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between the 2 points, straight line.
It should be 180. Do you know what a sphere is? First of all, you know what a sphere is.
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
That was epic.
Pretty cool, huh?
That was great, dude. I love when you get to the triangle question. It's like, it's just great. Does a triangle have 3 straight lines? Like, no, it doesn't. 1 curved line. Yeah, okay.
Hey, we got Poro in the chat. Let's see if Poro wants to speak. Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Poro, are you there? You're on the air with Mayhem. What's up, bud? Poro, are you there? I'll play that one too, Donato. Let me put that in the bot.
So 180 degrees. So do you know that we use right angle triangles to mark the latitude lines on the Baltard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are their elevation angles measured by a sextant.
Yeah. Well, you can measure it with a sextant, yes.
Uh-huh.
So
what is an elevation angle?
She already said it. Use right angle triangles. She's
right angle triangle.
Yeah. How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah. So like if you measure small enough, if you measure a
Yeah, they're indoctrinated to believe this lie. It is horrible that the way of human thinking has been misaligned with truth. It's awful. Yo, Poro, are you there? Looks like you're playing League of Legends. Just started. You're from Sweden?
I cannot
Hello?
talk. My girlfriend is asleep.
Go somewhere else you can talk, bro. Surely there's another room that you can go to. Oh, and welcome to the server. But also, it's an interesting topic. So, I mean, what do you think about it? Because obviously you might have come across this server by a friend or something. He's like, oh shit, dude, I gotta get up and go to another room. Nah, hell no. Oh, by the way, you're playing League of Legends too, so you might be on a PC. Well, I mean, at any rate, if you want to talk, go ahead. If not, you can just sit back. I got some clips, man. So let me see what else I got in my stash. What else? Let's see what I have. Dumbass Professor Phil was messaging me last night. Every single spot on Earth has longitude and latitude coordinates. Let's say London, Heathrow, Perth International Airport, and Mumbai International Airport. You can look up the longitude and latitude because he talks that way. He's very kind of like weird about his speech. But he's saying that because of these three places, you can make a triangle. And to that I say,
shut your fucking mouth.
He's too scared to come in here because we've unbanned him because he's been banned for a while. But we've unbanned him and just like gave him the green light to come in here. He doesn't come in. He don't do that. Let me play another clip here. All right. Let's see. Oh shit! Hang on. There's an issue here, though. A big elephant in the room. And I have to ask him these two questions. You guys know what I'm going to ask him. Camille, are we talking on Discord?
Yeah.
Camille, are we 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yes. Well, I don't. Fucking hell. You're asking like a hard philosophical question. No, wait, hold on. I think I heard you guys talking to another guy about this yesterday. This is like a hard philosophical question to ask. It's kind of like how do you know that your senses are telling you the right thing? Like, how can you prove that?
Don't overthink it, bro.
No, it's not even about overthinking. It's actual hard philosophical questions, right? Like it's like that's such a basic philosophy.
How do you make it across the street every day if you don't trust your senses? How do you make it in your day to day? How do you do anything at all, like anything without your senses?
That's essentially just epistemology, and epistemology is just understanding how to come to the truth.
Dave, think about things. He was at a good point.
Simply
realizing it's an assumption and it needs verified.
Yeah.
Just simply think about the question, dude.
Some things are just.
How sure are you that you are talking to us on Discord right now?
I'm like 99% sure that we're talking on Discord.
Why are you 99?
Hell yeah!
I'm 100% sure we're talking on Discord.
Oh,
why? Went back on it, dude. Hell no, bro.
Let's see why. Why is there a difference between 99.9% and 100? What's the difference?
We're 100% talking to each other through Discord.
Yeah, like, for example, if I was to give you, I don't know, an apple, that would definitely be an apple, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The laws of nature and the things in the physical and natural world are the things in the physical. They're not be or do something else as opposed to the laws of nature, right? The apple's not going to turn into a fucking Bugatti now, is it?
No.
We can't conceptualize it as something else. And even if we were to conceptualize it as something else, that wouldn't mean the apple would be any different. Right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you're right. You are 100% sure that you are doing exactly what you're doing now. Of course you are. You know, think about the computer that you're using, the technology. All of these things have to work in the way that they work for us to communicate right now. Right? We understand these things. The apple's the fucking apple, mate.
Crazy, huh? Crazy. I gotta dig into the archives and get the clip from last night.
Really, what we're up against is everybody's been conditioned from birth to accept a version of reality that they don't experience directly with their senses.
Mm-hmm.
Year after year, decade after decade of reinforcement trains your mind to accept paradoxes as true. And I think that's a big reason for postmodernism. And here the Globers are the ones that think we're delusional. I think once you begin to start accepting flat Earth as reality, because it is what you see and experience, you have to go through a growing process yourself of retraining yourself to trust your senses again. And I think for a lot of folks, that itself is a process. And it's not something that comes very quickly if you've been severely indoctrinated with the globe and other nonsense your whole life. And coupled with that, you've got the whole Ash conformity issue. Basically, you see everybody else who's believing in the globe, and everybody points to all these authorities who tell you that the globe is real. Eventually, you begin to think, man, either the whole world is delusional, or I really can trust my senses and accept flat Earth. And that's a really hard situation to be in.
Yeah,
for the first time.
It's almost blasphemy at this point to actually state what reality is based upon our senses. It feels that way anyways. So how dare you?
It's
like oppressive,
can't
right?
think of it that way. Yeah, and then you people like get a load of this guy. He's using his senses. Oh, he doesn't know he can't use them. That's what it sounds like, dude. Everything's topsy turvy, backwards and whatnot.
Yeah, like if you're the smart kid in class, you get made fun of because you do your homework and sit in the front and center and raise your hands, ask questions, and make A's.
Yep.
You become the outcast.
It's same for critical thinkers.
Yeah.
This guy's critically thinking about it. Come on, dude. Just trust the expert. What the hell is wrong with you? You know, the experts, they got all the answers. And it's like, so experts are people too, right? Well, yeah. Can they be wrong? Well, they're experts. How can they be? You know, like,
yeah.
The line of reasoning behind all of this is just wacky, bro. It's like, you can't hold that standard and think that no one's going to ever question.
Yeah, they wouldn't dare damage their reputation. By the time you see it on TV, it's passed through all these quality checks and filters. There's no way the TV company, the TV station would dare allow anything that's not true to be on there. Somebody would call them out on it, right?
There'd be some whistleblower somewhere, of course.
The bystander effect.
You know, it's them smart kids from school that we're dealing with, right? They were never really smart kids. They were just effective bootlickers.
That's a good point.
But, you know, yeah, they did get bullied for, you know, sitting down, doing their homework, being the teacher's pet. And they kind of, I don't know, refer to their idea of being intelligent as like their saving grace. That's why they defend it so hard. Because they weren't a cool kid in school. And if they weren't a smart kid in school either, then what the fuck were they? And what have they wasted their life on, you know?
Yeah. There are like two kinds of smart kids. There's the one type that is smart enough to know that most of what they're being taught in public education is a ball of crap. And they deal with that differently than the other type, who acknowledges the same but then plays the game and gets all the A's. Almost like an undercover agent. And exceeds and excels, gets the free ride to college. And then who knows what they do with it. Some of them become whistleblowers, I guess. Some of them put maybe 20 years of a career behind them and then go relaunch another career doing something else. Whistleblowing the last. You've got some of that going on.
I'm not sure how you would identify a genuinely smart, teenager in high school. I think the characteristics would be kind of reserved, just going along to get along in a sense. Not, you know, just kind of hanging back and observing. That's probably the genuinely smart characters.
Oh, you missed a fantastic conversation last night, Eli. Fantastic.
Did I?
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. I stayed up till 5 again last night. It was that good. We had a guy called Not Wolf come in here, and man, he wanted to go from, you know, his glow belief to evolution, bro. He works in the medical field. I think he's a nurse or something, because he was talking from like where he was working inside a hospital, and then he like went to his car and like arguing with us, but like we lambasted him, bro. I mean, we bodied him. It was, but he gave as much as he took. You know what I'm saying? Like it was mutual. He felt, you know, some people are just built that way, you know. Like if they're gonna get into it, they're gonna get into it. Like words are flying, and you don't, you know. Yeah, it was great. I would summarize, but like I don't want to take up too much airtime. I know everybody's But these guys that come in here, it just depends who they are. Like some have it's stronger within some of them more than others. Some don't have an investment in the like cosmology and such. And they're just like, yeah, I really don't care either way.
My mic working, Mickey, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Don't take up too much airtime. So we had to save this airtime because they're constantly coming here and providing all these proofs to the globe, you know. Oh, wait a minute. They're not. Okay. Back to you.
We have
Got something to
Poro
bring
in
up real quick. Oh, sorry, you, Poro?
Yeah, Poro's in here, but he's not talking because he's playing a game, and he said he's got to be quiet because where he is, his girlfriend's sleeping. So, shh.
Oh shit! We don't want a repeat of the other night, do we, ma'am?
He learned his lesson from that other guy.
Poro, get off the. Who are you talking to? Honey, it's these flat earthers. They don't know that the earth is a globe. I have to argue with them. Poro, go to sleep. Honey, you just don't understand. Next thing you know, he's in his car, like screaming his lungs out. Freaking. Yeah. There's no coming back from this, man. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't unhear what you hear.
You can try.
Everybody thinks that everybody knows the Earth is a globe and nobody actually knows it. That's hilarious.
I'm telling you, the honey hold my beer fallacy is going to be a damn thing if I have to make it myself. Like, I'm going to put it into wiki or some shit. Honey hold my beer fallacy. That shit's going to be real, bro. Because I feel like most of these guys are like, shit, let me step in the ring. This is easy.
But I was saying, Miggy, with the younger guys, it's honey hold my monster, you know?
Yeah, true. What is it these days the young kids are drinking? Prime? Is that the main drink that...
Fuck, I don't know.
Monster Prime? I see a bunch of things.
Monster, Rockstar, I don't know.
I see everybody drinking Prime like it's something. It's getting promoted anyway. So Prime's got probably an uptick in sales, I would say.
Whatever happened to Surge?
I don't know, man.
That was like a 90s thing.
This shit's got to be backed by these internet gurus. And then I was like on that, the young kids, they're all about image and such. They're like, oh, Prime. Everybody's talking about Prime and they're promoting it and whatever. Now. Anyway, but I'm just saying, whatever they're drinking, honey hold my Prime. But I guess honey hold my beer is kind of like, because it has an older kind of connotation to like how the honey hold my beer fallacy started back in 1891, where the first man who was seeing a boxing match told his wife while he was watching it, honey, hold my beer, stepped into the boxing match and got his ass handed to him. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could have some like weird history to it. Like, it makes it even funny.
Yeah, you got one of those old-timey names to go with it, like Clyde Weatherburn.
Ingobert Humperdinck the Third or some shit. We got. Look, man. If somebody comes in here, like for instance, right, and Elijah's sitting in here, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's a flat earther." All right, honey, hold my beer. It's like, do you know what's about to happen to you? Do you know the amount of ass whooping you're gonna get, or you don't? Because like, maybe that's why you're coming in. You're totally oblivious, bro. There's like a freight train coming, and you're on the tracks. I can stop this. Blat.
just don't know what they don't know.
I heard this old saying: sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield. You know, like
Globers are always the bug.
they're always a bug.
Honey, hold my beer. I'm gonna fucking take on this car going at 8 miles per hour towards me.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, we gotta manifest this shit into reality. It's gotta be a fallacy somewhere. Is there a fallacy that's akin to honey, hold my beer?
You got me picturing like, you remember the cartoons where everywhere the character would stay up, there'd be another rake and they'd hit themselves in the face. That's the analogy of a glober trying to probe the globe. Everywhere
they step, there's a rake. Whack, whack. It's a shovel. Whack. There's another one outside of Honey Hold My Beer. There's another one that we're making up. I can't remember what it was. We're talking about like a couple of them. And that's the one dude, I'm telling you. Because I can only think about that being the fallacy for the boyfriend of that one time that he came in here. He's like, check this out, babe. I'm gonna go into this room and smash these flat earthers. And he just like opens his mic.
That was textbook demonstration from that guy.
He just gets obliterated. And then
he set a great example of how not. Don't ever do that in front of your girlfriend. You know what I mean? It was hilarious.
There should be a disclaimer, right? Before you enter this chat, make sure that you're not close to your significant other. Due to the fact that you may be lambasted by truth, you don't want to have the person that's next to you hear how you get, destroyed or some shit. Caution is advised.
And if we started putting disclaimers, we would have a lot of them, wouldn't we? Now?
See, that's not a bad idea. I could put that in front of my videos, like a disclaimer. If you're allergic to the truth, please be advised that truth will be spoken here.
Yeah, it's not our fault. We're just pointing out reality, What the hell?
We take the piss, but trigger warnings are a real thing. It's really sad.
Yeah, of course.
They have to put that prior to anything, man. Oh, you might be fucking triggered emotionally by what's coming up. That just shows you the state of the world.
Hey, no doubt.
Pandering to people's weakness,
Oh, let's hear a word from our sponsor, though.
Who's getting the wig snatch today? Join the Flat Earth Discord, join the livestream VC, and Mayhem will take you through the 3 points.
Thanks, Elon.
Nice to see Mr. Musk make some time in his schedule to do a promo. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I got him on the horn. I was like, bro, I need like a couple seconds. Just, let me record you. He's like, oh, yeah, no problem.
It's not like he's up to much else, He's not taking anyone anywhere.
Dude, that's the biggest piss taker of the world. Dude, it's like, let me just go ahead and just, let me just buy Twitter. It's like, he just does whatever the fuck he wants to in life. That's just so wild. And it don't matter who's triggered or whatever, and then on top of it, bro, he just rubs it in. Like when he bought Twitter, that, when the transition was happening, he walked in with a damn sink and he's like, gotta let that sink in. That he's the owner. But he was carrying a freaking sink, dude, in the office. He's they can't say weird to the people who have money. They call him eccentric. He's eccentric.
The billionaire effect, right?
Well, I mean,
once you're a billionaire, you can say pretty much anything. Nobody questions you on it.
Do whatever you want. Like, just do it. Just they say he's a real life Tony Stark. I don't know, bro.
Far from, man.
No, he's a rich kid who does whatever he pleases. Because money can, of course, do whatever you want. I don't know. Yeah, it's like one of those, when you become that rich, you actually become, like, your mentality. You're like, I don't have to live high on a hog. I just want to be in a tiny house with barely anything. It's like minimalist. You're like, dude, that's the opposite of having money. Like what if that's the effect, right? When you got so much money, you just got all the money in the world. You can do whatever you want, and then you just choose to be a minimalist. I gotta imagine, I don't sleep in it. I like sleeping in this tiny house. Isn't that weird, that effect, though? Like, because I've kind of looking at these rich types. And there's some who are living, extravagant lifestyles and yachts and whatever. He doesn't really care. He's just like, nah, I just want to wake up in the morning and eat an orange, and you know what I mean? Just like simple shit. It's weird.
Well, that's how you'd say, like, regular smart rich people go about it.
Yeah.
They dress down, they drive rubbish cars,
They're not flaunting their wealth, but it's.
Yeah. And that's a smart way to be rich.
It's kind of weird because we were having this conversation. Was it last night? Obvious, maybe the night before. Oh, we were talking about crypto and whatnot. We led into like the status of a person to find, because like flat Earth ties into a lot of subjects, right? So you're like, well, if everybody knew the Earth was flat and it got out where everybody was like, okay, we know the truth now. Do you think everybody's going to be settled in like their spirit and be like, okay, now that we know the Earth is what it is, let's find how we can make this a better place? Or because it's not a ball flying through the universe and going to get hit by an asteroid or some other thing.
No, I don't believe anybody would be settled if it just came out tomorrow. And I put it this way: if you could just manifest some utopian country into existence, it's like anarchistic society. Everybody's self-governing, cooperating with each other. There's no rulers, there's no laws. People just understand to be good, all this type of stuff. So utopian like that. You couldn't just pick someone up from like America or here and just drop them into that country. They would go insane. It would be so uncomfortable for them.
Well, no, I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't like my mind.
Maybe jumped ahead a bit there.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I guess my mind is, I don't think people can actually live in that kind of a world. But yeah, just say it, right? Like we're all self-governing ourselves. Everybody in this Discord, right? We self-govern ourselves. We have enough to eat. You have enough clothes. You got mode of transportation. You got all the things that are something that would accommodate an okay life, or you don't have to struggle. Do you actually think that would just be okay to have a system that doesn't have like laws to abide by as objective, like for everyone? Like if you steal from your neighbor's crops, you could get sentenced to like whatever, man, like a year in public service or something, just make anything up. So if you put these laws there, do you think that, because like you have a self-governing society and like you said, anarchist, but if there's no laws that people abide by overall for everybody, that's objective for all people, then do you think that since we are that free, that people are just going to be like, okay, I'll govern myself. I won't take food from you because, that's not good. You know what I mean? Like, because we still have the human condition to deal with. And that right there, if there's
I wonder about that human condition.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If it isn't just conditioned from what we're born into.
Well, think about it like this, man. You have two young children that you put them together. Nobody teaches the person to hit the other kid on the head with a toy. Like they just do it because they want the damn toy, so they're gonna take it and they're gonna fight for it. But nobody's telling the kid like, you know what I mean? Like how to do it. That's just something innate because we want the thing that our neighbor has. So, and if we can't get it, we're gonna take it by force, and by any means necessary. And
but what drives our want to take from somebody that's better off from us? It's all this ideas of status, having less, being lower class, all this. That's what drives the desire
to. Take the kid, for example. He wasn't thinking of any of those things. He's just a kid. He's a baby. He's like, toddler or whatever. Toddlers aren't thinking in that perspective.
Certainly.
But
I would say in their case, it's such a young, undeveloped stage. It's just a mistake. It's a genuine mistake.
Yeah, but are they making? Why is that?
They're still, still learning, because you have to learn about,
Why is that observed in most kids that if you put them together with one toy, one kid's going to be upset because he doesn't have that toy. Either it's going to happen like a couple of ways, right? They're either going to cry about it, and because they don't have the toy, or they're going to take the toy by force, or they're going to try to ask for the toy and the other kid won't give it to him. There's going to be a struggle because the one kid is enjoying his toy and the other kid can't have it. So this isn't like a power play in a large scale, like trying to overrun a company. This is kind of something innate in all of us. Why do we have the need for this? There's a something that you might consider a flaw, right? But I would consider it's people being people, right? We want the thing that we can't have, so we're gonna do what it takes sometimes to get it. If it's just pouting and shouting and crying, or actually taking it by force or whatever, And I don't know if I don't think it has a lot of things attached like what people think, like you were stating. It could, right? Of course, when you get older, you can discern things, but now you know how to take the toy away, without having to go through those methods. But the end result is still the same. You're taking something from someone that was not yours, and then the person who's got it taken away is upset and, whatever. But I don't think that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so we're in a society where we're doing all of the governing for ourselves. You still have to remove the most important part, which is the human condition. So that is the ability to do good and evil. You have that ability. It's ingrained in us. And if there's no governing, overarching kind of like rule, then we're just going to be about all over the place, we have some good people, like obvious it be, you're like, I wouldn't do that. That's not me. Well, that's great. That's not you. But there are some people out there that they just want to take stuff. And if there's no government put in place, like something that governs what their actions are going to, or consequences for their actions, I think they're just going to continue to run rampant as to like whatever they feel like. That's never going, that part about people is never going to go away. Even if we think about that society in a way where it's just, I feel this way because it's seen throughout. It doesn't matter what culture you look at. I mean, you can go to indigenous tribes or whatever, but you have to teach the kid not to be that way. You have to teach them to share but you don't have to teach them how to take stuff. Like that's just something we want. It's a desire. So the human condition, you can never remove that. So it's never going to be the ideal way to have it's like saying somebody's trying to provide evidence of, the atmosphere, like trying to see something in the far distance without no atmosphere. It's like there's never going to be a time where there's no air that's between your observation that you see in the far distance and say that there isn't any obstruction, like any distortion. Because at all times you're just gonna have to deal with it. There's always gonna be distortion to some degree. So having like this ideal type of no air between you and the thing, like in a vacuum, so you could see clearly across far distance. These ideal types of thinking, even with the one that I was talking about, I don't believe they exist. I think that we have what we have, and we had to just
there's no perfection, obviously, but looking at what we have as a society, we can improve a lot. You have to agree with that.
I can agree with that. I mean, that's. Can we get to a better place? Hell yeah, way better than what we got going on. We don't got we're not at a good place right now. Say we're really unbalanced at the moment. But I mean, I don't know. What country are you in, Obvious?
Scotland.
I mean, like, I don't know. What's your government like? Are they? I mean,
leftist,
do they have
socialist.
Okay, so they have systems set up to where everybody gets something. You know, you all have. They break it even for everybody, kind of. You get free healthcare and.
Yeah, we got that free healthcare.
And some people over here are like, dude, that's what we need. We need to be, and you would be like, this is shit, bro. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nothing's free at the end of the day.
That is a true statement. That is a true statement, bro. Doesn't matter what society you're in, capitalism's, you know, it's nothing.
I think I remember listening to Steve Falconer from Spacebusters. He's talking about the tax rates in the Netherlands where he's at. And he's saying the average citizen's going to pay about 1.2 million of their currency. Actually, I think he calculated in their currency and it was 1.2 million. He converted it to $1.2 million. So the average citizen is going to pay 1.2 million US dollars in taxation throughout their whole life.
No, you don't.
You know, and they get free healthcare and all that type of stuff. And it's like, what could you do? You know, you can pay for private healthcare. You can live in a decent, you know, modest house with that money and have plenty of money left over to live comfortably.
Well, certainly there's no homelessness where you guys are, huh?
Yeah, we have homelessness. It's not rampant, but it's not rampant, but there is homeless people, yeah.
I mean, you'd think that there wouldn't be because it's like everybody has what they need. And, you know, if you need a housing, there you go. If you need medical care, there you go. Like, you don't think that it would be that. It doesn't seem to be the answer.
No, it's not. It's not.
Neither is capitalism. I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at it, like how there's always something wrong in every ideal society. This is the way. No, this is the way. I'm a donkey. No, I'm an elephant. Like, nobody gives a shit at the end of the day. They just want what's best for themselves and what works best for them at the time. Because you talk about like that mindset or the idea where you live that way, it's like, okay, if you become a rich person, you got to break up your money and share it with the rest of the people. And they're like, fuck that, dude. I'm going to keep all my money. Like, what are you talking about? I'm going to move to a place where I can live, where I don't have to do that. I'm the rich, you're the poor. Deal with it, man. If you want what I have, then work for it. You know what I mean? Like, and the other hand, it's like, no, Timmy, you got to share your riches. Now, let's get your money, break it up, give it to all the children. You know what I mean? Like that. It's it just all depends, man, on the person.
It's tricky though, because we know that the people at the top don't want us to cooperate with each other. Don't want us to share our wealth with each other in genuine fashion. So we know that they're encouraging that ideology to, you know, no limits on how wealthy you can be. Just get as much as you possibly can, and that's fine, you know. Because helping each other is like a sign of weakness, you know, or a sign of weakness to the person less off. And
it's weird.
It's difficult to know the correct path there. Surely I would say some of the wealth that the wealthiest people have in this world is far too excessive. It's just
I was getting to
unnecessary, you know.
I think,
but that's on them. That's on them to conclude that and say, "Fuck, I don't need this much money."
Well, then, you know, how much is enough? Like, what are you gonna? $1 billion? $1 trillion? A gazillion? You know, like
it's not on me to tell other people what they can enjoy and what they can't.
Oh, of course.
If you enjoy accumulating wealth, then do that. But you know, if it troubles your soul in that pursuit, then you have to deal with that, you know.
at the end of the day, you have to sleep with yourself in your conscious. Like no one's gonna be like, and well, there's ideas of like being rich, fancy car, fancy house, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can be as rich as that and walk past homeless, hopeless people, and nothing goes off inside you or anything like that, then that's you, I guess.
Yeah. And you can't make somebody. They have to, just like you can't talk to somebody about flat Earth and they're gonna be like, "Oh, dude, Earth is flat." Word, like, let's go. Like, it's not gonna happen, bro. The change has to happen within themselves, and that's, I guess, what we all talk about in here. It's like, and this whole idea of being content, because even in flat Earth, people are not content. Obvious, you already know this, right? Like,
yeah, no,
that's the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat and stationary, but shit, that ain't good enough, bro. We gotta go to Antarctica. I mean, let's build up a GoFundMe. Let's get a boat. Let's take helicopters to the dome. Like, you hear all this shit, and you're just like, bro.
Well, that's what's causing all the latest fucking trouble and tribalism in the communities.
I know.
People trying to replace, you know, made up theories with more made up theories. It's like, did you fucking forget the tagline that, you know, falsification is independent of replacement? Just stop.
And the part where
this is what happens when people say it all the time. It's like, we need independent exploration. We need to survey and we need to experiment. But we can't do that, and it's not being done. But people are still sitting around trying to come up with ideas. Well, how things function. It's just like, just don't.
I mean,
we don't even know like the.
I view it this way, obvious. I'm like, man, if they really want to do that, I mean, knock yourself out, bro. Like, take your people, go do your thing, do the damn thing. You know, like, go find out what's over there. But I'm gonna tell you something real clear. It doesn't matter what you find. You could find the absolute treasure trove of like flat Earth proof. How are you going to convince somebody that thing that you're going to talk about and show video and all this stuff is really there if they can't go there themselves and verify what you just like went to go see? And that's why, to me, it's like, it's a fruitless endeavor, man, because it's like, fine, let's get somebody to go touch the dome. When are we going to verify that shit? You know, like, the rest of the people that you speak to are going to be indoctrinated with a belief system just like the globe.
Yeah,
it may be. Let's say it may be true, right? Like that you did find some information out. When you come back, you're just gonna make people believers and not investigators like they are now.
100%. You know, we're talking about human condition. Part of it, probably the most dangerous part of the human condition, is that propensity to create stories.
And to also love to hear them too, because I mean, a good story is a good story, bro. I mean, that's a big entertainment, you know, business. You know what I'm saying? So people love that part. They love to be told what the Earth is and how it was made. And like, that's good stuff, man. But at the same time, what is real? Like, what in reality and the really is level, how does it affect your day to day? Because obviously it's either going to affect you in some kind of way or it's not. But you do get like these factions, right, of people, and it doesn't matter. Like, it's just a human condition. We talk about it in here being the issue, because I don't know, it wasn't really founded by us saying that verification is independent of replacement. So you don't have to give them a story to take away the ball Earth. You know, you just have to say, look, it's not a globe. And if some people aren't content with that and they're just like got to be in their bonnet of like, okay, yeah, that's great, but what next? Are we just going to sit here twiddling our thumbs? Meanwhile, we can go investigate? Are we going to sit? Like, that's what... Remember these guys used to come into Discord? What are you guys doing sitting here talking on Discord? You're just sitting here talking and talking. What are you doing? Let's go sign a petition to get some people to rally and go to Antarctica and shit. I'm like, bro, knock yourself out. If that's what you want to do it. Get your petition, see how many people want to go with you, and have fun, you know? Vaya con Dios. You know, like, whatever. Because, like, when you come back with your fish story, because that's what it's going to be, You say, I've touched the ice wall, bro. I got video. Check this shit out. And we're like, okay, all these people that are over here, because we're the majority, right? How are you going to convince them of that shit? Are they just going to hop in? Oh, it was cool, bro. Cool story, man. Let me go hop in a boat and go beyond the 60th parallel, which nobody can go to, and go verify that shit. Who's going to do that? Even if that was the case, are you going to, because now people are just taking your word for it. So as far as they're concerned, it could be something in the way of like good production, or it could be real. No one knows. It's, you know what I'm saying?
It doesn't need to be done. It just needs to be done correctly for the correct reasons.
Yeah, but listen, obvious. Like, even if that was the case, I keep saying this, but it feels like I don't want it to fall on ears that are not understand. Like, if you even think that's in some way feasible to be the right way to be done, how is it then going to be conveyed over to the masses as this is what is really there? Because if you say that's true with your statement, then people are going to be like, well, as long as it's done correctly and people do the right thing, that's okay. But then the rest of everybody is just going to be a believer at the end of the day.
I'm saying it needs to be the mass of people needs to desire to go there.
Yeah, but how is, like, logistically, bro? That's not even.
Well, we'll figure that out when the time comes.
But that's just it's a pipe dream, brother. Like, to be honest, like, it's a pipe dream because like that excursion of like the whole world going south, like. Because essentially that's what would have to happen.
The whole world doesn't need to go south, but the whole world needs to support it.
To what ends, bro? Like, even if that, okay, we're going to send a few people going south.
Exploration.
I don't know. It's just those. Okay, so then we're saying we're doing away with borders because that's essentially what this means, right? And if everybody agrees with that, we're doing away with borders. We're doing away with military, restricted areas. We're doing away with all kinds of walls and fences. Everything's coming down. That's just.
I'm not saying that the societal structure is going to look anything like it does today, if that time ever came.
Yeah, and that's
many things would have to shift. Many ideas about.
So
how we structure ourselves has to shift.
It's weird. Me being a realist, I can't see a world. Yeah, go on, Chris.
All right, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing? Miggy, were you speaking to someone? What's up, obvious? Were you speaking to Poro? Is that who you were initially speaking to? I'm just trying to catch up.
No, me and Obvious are just kicking it. We're just bantering.
Ah, gotcha. Has anybody tried to speak to Poro?
Yeah, he's playing, I don't know, League of Legends or something, and he's next to his girlfriend. So he doesn't want to wake her. So he's like, I'm next to my girlfriend. I'm playing my video game, but I'm listening. So yeah, he doesn't want to disturb his. Because we might have a falling out like the last guy. Remember, me and Obvious were talking about that. Like the last dude that was in here. he
might get excited.
I missed that, Meggy. Don't know if you went back and listened to it.
You missed that, or did I?
Jedi missed the boyfriend girlfriend thing. Oh, don't know if you went and listened to it.
Sure. Jedi, you weren't here for that?
No, I wasn't. No. I've heard about it. Yeah, I've definitely heard about it though. If we're talking about the gentleman who kind of got embarrassed in front of his girlfriend, yeah?
Yeah.
You talking about that? Yeah.
Yep. He got hurt in his fifis, dude. He couldn't take it. And then his
It was more so she got embarrassed.
Well, yeah, she had to say something. She was like, guys, you guys are acting like children and you guys need to just settle down, okay? Like, okay. Oh. And then the team was like, dude, we're having a conversation about, she's like, well, it doesn't matter what you like. She was just taking like this parent, like child approach to it.
Like,
yeah, that's what she was doing.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, boys will be boys, and she has to step in, type thing.
She probably can't tie her shoe by herself.
Well, no, I think the issue too is that she took the phone from her boyfriend, and like, bro, there's no boundary there. It's like he was his bitch mate. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just gonna allow this. Like,
I'm gonna have to go back. Why did she snatch the phone from her boyfriend? What did he do? Did he embarrass himself?
He was embarrassing himself in the chat, bro. Because he couldn't stand up to the truth, like as far as like the team. Because we had the team on, bro. We had Indio. I think Elijah was here. Obviously, I don't know how many of us were in there, but we had like the standard crew.
He was spiraling on not answering where the horizon was in the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Oh, Wow,
he was pushing out all types of shit.
Bro, she was writhing in the background, Jedi. She was writhing. You could hear her.
Next question. Did she ever point out where the horizon was?
No, as soon as she got on the mic, Indio just turned the laser sights on her, man.
Yeah,
she didn't answer either. She said, I choose to be adult. And Indio was saying, like, oh, not answering the question, that's very childish behavior. It's like, okay, well, my mature response is to not respond or not answer.
Yeah, that's what she came on the mic to say, bro. It was the stupidest thing ever. It's like, bro, if you're gonna get that mic,
to say that she was going to say nothing. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, boys, stop it now. Like, who's this guy? You know, like coming in. She's just like, I don't know, man. And it was just like, from that point, I think it spiraled because they were having an argument. It's just like they started to have an argument amongst themselves. And you could hear them like, no, I'm gonna get on here and talk about it. And she's like, no. So they were bickering back and forth. Whilst we were kind of up in a roar in the room. So, he came back on again and he just got lambasted, bro. And so, he tore him to shreds. And then I guess either we kicked him and he went into the lobby. I think he got kicked. I'm not sure. And then he was arguing. Yeah, I think Indio kicked him to the or maybe disconnected him, something. But he was typing in the lobby and, he said something to the effect of like his girlfriend's pissed or some shit about it. That was funny, bro.
Yeah, he has to go because she's raging.
But
I mean, look, if the man can't point where the horizon is, then at the end of the day, it's a bunch of flat earthers making her man look fucking stupid.
Yeah,
it's interesting, right?
We were just doing our thing. He made himself look fucking stupid.
Yeah. Of course.
I agree.
She didn't like it. That's why I asked. That's why I asked whether she got round to answering where the horizon was on his behalf. Whether that was, it's there, you fucking idiot. Do you know what I mean?
But him being a beta male has nothing to do with like the truth whatsoever. So he was, it's man, that's sad. But it's these bitch made like young men that are coming up in the world that they have this ideal like you can't say anything or assert your masculinity, like to be like, look, man, this is what we're doing. Let's do the damn thing. It's more like, honey, what do you think we should be doing? Like, as in, not saying that you have to be a tyrant or some shit, but like at least assert like some kind of leadership. Because there's no leadership, man. There's nobody steering the boat. Everybody's just trying to figure out who's the captain. You know what I'm saying?
Whoever picks that captain.
You be the captain. No, you be the captain.
What type of flex is that anyway in front of your girlfriend? It's like, let me demonstrate my intelligence by going and picking on these supposedly mentally ill people. And then he gets flattened by us.
He got fucking roasted, bro. Honey, hold my beer fallacy. That's what we're talking about at the beginning of this. That's why.
Hey, Miggy, was that who you were talking to last night? I heard you till the wee parts of the morning, man. I heard you till late last night. I was trying to fall asleep. I had it on. I heard you talking to the nurse.
Bro, Jedi, I gotta clip this shit out, bro. I have so much content right now that's in my hands that if you were to hear, dude, Mayhem came out of the, because like every now and again I'm Mayhem, right? But I was going about maybe 60% Mayhem on the guy last night. So I was feeling myself last night. So it was like I let go a little bit, and I was like, okay, I've been Miggy for a while. Now it's Mayhem. So when I turned Mayhem, it was just like the guy was like trying to figure, because I really want you to hear it. So I'm gonna actually take the clip when we were talking about, because it went from flat Earth to like evolution, bro. And you just don't do that. You don't go to evolution and think evolution is worse. You know what I'm saying? It's all tied in together in some way, because of the Big Bang and whatnot. But evolution was worse.
And just start immediately picking on people who think that evolution's a fucking thing.
Yeah. So like I said, go on, son.
I was going to say when he went to evolution, I was trying to fall asleep. Haven't slept very well lately, but I heard part of it, and it sounded like when he opened up that can of worms, that he was getting hit by like a Gatling gun of arrows, like you guys were. He was getting bombed.
I gave him the business end of like truth. So what it was I I was a bit more vulgar last night, but it was right. It was vulgar to a point. Like every vulgarity that I was saying had a point. So I was showing him. I was like, so if I throw you in the ocean, are you gonna grow fucking gills? And I was like, okay, so evolution, right? You got a bunch of people that think that if you're in a certain location, you're going to adapt to your surroundings and become the thing that you need to be over time. And I was like, so, all right, cool. I'm going to throw you in the middle of the fucking ocean and have you see if you're going to grow some gills. What do you think's going to happen? You're going to fucking die. Like, that's the truth. Like, you're going to die. You're not going to live in the water. You're not meant to. That's not where you're supposed to be. So
I heard you going off with that. I heard you going off with that for like an hour. With you're gonna fucking die. You're gonna drown there.
I told him,
gills.
Dude, but the shit that was coming out of his mouth, Jedi, was just like, listen, bro. He went to a couple of different things. He was talking about divers who train to hold their breath, and he started to try to reconcile the train wreck of an argument that he got himself into. And then I was like, bro, this shit that you talk about is not true. He's like, this is his reasoning. If you have people that stand in water over time, they could grow gills. And then because I was like, fucking idiot, dude. People live by the water for the longest time. Who's growing fucking gills? Like, I was like pissed, dude. I was like, all right, so let's get a bunch of people who believe in evolution. On number one, we'll drop some people off. I didn't say this part, but I would now. We're gonna drop some people off a building, see who grows wings, and then the next ones we're gonna put them in the ocean and see who grows gills. How many people do you think it's gonna take to go off a building and go into the ocean, and we're gonna see evolution take place? 0.
Exactly.
Fucking retard. Like, that shit is not true. Like, if that were true, then at some point of dropping all the people in the ocean, over like a zillion people have been thrown into the ocean and eaten by fish and shit, then they would grow gills. Fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah.
Sorry. You know, lemmings, the things that throw themselves off cliffs, it's akin to saying that eventually one of them is not going to hit the bottom and fly away. Right?
Yeah.
Because they've been doing it, apparently. This is what lemmings do, is they throw themselves off cliffs. And they've been doing that since they've been lemmings, right? So why is one not flown off yet?
Yeah, so so there's a bunch of people that go to the river, the Ganges River in India. They go there for generations. They bathe there several times a day. So after the generations, how come some of those people aren't having their gills form after generations, hundreds, probably thousands of years they've been going in that water? So there should be actually a day, because there would be a time when, let's see, all those people for all those generations at a basic time of the year, they would go and bathe there, or a certain time of day. There should be a day when people are just, all their gills are being formed, and they'd go swim off like fish.
Yeah, and vice versa. Let's take some fish out of the water, right? And see which one of them are going to actually start breathing air. Keep taking fish out of the ocean. At what point are fish going to say, you know what? Fuck this, dude. I'm going to start breathing some air.
Hold on, that's all we do, is take fish out of the ocean and eat them, right? So we're given a perfect fucking chance to evolve, and they're just not. Stupid fucking.
They surely should have. They're not paying attention. I don't know. We got a bunch of dumb fish, I guess.
Come on.
No, we got a bunch of dumb fucks who think that's true, not dumb fish.
Exactly. You know what? The people saying that are not as smart as the fish, obviously.
I mean, just listen, man. Just a practical view of it all. When has shit turned into other shit over time? Like, as in grown gills, grown wings. Fuck out of here with that shit, bro. Like, never. You are. Yeah, never is the answer.
Never. Not even. That's what I keep harping on. Is they need a transformation. They need a completely transformational change. Yeah. They don't have one freaking instance of it. Not one part of it. So they're looking at transitional stages within types and saying that's what they're claiming. No, what they're claiming is a complete transformation.
Look, man, this motherfucker was talking about Neanderthals. He's like, you guys know what Neanderthals? Fuck out of here with that shit, dude. What do you mean? We're different than we are now? What the fuck are you... Like, Mayhem was like really in there, bro.
Oh, wait a minute. A couple things. So we talked to Neanderthals all day long here. Anyway, so the meme experts get that mayhem meter going. I know you meme experts will have that fairly shortly.
Yeah. Baked Goods, if you're listening to me right now, I need you to clip out the last night because I got 2 clip cords now. Clip cord and Baked Goods. Baked Goods, if you can, clip out last night's debacle with Not Wolf from maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes, I think. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, clip out that 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's where I started in on him about evolution. And it was glorious, dude. Because everything that he brought up, like the deep sea divers who adapt to learn how to breathe longer underwater, every which way he turned, it wasn't any way to go. So,
of course, he was talking about evolution and trying to die on that hill. Of course, he had to know where to fucking go.
Isn't that wild? Yeah. I mean, think about the contorted path they have to take, it's not the right word, convoluted trail that they have to take. Yeah, it's just all over the place. It's not really that they were taught this directly. So my question is, and you all might be interested in this, I'm sure Miggy is, the psychology of how did this start, where they just start picking and choosing, mixing and matching all these different stories and tying these loose yarn ends together that don't match? How did that happen?
It's just deception. It's easier to lie to somebody than to actually tell them they've been lied to, bro. That's the whole the psychology behind it is, first, the lie gets to them first. That's the first thing that gets to them. Trying to undo that lie is you have to go through a minefield of the person already having it built in their mindset, as in something that's real, and it's not. Because we even propose it to them, something that they can look at. I'm a realist, right? All right, you got a bunch of lemmings, like Jedi was saying, and you get them people. Okay, we're gonna line up the world's population on top of this one building, and on the bottom we got a bunch of spikes, right? And so you're gonna jump off this building, and eventually one of you guys is going to evolve to have wings and fly away. You won't.
So good luck
you won't
to
meet
all.
a spiky. You won't meet a spiky death at the bottom of this floor. So at what point do you think, and where is everyone going to test this? Okay, well we got. It seems to have about a couple billion people on this earth. We're going to go ahead and start, right? You know what I'm saying? At what point do you think that people are going to sprout wings and say, "Oh, we've evolved, guys"? All right.
And so why aren't the ones that are 100% sure that thing is true, why aren't they ready to just jump off? They should be.
I told them, dude, I'm
really? There's no problem.
This is why atheists annoy me, and this is why the psychology is interesting, because even though they don't know, we do, and their subconscious does. They know at the end of the road, God is fucking waiting for them, and they have to be, accountable for their actions, and they ultimately know that they've got to face that. Now, whether they know it within that initial argument, as in trying to get out of God by what they fucking say, that's why I said subconscious. This is why people have got this pride and ego. You understand? I couldn't have been lied to, like Miggy is pointing out, and it's hard to prove to them that they have been lied to, so it's pride and ego. And ultimately, some convoluted idea in their fucking head about what they believe in, and when pushed upon that, they don't even know, and they can't even back up, right? So that's why, again, like Miggy said, you just kind of pick things out arbitrarily you think might have something to do with what the fuck you're talking about, but at the end of the day, it don't. That's what we run across, right? These fucking people.
Oh, dude, I'm the mayhem to the evolution. I am, dude. That's what I am. There's no way you're gonna come out of this alive, bro. You're not. And I'm just by simply being a realist in the situation of living in this world. Nothing qualifies it. I don't give a shit what you say. Nothing's gonna qualify evolution ever.
Been watching this street preacher guy recently, and he talks. Don't need to tell you who he talks to. He talks to people on the street. But one of his questions that he brings up, or points that he brings up, more to the point, is: if you believe in evolution, scientifically that is impossible, right? Ultimately, you believe in something that is nothing creating everything. So the scientific impossibility that nothing creates everything. And that is ultimately what, well, evolution is the second miracle down the line, because we got to get things into action in the first place, you know, rocks and sky and shit. But ultimately, yeah, they believe, atheists, this first lie, the lie that nothing, no thing can create everything.
And
it's a
so,
reification.
Yeah, so they have to deny information itself and the transmittal of information, because like all over the place, everywhere we look, you could look at a little tiny leaf. There's no way that like any of those structures, as intricate as they are, and we all know, even just with our naked eye or barely adjusted eyesight, that we can see phenomenal design characteristics of every single thing you look at is some kind of information, a design. It's incredible. So for someone to deny the absolute amazing place that we're in, like, it's just like, I don't even, it's not blasphemous. It's worse than that. It's this going against reality. And I agree with Mayhem, and I appreciate Miggy's simple approach, because that's how us flat earthers get caught up into all kinds of bullshit little gimmicks, going down these blind rabbit holes, right? And so if I just stick to the simplicity of like reality itself, this place, the horizon, the water, the ocean, you know, like the shoreline, everything we see, everything we experience is what they're denying.
All right, let me put this clip in here. It's only a minute long. And Baked Goods, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. I'm gonna play it. It's last night's conversation.
That was it. Is it? Oh, okay. Let me get comfy.
Awesome. I was wondering, how do you stay awake? How did you stay awake, man? Like, how are you still awake?
This is how he stays awake. This is his fuel, bro. This is what keeps him alive, man.
I knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I knows. All right, here we go. You might want to get comfortable. It's only a minute.
Fine.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Let's go. When are we doing this? Let's get all the other. No, neither of us are going to be alive to see the results, brother. What?
So nobody has observed it then.
We have observed it because we
have observed it.
We can look at single-celled organisms, which aren't as complicated as humans are, to see that over time, put in different stressors and different environments, they do evolve to adapt to those environments. And we can look at certain. Right? We can look at humanoid species. We can look at Homo sapiens.
They don't turn into a different species, though, do they?
We can look at species like Homo sapiens to see, oh shoot, we had Neanderthals. Oh shit, we have gills now. Fuck, we can swim in the oceans. You're a fucking clown, dude, I swear. Are you done? No, dude, I'm gonna roast you till as long as you're here, because you think you're gonna grow gills in the fucking water, dude. Like, I don't think I'm gonna grow gills. I already said
go ahead.
10,000 years from now, right?
No way.
Yeah, dude, it went on, bro. That shit went on.
That was messy.
It's so entertaining too. Like,
I'm glad you got the clip, because I missed some of it. I was trying to sleep over here, but I thought I would just leave you guys on. It was pretty entertaining for a long time.
Yeah, the conversation itself was like maybe an hour, more probably, because I stayed up late. We didn't get into it about evolution until like later in the conversation. So
yeah,
it's the stupidest shit ever, Jedi. You already know, like.
Oh yeah.
It's okay from the standpoint of you telling me about the shape of the Earth being what it is. You're pretty much dead on arrival. But when you talk about evolution, oh, you're so mine. You belong to me when you say that. I so hope somebody talks about evolution, because
I'm gonna freaking roast your ass, Mr. Postman. Like, yeah, there's no way you're getting out of this.
Wow.
As if their lack of knowledge in the globe itself isn't enough, but they have to go to that, which they have even less knowledge of, even more non-existent gibberish.
All right, so we are gonna throw the evolutionists in the fucking ocean and put some cameras. We're gonna put some cameras on him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're gonna have drones and shit, right? All kinds of technology monitoring his ass, seeing when he's gonna turn into a fucking fish with gills.
Well,
I think that shit's gonna happen.
Well, look,
live stream.
If it hasn't happened already, eventually by this, if it hasn't happened already, eventually by this type of logic, you know, Olympic swimmers, right? The amount of time that they spend in a swimming pool. Yeah, eventually Olympic swimmers are going to be coming out the other end of a swimming pool as a fish.
As a fish.
That's basically what's going to happen, man.
Need another meme.
Like, just
I
need to
need
be
another meme now. A half swimmer, half fish. I need that meme too. Sorry.
It's not you're right, man. It's just like Aristosthenes and just needing one more stick. They just need a little bit more time in the water. That's all it is.
When does time fucking shit, bro? Like,
my
more time.
God.
Time don't do shit. It's entropy, brother. And even listen, man. What's her name? Flatsy was even saying that last night to him. It's entropy, and entropy degrades. It turns everything into like the stuff. It decays. It rots. It doesn't get better. It's not gonna form into something else. It makes it. Entropy is. You get old. You're not gonna get stronger. You're gonna get older and weaker. Like, that's just nature, bro. That's entropy. And so that's what happens. That's reality. And it's not gonna fucking turn into a fish if you're into, dude. Like, that's stupid as shit. And
let's go to the local. Let's go to your local pond of scum and see there should be some transformations happening there.
Yeah, you're like, let's go to the pond of scum. Oh, look, it's a pond of scum. And let's look at it from 1,000 years from now, and you get the students of 1,000 years from now. Oh, look, it's a pond of scum. Like, fucking, what are you gonna get? It's the same shit. Like, man. Like,
I think they should go wade in the pond of scum instead of water. I mean, it's more realistic. Just going by their own story. I mean, they got to stick to the story, right? They don't have any choice. I love it.
Yeah. And the team was also responsive to that because it's so ridiculous, bro. This is like alongside the globe Earth lie, all these other lies, right, that are attached to it, like suckerfish on the fucking whale or some shit. Like, that's what it's like. They're like derivative topics to like the main one.
You don't even have to give them the pond of scum, mate. You don't even have to give them that. When you're talking about creation, just how the fuck did that get there then?
Yeah.
Outside of this is why we've got laws of nature. The first one, energy can't be created or destroyed. Yeah, by us. In the physical and natural world, that doesn't happen. But it's here, right? So how did that get here then? So I'll give you I won't give you a pond of fucking scum.
Yeah, you know what?
I won't even get a fucking lightning bolt to hit it, apparently.
Yeah, I won't give you shit, bro.
I think somebody actually, asked that question. Was that you, Miggy? So one of you guys last night, I thought I heard ask that question. Well, where did the pond of scum come from? The same thing, yeah.
Hey, Baked Goods, can you clip out that whole section of me talking to that guy about evolution, if you don't mind? I'm gonna have to get ready because I got to get ready to work and shit. But like, I got to spend my time creating. It's hard creating content and then making it's like I'm backed up already, man. I got to put some shit on my stream.
I think you have a good song though. I finished.
Oh, you got that too?
Yeah.
I gotta add that too.
Let's see.
Well, we gotta have the reveal. So as soon as Helio gets what he's gonna get done.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't said he started on it yet, but I have high hopes. I think I did pretty good. I boosted it up a little bit, a couple places, so I made it a little more. I don't know. You'll see.
I'll be honest, Sonny. Like what I wanted was something original. It doesn't need to sound the same as the
original, but it needs to sound authentic and from you, because it's your work, and I want to have something archived from everybody that's put in work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you often at times don't get showcased a lot, so I appreciate you, man. So
I appreciate. I just need to produce more, and I found I actually have a knack for it, and didn't know I was that good at it. Like, it took me 50 years, like, being around it, but just kind of on the periphery of doing the engineering sound part of it. And I've always been a musician. I've always been, like, I still am. I'm fully, like, analog. Like, I like all the old equipment. And I build my own and stuff like that. So I've, like, perfected my sound that way. But like you said, it's getting it out there and accomplishing something, because I have a vision of something amazing inside of me that I hear myself, bits and pieces of it that I'm playing. These are lifelong compositions. Like, I've played for so long. Anyway, I won't ramble. But I'm excited about it. Probably can hear that in my voice.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, it's something cool, I think. So
it's good to be creative, man.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I kind of like this whole discussion, because it's like they want to jump out of the frying pan and into the fire. You know what I mean, Jedi?
Yeah.
Like, let's not talk about the shape of the earth. Let's talk about evolution. You think that's gonna be any better, bro? Like,
actually, hey, check it out. I didn't want to bust in again, but I actually have a truther song. It's a copy of a Who song, but I'm playing all the guitar and singing it with a band from a few years ago, and I think I could actually play that if you want to hear, like, what I could do actually in a live setting. That's me playing, doing all the rhythm, lead, and singing.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to hear it.
Are you gonna play it right now, as in, like, live?
We could mute the live stream. I don't know. You think there's a copyright? It's like a cover band. It's like you're going to a party and you hear a cover band playing.
Yeah, no. I mean, are you playing it, or is there, like, a background song coming from, like, the internet?
Bass player. There's a bass player and a drummer, and me.
I know, but is it like a band, like, or is it like something you got off the internet? That's what the background.
No, it's the band, us playing in my friend's studio.
Oh, I don't think that's anything wrong with that. Like, as long as you guys are authentically playing the.
Yeah, we're all playing it. So let me look it up.
I don't see anything. Not to my knowledge, I don't see anything wrong with that. But
and that was about 4 years ago, so I was already a flat earther. I never told my bandmates. I never talked about that. I kept it separate. Let's see. Oh. Just type sometimes. If I'll pull it up. Okay, hold on. Let me find it in my SoundCloud.
Shout out to Wave Mixer, who's probably driving around big state of California. Oh, you're at work? Hey, no worries, man. And we got Cask. Hang on, Sonny, before you play that. Never mind. People just pop their head in here.
Yeah, I saw that as well. People jumping in, don't know where they fucking are, and jump back out again.
You're basically, you're just teasing Jedi. I mean,
pretty much, yeah.
Don't be a tease. Stay in here.
Don't tease me. Definitely. Well, if you are going to tease me, you better fucking come back, and I want that end result.
Yeah, exactly. Like, these conversations, man, like, we get dead air, and all of a sudden, boom, this numpty comes in. It's like, you can never really tell. It's like, damn, dude, is there some way we can get these guys on the clock? Like, guys, if you're going to come in here, do it in the time when I'm here. Like, don't come in when I'm not. Like, shit.
Just talking about people coming in when you're not around, to people not actually coming in. So, have you had Professor Phil in your DMs recently? He's been clogging up mine today.
He's pissed, dude, because he was hearing me last night just roast this clown. I was roasting him, bro, and he's
what was he pissed about with you?
Like, let me get into his
I don't care if he did. He's just like a what do you call it? You know, like those old people that you just feel bad for. You're just like, yeah, he's just. Let me see. Let me just take a screenshot of this. He said, "You tell lies to the new people by telling them you talk to people with qualifications like PhD when you are petrified of people like me who are actual physicists. If you actually, in large bold letters, believe the Earth is flat in bold letters, why are you shit scared of me?" In bold letters.
I think that's just his imagination.
No, he's also put in here. He writes little paragraphs. This guy.
Mm.
Every single spot on Earth has longitude and latitude coordinates. Let's say London, Heathrow, Perth International Airport, and Mumbai International Airport. You can look up the longitude and latitude of these three airports. Now join them together in a triangle. This should be no problem given you claim Earth is flat. Obviously, in bold letters, the airlines and shipping companies are navigating a flat Earth in your estimation. So getting the bearings between these three airports is not a problem. Now that you have three vertices making up the triangle, add up each angle. Given Earth is flat, these are three angles must add up to 180 degrees. Reality check in bold letters. They will not add up to 180 degrees, proving that the surface cannot be flat. Feel free to do this yourself. Obviously, in bold letters, Earth is flat in your estimation. Therefore, people who devised the coordinates for a flat Earth must have had a method. Whatever that method was, they ended up with the latitude and longitude coordinates that shipping companies and airlines are using to navigate on a flat Earth. So, in bold letters, it must be your contention that latitude is based on a flat Earth geometry. That's it.
Do you know what? I was reading that word for word because obviously he'd copied and pasted that from you to me and everybody else. Yeah. He hasn't replied to my question.
He doesn't come in here, bro. We've opened up the doors wide open. Come on in, man. Let's chat.
Yeah. He just says his fucking piece from a distance, chunters his crap from a sedentary fucking position, DMs people the same repeated fucking nonsense, doesn't ask direct questions, and stands safely out there saying that we are scared of him. Sounds like a fucking pussy to me.
Yeah, that's all he does, though. You know, says things from a distance.
All right, I found the link.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, are you guys ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Hello, boys.
I can sing it better now. Actually, my voice wasn't quite on that, but I hope you liked it.
How's everybody doing?
Right on. How are you doing?
I'm good, man.
I'm looking at me, you're looking at you, we're looking at each other, and we don't know what to do. They call me the seeker. I'm searching low and high.
That's right, you are.
Man, probably had to go to work. See Heretic here now. Miggy was gonna have to go to work soon, but anyway, I need to go get some food. Okay. I'll play another one then. Okay, I got one more short one, and we'll return to our regular scheduled program. If I learn to talk again. We'll be right back. One moment. Enjoy this last little ditty. All right. I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for listening. Thanks for letting me share. One day I hope to put together the Flat Earth house band. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Hey, Sonny, my robot. I am.
No, you're good. You're good, Dave. You're good.
No. You know that many of our fellow humans continue to persist with the belief in this heliocentric model of our cosmology?
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
It is indeed. It's it gives us a lot of work to do, but
I like that word.
Work.
Well, I don't know if it's work actually.
No, word. Word.
It's a
I like that
joy
word.
actually.
Indeed. I've always liked that word. Indeed.
Indeed.
Indeed is a good word.
Can't be.
We got any people on here right now?
We can go. I can go down the list real quick. Let's see.
I want to say hi real quick to the Scarecrow. Is an OG from 2015. I don't know if he's got his mic open, but he's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
he does some.
Cool.
He used to do some raps and stuff. But go ahead, Sonny. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. I'm just like I'm about to fix a sandwich. But yeah, all right. I think I might have heard Scarecrow. So we have Wave Mixer probably out there working somewhere. Blue Jumper.
Hopefully mixing some waves.
Dave Hinkle. F.E. Batman. Heretic. Jasu. Or is it Jasui? There's Mayhem, of course. The ever present. Mike Powerswan as well. Obvious it be Quetzalcoatl.
Greetings.
Hey, there's a baller just came in. Creation Bird. What he's got?
Might need to change my name to
Jumping in.
Confidently Ballin'.
Is that like a Mayan name?
You should change it to Creative Baller CB.
It's CB in the house.
Coping Baller. No, caressing Baltards. Creepy
Baller.
Creepy Baller. I was just gathering up some clips. I saw y'all on the panel. I wanted to come prepared. What's going on, y'all?
I just played 3 songs that they're like originals. They're cover songs from with a band I was playing with a few years ago. And they're my original, like, playing and singing. So I played a couple of songs, but I don't want to hog the bandwidth, you know. So.
Well, CB, we're just waiting on the non-existent curvature measurements of the Earth. But back to you.
Yeah, we might be waiting a while. I might turn into Sunny before that happens.
We're busy showcasing the talent we have here, you know, and continue building the culture. Yeah, that's more like what we dream of having, like a culture that we're creating here. You know, it's just like in the infancy stages, so it's just everything takes a while, but the process is pretty cool in my eyes.
Any ballers today or no? Not yet.
No. Not since last night.
I think Mayhem scared all the ballers off. He's mean.
Yeah, they get hurt in their fifis and they don't want to have a conversation afterwards.
Your
Fifi. Fifi. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Mayhem's being too mean.
No, he's not. He's being mean.
Dude, they try to pull that on Elijah. Like, well, you're saying it in a slam poetry way. It's like, dude, what the hell?
Could you be any more beta, dude? You know what I mean? Like, shit.
Use my little kid cute voice, dude.
They'll never be happy. It's like trying to please a woman. They're not gonna be happy. Elijah hit him with he was being soft and sweet and nice in the morning, and then that didn't work. So a little slam poetry. Oh, now you're being too mean. Jeez. Yes, they're never gonna be happy. I was watching a little Fresh and Fit recently, and I grabbed a couple clips to pull out. Damn, it's just funny how. Sorry. Yeah, there's that too. Well, it's just like this forum. I'm sure you guys all know how careful you you have to be when you're in here, especially when you're using certain words. You know, if you say a certain word, you might get called out on it. So you learn, if you've been here for a while, you learn how careful. You know, if you're on the mic, you better choose your words wisely. And I grabbed this clip, just an example of how people don't really choose their words wisely. So this is just a pro tip for anyone out there, especially you Globers. If you're gonna say something in here, like, be very sure of what you're saying.
Thoughts, disagreements, questions?
I just personally, I agree with everything. Not everything. Some things I kind of like disagree on, but I kind of, you know.
What do you disagree with on?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I disagree. I would say like that I do. I do the things that you talk about. So probably, yeah, I kind of disagree, but I don't do it anymore. But other than that, like
you want.
So I told you what
the hell's going on in the clip.
So basically, you hear what we do. People say something, we're going to hold them accountable. Oh, how so? Can you be specific about that? Well, actually,
the little thinkers.
The Globers do that all the time in here.
Yes, dude.
They're like, oh yeah, I hear what you're saying, bro. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but I completely disagree with everything you say.
Yes,
and then not even hearing of that. And not even hearing what you said, really.
It seems like almost robotic, where they're like going in forward and reverse. Like, I agree. I don't agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. I don't agree. It's all glitching them, mate. It's some weird crap going on out there, man. I'm like, what the hell? These people are controlled by something unseen.
Well, that brings us to our.
I've been through that before.
That brings us to our next point. Is this an agree to disagree position?
Hell no.
No.
Absolutely. Anyone? We got CB that says hell no. Is he the only one that believes that it's not an agreement?
I didn't hear what you said.
It's not a great. Yeah, it's not an agreement.
It's a position with the Earth being flat, stationary, an agree to disagree position.
No.
Fuck no.
Hell to the no.
Only if you're like delusional.
Well, we tell
CB,
people
I was going to say on these fresh
it's demonstration versus lack of demonstration. Sorry,
Not my truth. It's not my.
You know what it? I need to go, Mike.
I was just saying it's not my truth.
Come on, Mike.
And when everyone says it, you know, it's true. You know, it's not your truth. It's not my truth. It's the truth.
Your truth is your truth, and my truth is my truth. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yep, that shit's bullshit. Yeah.
On you go, OB.
Yeah, so see all these kind of regular type people that are on Fresh and Fit and the like, they're really used to just bantering with each other, bantering with people, but they don't actually know how to have a discussion, like a proper conversation.
Yep.
That requires, you know, substantiating what you're saying, you know, pointing out clearly with specificity what you disagree with, these types of things, and having a logical flow to things. They're ready to come on them podcasts and just have mindless banter, but obviously that's not what it's about, you know? Yeah. It's structured and things are expected of you, you know? Back up what you're going to say.
Yes. Well, that leads me to my next clip, is just here you'll get asked a direct question, and what do we see all the time? They put their tap dancing shoes on and start clickety-clack around all these questions. So watch this is how Globers do the same thing. Here's a clip for that.
4, 5, 6. Okay. Do you guys actually, what do you guys provide, right, as a friend that he can't get from another man? We'll start right here.
Chinese translation.
I think it's the friendship. Everyone's different. You have.
Well, she's going to rephrase it.
No, but what do you provide in particular to him as a friend that he can't get from another man?
But it doesn't. He can still hang out with other friends, and he can still hang out with me. It doesn't have to be different. Like we can be the same friend group. You know, it doesn't have
so in
to
other
be.
Words, nothing fantastic. What about you? What do you offer to him that his guy friends can't provide?
Well, we are different people. Like I'm a different person than his guy
the guy's
friend.
A different guy too.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
So we're like different personalities. It's a different friendship.
Okay, what do you provide in your personality to him?
Well, I'm funny. Like,
Really?
There's a bunch of things. Not to you, not right now.
I mean, you've had an opportunity on this podcast for a bunch of time to prove you were funny.
Okay, well, I didn't.
So are you really funny?
Yeah, I'd say so, just not right now.
Interesting.
Okay.
She's contextually funny.
Who else said?
Okay, so right there, just a direct question. What can you provide? Give me a couple traits, attributes. Well, he's a different person, and I'm a different person, and we're all different people. It's like, okay, dude, what the fuck? Can we get an answer? Can you say something of substance, please? Like, don't let Globers do this to you as well. They will tap dance around real basic questions that deserve an honest answer, and they'll slip the shoes on and start clickety-clack around all these questions. So I noticed Globers do this too.
Freaking hour went by and nothing.
It's just like, dude. When Nima says sometimes they argue like women, he's not lying.
A good conversations piece, though, because these people are in an extreme state of confusion.
Yeah.
And that's coming from someone who's been confused before. So when you see someone that's just like completely confused about just about everything, you know, they can't really make a statement. You're right. This is the illness or the dis-ease is these people extreme amount of confusion out there about their reality. I think that's the basis for all of this other BS that they try to throw on top of it.
Yep. Yeah, well, just what we do in here is exactly how like we formulate a question. You need to answer the question directly. You say something, you're going to be held to task on what you just said. If you say you disagree, well, why do you disagree, and what specifically? And it's just funny to see their behavior. They squirm and tap dance. So when I'm watching Fresh and Fit, I'm training. I'm like, dude, these ballers are not going to get away with the same type of behavior in 24/7. Not going to happen.
When you going on there, CB?
Well, we got our own here. It's a Fresh and Flat here.
Fucking bust down. Listen up, motherfuckers. So this mind virus, I'm going to explain it to y'all.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I did find this clip. Let me play this. Is only 20 seconds.
Okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat earth debater. Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're going to have John Zerko on Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat earth.
Flat earth.
So that was during the same show. Thought that was cool. I didn't know. I guess the producer, because he was. Let me post the visual because he was nodding like he was like, "Yep." You can see him in the video there. So I posted that. So yeah, I guess someone donated like $100 and was like, "Yo, guys, check out Flat Earth." I guess they're having someone on this Wednesday or tomorrow, named John Zerka. Do you guys know anybody named John Zerka? I think that's his name.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But I'm kind of a media reclusive myself.
He said he was the guy that went on with Witsit, CB, as far as like debaters go. He was on one of the Witsit, so you might want to look up like all the debates Witsit had recently, and I think he's on one of them or something. I don't know who he is, but that's what people in here were saying.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard the name, but I guess he'll be on tomorrow, so maybe I'll tune in and see what's going on there.
I think that guy is like more of an entertainer. I'm not sure if you want to take him serious, but who knows?
Zerka?
Yeah,
I need to
Zerka's
look
name.
him up. Zerka.
He's a Twitch guy.
I mean, I'm already suspicious because, if you've been around this forum, Flat Earth for a couple years, you know who's who, sort of. So they're like, all right, we're going to have this big guy, John Zerka. I'm like, who the fuck is that? Who the hell is that guy? Like, but it's cool. I guess I can appreciate the.
Yeah, those are your types that they're prolific by way of like just speculating shit. Well, guys, if we think about what's beyond Antarctica, we don't know. Like, we could just think it's more land, or people like those kind of things. So he kind of probably grown in popularity that way. They're not like the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord where we hold them to points. So they're more like, speculation and just talk about other shit. People like that kind of stuff. So
that's kind of David Weiss himself, anyway.
Yeah. That's you want that kind of a flat earther that's not confrontational, that's just like, you know what I'm saying, just easy going, and sure, if that's what you think, that's okay, think that, go ahead.
Agree, disagree.
Yeah, this is bullshit, bro. Like, the world is like doing, like, they don't want to hear that. They want something that's nice and for entertainment purposes, right?
Palatable, right?
Yeah. For sure. Anyway.
But it was refreshing to see they didn't read the question like, oh, these freaking flat earthers. So,
I don't mind the truth. Even if
I could appreciate that. That was cool.
So they're gonna have a podcast tomorrow with this flat earther guy.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna go on live tomorrow.
That no one's fucking heard of.
Yeah, well, I'm curious to see how it goes, honestly. But
Heretic said he's an idiot, so I don't know. Heretic, what do you got to say?
Yeah, there's can't chime in much. I'm at work, just listening in. But he's a dumbass. Just watch this debate with Witsit, you'll see.
What kind of what show is it? What
it's not the after hours, but it's Fresh and Fit's like
no
regular hours, if you will.
No.
What's wrong with you?
Y'all didn't hear what I asked?
No, you're really low.
I was asking what is this flat earther gonna go on?
Yeah, Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, he's going on Fresh and Fit tomorrow.
No.
Yeah, we heard that part. What's the matter?
No, because y'all are just talking about how some nondescript ass dumbass flat earthers that's not going to teach their audience anything.
Yeah, I feel you.
We'll hope so. We'll see how it goes.
What's this going down?
Let me see. Around this time tomorrow, I would imagine.
You got to get some good clips from that, CB, I bet.
Thank you. That is so disappointing because I don't. I know you like them, but I don't trust them niggas as far as I can throw them. We'll see.
Yeah,
because what the fuck are they gonna ask? Is this guy gonna be more authoritative and like what's gonna happen? I don't know, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, when they were reading the question, sometimes you can tell a lot about people how they just react to the words themselves. Like, there was somebody in the back, I don't know if you caught him, but he was the guest on MLD. He reacted kind of negatively. He's like, oh, God. But when Myron was reading the question, he wasn't like, he was like, yeah, no, we're going to be talking about this soon. And the other guy was like, yeah, our producer would love that. And the producer like nods his head like, yep, flat earth, yep. So I'm curious. It could go better than expected, but we'll see. I don't know who the John guy is, John Zerka, whoever. So curious to see how he does. We'll see. If anything, it's just more, a lot of people tune into the show. So we'll see if we get an influx here. Maybe I'll drop links in the chat. Coming to Discord.
Yeah, that conversation. Yeah.
What would it take to contact those people, Fresh and Fit? Can anyone contact them?
Money. I keep telling you guys, money will get us on any platform we want. It's not that hard. Am I lying, CB?
I mean, yeah, super chats. That's how the super chat got on there.
How much do you think Fresh and Fit would want?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that's what their rise was about, and that's what they explained. They're like, we worked harder than y'all. We grinded it out. They paid for their guests. They did what they had to do to get up as fast as they could. So I would assume just paying them a little bread would get us on them.
Yeah, because we want the best of the best representing the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it would be cool to see some of the heavy hitters on a big platform doing their thing.
That would be lit. Authoritative and humorous.
No way! No way! I love you as well. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be annoying. Jeez. Jeez. Oh my god. Oh man. Freaking, you know what I just ran into?
What?
The guy that be on Bill Maher, the black dude with the wild hair.
What's his name?
Yeah,
only in New York.
Let me type it in. If you type in black dude with the hair,
We got to get on Fresh and Fit, bro. I'm thinking that's the next good move to do. I mean,
That'd be crazy.
If their platform is allowing flat earthers, yeah, it would be great, bro.
Oh, Dr. Cornell West.
Which one of our representatives lives near their studio or where they can show up?
Miami. They're in Miami. Yeah. Who we got any Florida flat earthers out there?
Yeah, we got somebody on the panel that's actually around that area.
Yeah, who is in Florida?
Probably a numpty dipshit.
Napalm.
Napalm. Yeah, Napalm.
Napalm's in Florida.
Hell yeah, Napalm would be the best. I vote for Napalm.
I haven't heard Napalm in quite a while, but I think he's on other servers lately. Could be.
Yeah, he's good people. He's good people.
Yo, does anybody have their contact information? I'd like to reach out to them just to see what's what, you know?
Well, you might be able to get in through their Discord. And also, I saw the person who donated the money to say that, hey, you guys should bring Dave Weiss on. In his picture, he had a picture of like Sneeko, and I've heard other people saying they're trying to get Sneeko to join the server. I think Shekel in the admin room was mentioning something about that.
Is Sneeko a flat earther?
I don't know. But
Oh, they're dropping hints. They're trying. They look how they was like the producer would be happy that they're dropping hints.
Yeah,
the flat earthers are out here, man. Telling you.
We just need a good representative, man, because you know what it is. If we're gonna get somebody that's just like saying dumb shit, like, there is land outside of Antarctica, and you're just like, shut the fuck up. Like, no, like, it's gonna be cringe, bro. Like, unless we can reach out to them and just kind of say, hey, kind of interested in seeing what you guys will do with the, maybe a call or something, like having this on the show.
I can't wait till I can preempt this situations like this. Like, fuck that guy. I got 2,000 right now for replacement with me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be so dope. Well, we like to have guests on live. Okay, what? I'll fly out there myself. What's up?
That'll be lit.
That would be lit, bro. You'd have to be about your P's and Q's, man. Just like, maybe, I don't know, dress fly and shit, and just be like, what's up, man? You thought flat earthers were basement dwellers? What's up? What's up now?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Elijah will be like, man, fuck what you heard. This is right. I'm right here.
I see that.
Well, let's give this guy a benefit of the doubt. I mean, because perhaps he, you know, did a little, put in work like we do, and we just don't know. Perhaps, you know, something he did with his vision really got him on the show. So, you know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I'm gonna tune in and see how it goes. It'd be nice if we could get him in here first before he goes on. Like, get over here.
That's another way to go. Just kind of talk to him. Hey, look, and besides, mention the grassroots movement of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, because they don't know about a grassroots movement, man. They just think like people are just running around talking about some crazy conspiratorial shit. You know what I mean? Like, if they knew that we were a thing, like this server existed, I think that would be more inclined to be like, well, what are you guys all about? What's this about? What's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? You know, and then like, you know, kind of get into that whole thing, and then maybe have some clips to kind of show them what we're about, entice them.
Oh my God! Yes.
Does anybody have him? Is he on Discord? Does John Zerka dude? Does anybody have his? Tell him to get his butt in here real quick.
Who said? He's about like maybe 2 degrees away from us, I think.
Well, for sure. Now that I think about it, I don't know if the conversation is going to be live or if they've already recorded it. So I'll have to check that out. It might be live. If it is live, then it would be great if he came here and got some bullet points real quick before he goes over there. Like, listen, dude, tell him about the Discord. Sometimes they do pre-recorded shows though for those types of discussions. But I'll drop a link to the. They have a Discord, so tomorrow maybe there'll be a bunch of people we can hit up from their Discord. I'll drop a link right now. Because these types of things are a double-edged sword. Obviously, it acts as like a gate, a barrier for a certain amount of people. They're hearing things they don't want to hear. They're going to stop at the gate and never look past it. But there's also going to be people who will move past it.
Why don't we play one of his videos? John Zerka convinces Destiny that the world is flat. You guys down?
Did you find something?
Yeah. Ooh, this was on 2 months ago on No Jumper. Yeah, hell yeah. This is legit. Hold up. Time out. Okay. This guy's, he's somebody. Perhaps we can get him in here. I don't know.
Oh, Zerka. Oh, he talked to Destiny. Wow. There's a link to the Discord there if you guys want to.
He must know some people that we know, man. That's what I'm saying. He must know somebody that we know that we can get in contact with that knows him.
We got to mob up, and we got to go to their Discord as a group. You know, I'm not gonna say anymore because I don't want people. You know how we can't do things.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to visit in this place.
That would be not a bad idea.
I wanted to get on. Killer Priest podcast. Guess what? You know how I got on there? I sent out an email. So sometimes it really is as simple as that. But before we start reaching out, let's put a clip of a comp. Miggy, you got a compilation clip? Like of the
I actually have the 99 percenters. That's a great place to go for like an open discussion because it just shows the mindset of people. I mean, from that standpoint, right? Just having people think about like, well, first of all, if they're looking at reality in a way that can be just malleable, then how are they going to talk about logically consistent ideas? So that could be something we can use and then go right into Flat Earth because really that's what we're talking about there with like the idea of having a discussion like this. Because, you know, people don't realize that their cognitive abilities are undermined by a thought process such as we can't know if anything is real. You know what I mean? That could be a good starting point and opening discussion for having the conversation about Flat Earth, you know? from even like the younger generation standpoint, I would say. But I mean,
generations get it. I already know because I mean, if they didn't, we wouldn't have 14 Billies on TikTok. So that's a lot of searches. 14 Bill for flat Earth.
yeah. But I mean, we can use that clip. I mean, I got a lot of freaking work, bro. Now I'm see the hard part for me though, Elijah, is that I'm making content. You know what? I'm making the content, so it's hard to like. Yeah, it's a lot of work to do that, man. To be honest.
Like a 3-minute clip of like the zaniest shit globe earthers have said. There's 2 horizons, 3 horizons. Like you know what I'm saying? Like we don't have a compilation of like 7 different globers saying the retarded shit. That would be dope.
Yeah, you're right.
Looks like the Zerka dude. I was just reading in their Discord. I just searched Zerka, and it seems like he has some decent. People seem to like him somewhat. We need the legend John Zerka on. Let's go, Zerka. Where's Zerka? FNF needs Zerka on for an after-hour show. That would be comedy. Zerka has a point. Zerka on after hours would be gold. W Zerka W. So when Zerka coming on? So people seem to be looking forward to this.
Man, right now we should be singing the song. You got what I need. You know, we like this. we have the sauce, man. We got the recipe. Like we got the shit that is the shit. Like the people out there, they're basically just trying to feel their way through this whole thing. We've already articulated the arguments to a refined point. We don't need like coaching. We're already good. Like we can go out there and just basically street preach this globe earth, a flat earth discussion.
Real.
You know what I mean? Like we got it. Like we don't need. So I don't know. From our standpoint, we can scrutinize people that are doing it and so forth. So I just feel like there's some kind of outreach to those guys, like either the producer or Zerka or even just the show itself. And I don't know.
I got Zerka's Twitter.
This is what I want this. I don't know about you guys. I do want this. I mean,
let's see what's going on with him. Let's play the clip.
Here's a link to his Twitter if anyone wants to bother him there. Let's see.
Matter of fact, Miggy, if I could find his email, if anybody finds his email, just send him the clip that you made with the ding ding and the bells and all that.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, bro.
That is a good advert for the server. Play the clip. Play the clip. Play the clip.
You guys got that Zerka clip that you guys want to play, or?
It's 5 minutes. You guys. All right.
How did you become connected to him in the first place? Because I've seen a bunch of random conversations over the years.
They put me on a flat earth debate and I wiped the floor with him. Every single point. I'm the flat earth. I destroyed him. The most views ever. They never let me do it again.
Really?
To this day, he won't debate that topic.
Is this true?
I'll debate it, but it's fucking flat earth.
Have you put a lot of time into like figuring out the best anti-flat earth arguments, or are you just kind of winging it?
A little bit of time. I mean, you just have to be familiar with their arguments, but
right. Damn. I mean, what would you say was your kill shot when it came to the flat earth convo?
Rainbows. I beat him with a gay rainbow trap card. I said, Adam, how do you recreate a rainbow in a garage? Scientific method, how? Water vapor. a
That's
light
my
source,
argument.
and a glass dome. Where's the glass dome in nature? That's the Bible. That's the flat earth, the dome firmament. That's why you can't recreate a rainbow without glass. There's a dome.
Dude.
He said rainbows are not dome shaped. And that's why he fucking lost 100%. Are they dome shaped? They are.
Like a half dome?
Like they're not fucking spheres. They're like that.
Well, in order for it to be a sphere, it would have to be a three-dimensional shape. Like we only really experience the rainbow as just like a loop
You're on
in the
his
sky,
side,
right?
You're with.
Well, I mean, you're calling it a sphere. I don't think that's accurate.
Oh, okay.
He meant to call it a circle because sphere is.
All right, fuck that kill shot.
Half circle.
The other kill shot was Mars
Kill
rover.
shot. No.
CGI photos of Mars. $100 million of tax revenue going to that. $100 million for a fucking Photoshop, bro. And he
Of the Mars rover? What,
yeah, they're all Photoshop.
Did we land something on Mars?
Yeah, but he thinks it's all fake.
I don't think it. You guys think it. You see the fucking picture of the sun? It's a composite.
You think the sun is fake?
No.
Jeez.
Google on Google.
Told you.
Search up sun. Just sun in space. It's computer generated every time.
I mean,
like
we could get
clips. I don't look.
I don't know if we want
This guy's fucking
If you search the sun,
I know, dude.
you're saying
Are you fucking kidding me, Adam? Are you fucking kidding me? Which one? Pick one. Go pick one. I'm the fucking.
I mean,
pick one, Adam. Wait, that's real.
it's a pretty
sounds
unique
like
thing
glass.
to take a photograph of, wouldn't you say?
Destiny, pick which
Very
one's
far
real?
away.
Which one's real?
It's a hell of a light source.
That's what you're paying for, bro. A fucking Photoshop. It's
This
like
isn't
the
a kill
alien
shot.
movie.
He said this is a
Could you
kill
blame
shot.
them if they had to Photoshop the sun a little bit to really make the photo look good? Like, I don't know how they go about taking
Search
photos
up
of the sun.
planets in space.
If these were completely
Every fucking
Photoshopped, I
planet
wouldn't
is
blame
fake.
them.
He's like
Every
holding their
fucking
hands and
planet
taking them
in
into the
space is
weeds.
fake.
Oh my
Planets are
god.
real,
Yeah.
they're like-
Yeah.
they're
Come on,
like-
let's go into the
This
weeds,
is-
everybody.
But they're not like you can't land on them and shit. Google planets. Where's my mod?
Where's my mod? Planets.
Planets in
Shut
space.
your fucking mouth.
Look at this shit, Adam. Keep
look how
scrolling. Keep
amazing.
scrolling.
Shout out to
It's
AI.
all fake. I'm crazy, Adam. You got nothing. You two got nothing. You went to fucking fluoride school and you got nothing. It's all fake,
Oh
bro.
my god.
No.
Space Wi-Fi that sends photos 100 million miles away, but you lose connection. in the-
Space Wi-Fi.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, what do you think, Adam? You think it's
Adam.
stolen?
Yeah, this guy's mentor was Eddie
Which one's
Bravo.
real?
I will say that like it's not so dissimilar to some of the conversations I've had with my girl's Armenian family members.
Eli, they're not
You know,
ready
it's
for
like
you,
it's-
bro.
I could
They're not
like,
ready
if I
for
was
you.
being introduced to him in a scenario where he didn't have a lot to gain from acting like a crazy guy on camera, I would maybe believe that he was being serious.
This is how he acts 99% of the time, on and off camera.
Right.
Yeah.
That guy's a fucking total larp.
Doesn't seem like it's
He's
really
LARPing
come for
everybody.
the last few years, right?
When I used to
He is out there to make us look like morons.
a bar, I'd go home, do so much fucking blow, just flat earth.
What?
And I just fucking mastered them. Every conspiracy I mastered, because I don't want to turn into this. I mastered all of them.
Oh,
Do you
cringe,
think that
dude.
Destiny is being dishonest with denying the flat Earth, or do you think that he's actually taken a look at the facts and made a rational decision?
That's rational.
Those plants looking pretty good.
Pick one.
Well, what about Jupiter? That's where
That one?
don't girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider? I got yelled at.
Oh
for
my
saying that to
god,
my fucking
dude.
nephews the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, apparently that's a harmful stereotype. To me, it's more just like a good rhyme.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting them to not like buy into the logic of it.
Yo, we just hit 400,000 subscribers right here on the Clips channel. So if you want to help us out, click subscribe, get us to 500K. Yeah.
Yeah, people would promote that shit because that would be the anti-flat earthers gassing this motherfucker up. So they can be like, yeah, let's get him some more fucking votes because he can represent flat earth. We want this shit. Fuck, dude.
Man, they not about to let Indio, Elijah, they don't want us on there.
Don't put me on there.
That's what I'm saying, man. They ain't ready for Elijah, bro.
They're gonna have to cut the stream. They're gonna have to cut the stream. If that's how, like, if they're talking kid glove, like, well, what about girls go to Jupiter? Get serious, dude. Like, nah. And what is this? 2014? Holy smokes! Google your claim and look how bad it looks. Nah, we don't even need to do that.
He's doomed. Tomorrow.
Everybody
He's just gonna get steamrolled by the ridicule, you know.
I'm gonna send him a message on Twitter right now.
He doesn't even sound like the kind of flat earther that we would enjoy in him.
I know. Well, what do you guys think about, like, the dome? It's like, dude, what? Hold on, man.
That is my rainbow argument, though, but he fucked it up.
Yeah, he fucked it up, bro. Big time.
Yeah, but you would never open with that argument, Elijah.
Of course not. No. Like,
he's gonna, you know.
Yeah, he went there. He went there. Oh my god.
So yeah, I mean, like, Elijah was sitting next to me, like, "Yo, fam, yeah, just chill for a second, man. Let me come in, bro.
This. Yeah,
yeah, just relax, bro."
Yeah, we don't even get flat earthers that stupid in here. That's how you know it's a LARP, man. He's like placed.
So obvious.
It did feel like that.
He sounds like one of the trolls that come in here saying they're flat earthers.
Yeah, pretty much. They just like pick and mix from all the different arguments they've heard and jumble it up into fucked up whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, send him a message on Twitter. I'll redrop the link if anyone else wants to bother him. Like I said, I don't know if it's live tomorrow or pre-recorded. I guess we'll find out. I'm imagining it'll be live, so hopefully he'll have time to come over here real quick before he goes over there.
Yeah, we can't repair that in a day.
I was gonna say, I know.
We can't repair that in a day.
No, not a chance.
There's a link to his Twitter.
Yeah, these Globers would be happy to inflate numbers on a channel like that for sure. They'll be like, dude, we need to give this guy some more likes before the real fucking flat earthers get involved. Because dude, they fear us, man. If we get anywhere near a conversation like that, they're fucking done, dude. We got them dead to rights. They're dead, bro. They're fucking dead. So they want to give this guy some views and shit, and monetize his ass. Because those are easy pickings, bro. You can tear apart arguments like that all day long as a sophist. All day long.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the producer to Fresh and Fit, see if he has a Twitter or something. I don't even know what his information is.
What are you going to tell him? Ban that Zerker guy.
I'm going to give him a link to the Discord, probably. I don't know. He seems like he's more down to earth. Pretty humble dude. He's not like balling like the other guys.
Oh, well, if anything, it's going to be funny tomorrow.
So what is this going to get, like, 1 million views or something?
I mean, when they're live, you can see anywhere from like 10 to 30,000 people watching. So I don't think it's going to be that popular.
Really? Oh, God.
What? What's wrong?
You kind of you want to give them the link, but fuck, man, getting raided by that group after they've listened to this John guy, it's going to be a shit show.
Right.
What do they say? All good press is, or all press is good press, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys agree with that? I don't know.
That's what they want, right? They want that shit out there. That's bullshit, man. Where's Itar? Itar, go fucking tell academia to get the fuck in here.
He is academia and he failed.
Yeah, get the fucking professors in here. It's got to give,
Fucking scarecrow in the chat. He will say ice wall to keep dinosaurs out.
Oh, hell no. Heretic, yeah, he did say that, didn't he? Oh my goodness.
That's funny. They don't want 24/7 in there. No doubt.
Of course not. No chance.
Be lambs to the slaughter.
But I mean, Witsit teamed up with this guy for a debate.
Yeah, I caught into that.
Maybe he'll drop in tonight and see what he's saying. Kind of an odd duo, to be honest. Like Witsit dropping all the truth bombs with all the details, and then you got this guy next to him talking about gay rainbows.
All right. Well, I'll see if I can find a link to. I don't know what dude's Twitter is, but I'll see if I can track it down somehow. Maybe reach out. I was surprised though, dude. I was listening, and just out of nowhere, this huge grin comes across my face. He's reading out that flat Earth comment. I'm like, okay, I've never heard them talk about this. And yeah, they were like, oh, nope, we're going to talk about it tomorrow on Wednesday. I'm like, great. Sounds good. I'll be there.
No offense, but I think the average fresh and fit viewer knows even less about anything than the average glober we get in here.
That may be true. That may be true. Well,
we get like the zealot space nerds that come in here. They've watched all the documentaries on TV. They know a few things, except the radius and all that important stuff.
Good people know probably something about space, but they're more into like getting sturdy and shit. You know what I mean?
You think get sturdy?
I'm a day late and a dollar short, but did you guys are talking about fresh and fit doing a flat Earth debate?
Yeah, here's the clip.
Okay, where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would love him.
We're going to have John Zerko
on
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know what they know, but it'll be entertaining. I can assure you that.
I posted the visual in the chat. You can see the producer who gives a nice thumbs up when they flip to his camera.
I was in the live chat.
I don't think Dave Weiss is that dude.
What dude?
Okay.
Well, someone else in the chat here said Dave Weiss. What do they say? Dave Weiss is an ass of a debater. Toby,
Yeah, Dave Weiss is not. He's not a debater. He's a presenter.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, he's not that dude.
So even I took issue with that fucking comment on the Fresh and Fit there. It was like, get Dave Weiss is the premier fucking flyer debater. It's like, no, he's not, bro.
That's going to be very entertaining. And yeah, those guys on Fresh and Fit, their followers, I think these are red pill people. And, you know, I advise people not to take pills. So you know, I'm just going to be curious as to how that turns out.
We have a white and red too. A white and a red.
No, just red and blue.
Taking pills. Stop taking pills, man.
Yeah,
Red
metaphorically.
Pill,
yeah, metaphorically.
pill, black pill. Sorry, go ahead, Crit.
I'll say metaphorically, you take a red pill or a blue pill because it's your choice for what world you want to live in. Do you want to be wise to the world, or do you want to be a fool? You pick, and then don't blame anyone else but yourself.
Yeah,
well,
but
that's what happens when you take false dichotomies.
That's a truth of perspective, I would say, from the position of someone saying, we have the truth on one hand and your regular normal life on the other. It's like, what you're offering is a choice, but it's not, the choice isn't like to say like, it's a hard truth that you're not, it's really saying that what you're about to endeavor is going to be something that you probably haven't understood to be like the reality of your worldview. So it's kind of a presentation of a way of something that could be something that would be valuable or something that is just normal, what they already know, which is the everyday world and what it is and the construct. And they don't ask any questions with taking a blue pill, let's say. But from a truther standpoint, yeah, it is truth and lies. Really simple. But not from a standpoint of somebody who's in the blue pill idea. You know what I mean?
I think Max was just trying to make a joke.
I stand on my spot. Don't take no pills.
Yeah, I was joking.
Yeah, the whole thing to diffuse it to get away from medical. Yeah, get away from the medical talk is what I was trying to go.
Yeah, that's all. I'm in for taking information in and assessing that information, synthesizing it, you know, and sorting it all out, you know, applying what logic you can, applying what knowledge you can, and going from that point. So anybody who accepts dichotomies, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not really with that. That's kind of like an ultimatum to me. But it is best to see things from as many perspectives as you can. That way you get a fuller picture of what's actually going on.
Is that what you're thinking about, that black pill with the whole dating scene and then combining that with, I don't know, like debating online?
Well, people are just like giving up, or what do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just trying to catch up with the whole conversation. I just heard the whole the pill stuff. I'll go looking back at the live stream text chat to get caught up in everything you guys have been talking about.
Oh, well, it came up because I mentioned that on Fresh and Fit that we'll be talking to Flat Earth tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of brought it up.
They dub those shows like red pill content or whatever. So
you have to deal with like male and female issues, right?
Yeah, it's usually in regards to like dynamics between men and women, that type of thing. But
philosophical ideologies on where people think that they fit in, and you know where it's best to fit in, and things like that. And I just stay away from boxes. I stay away from pills. I stay away from anything like that. That's just my personal perspective.
Well, some would say that Flat Earth is a box, and like I've jumped in. I mean, other people are going to label that box and try to throw other things in there that they think are crazy that don't belong here. But
There are some people
flat
that
Earth.
memists are more careful about, like, oh, no, I'm not a flat earther. They're more careful about putting themselves in that box. But I think for some people that would be considered a box, wouldn't it? At least for an outsider.
I don't know. I guess if you let them straw man your position, then yeah. But to me, flat Earth is freedom. It's seeing the truth. It's seeing things as they actually are, as opposed to buying into a belief system that is given to you before you were born. And so that's how I perceive that. I don't perceive that as a box. I perceive that as being free to make other choices. It's not like, I'm restricted to just doing this one thing, or, there aren't new ideas that I'm willing to accept. And, if they're presented with truth and facts and, evidence, things of that nature. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say it's a box. I don't know.
Yeah, other people, like I said, other people are definitely going to try to shove you in to a box called crazy and try to throw a bunch of other things in that box. Oh, you must think birds aren't real. Like, no, that doesn't go in that box. Your crazy box goes over there.
The science denial. Oh, you're a flat earther. That means you deny science.
Means we accept science.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many ways they reveal themselves, just in the first breath. Oh, you don't even trust the science. Okay, well, your wig just fell off. This is too easy. It's almost like, Mike Tyson boxing an amateur. Like, dude, you left yourself wide open. I could have just KO'd you, but I'm not gonna for your own sake. I don't know. They're so naive.
Like Mike Tyson said, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like going around throwing around words that you don't know the meaning to. That was the last clip that I had, actually. So, because this happens here a lot too, right? People will throw around words willy-nilly. They don't know what they really mean. Just refraction, gravity, science.
Right, like classic. They'll come in here and they'll say that it's geometric, and they'll stick on that spot. And then when we start probing a bit, they'll go to Google and they'll bring up refraction. And then by the end of the conversation, they are an expert in refraction, and they're challenging you on your knowledge of it when they just found out about it and don't even understand how that destroys their first paradigm that is geometric.
Oh, you gotta love when that happens, when they go insta expert on you. Yeah, you gotta love that.
CB, not working.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just want to bring a point of clarity that not just something I know. I mean, I heard somebody say that Whitsitt teamed up with that guy. It didn't happen that way. I heard Whitsitt tell him he got asked at the last minute to join that when he didn't know that guy from Adam. So I'm just bringing that clarity there.
Interesting. I've sent him a message on Twitter.
There, I'm sure that everything will be okay.
I wish Whitsitt was going to be there.
I mean, if you watch that debate, Whitsitt did his best to balance it out. I mean, I'm not defending Whitsitt. We all know what Whitsitt's got, I don't need to defend him anyway.
There's a saying I heard before that, aggression towards an adversary is understandable. Aggression against an ally is unforgivable. If you don't like Whitsitt's content, you can turn it off. It's really that easy. Go full globetard and just get triggered over Whitsitt all day.
For what it's worth, I agree. We shouldn't be shooting our own soldiers in the back. Where does that get anybody? Nowhere.
It's unforgivable.
Whitsitt as a scientist. Period. I've been watching a YouTube flat Earth topics for a very long time, and I've watched Whitsitt come up, and I watch him grow and mature. I watch his knowledge base grow. I watch him educate himself. One of the best autodidacts out there. I've watched him go from the end of the country to the other end of the country, interviewing people, standing out there, taking the heat, challenging everything, trying to offer education free. I enjoy Whitsitt. I think he is a testament. And if anybody's speaking bad of him, I'm going to say something. But I haven't heard that. So, but I'm just giving you my perspective. First stumbled upon him when Jaron started taking in more guests and things of that nature. So, there are a couple of content creators out there that are really, really, really good at what they do. And they bring receipts. They're not just talking, they're proving. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. I watch these guys call institutions, get calls back, get documents, write papers, sending for requests. They're doing FOIA or whatever, requests. And, so I salute these guys, just like I salute every champion in here. Some of you guys are awesome with your knowledge, with your explanation, with your tone, with your patience, even with your aggression. So, like I said, you got to look at things from more than one perspective, to try to get a full picture.
I just wanted to say something real quickly. Spake got me thinking, though, this is a good point. That dude paid some money to get a super chat in to mention Dave Weiss joining the show. So if they're going to go live tomorrow, I'm sure they're going to get a lot of super chats. I'm sure they'll get some from haters, but it would be nice to see us come out in droves with the super chat saying, hey, join the Discord, boom, 27 Flatter Discord, bam. Or just have a bunch of people in the chat. So I'll be sure to post that tomorrow just so other people can get over there and spread the word.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We used to do that a lot, those call to action. It used to be a channel that people would post in.
Yeah, it'd be a great... It'd be
Is it used to...
I don't know.
I'm not seeing it anymore. There used to be a channel call to action.
Well, I'll send out a message tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
To Gold or whoever, just whatever. But yeah. Forget donations like, hey, talk to Dave Weiss, he's the best debater ever. Nah, dude. We got the best debaters. So yeah, get those super chats in tomorrow, folks. I'll drop a link when they go live.
Yeah, I've not seen the channel. The last time I got a message to action was when Ponto was on Politics server, and he had a channel set up for Ask a Flat Earther.
So it looks like it should be about 7 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time. Yeah, man. I've saved some of these clips just to talk about this forum and how it's okay to hold people accountable. Like somebody tried to call me out. They're like, "Oh, you're being controlling for trying to keep the topic focused on one topic at a time." Like, fine, you can call me controlling then, whatever. That's what we do here. If you're going to say something, I'm going to hold you to it. And yeah, so they do a good job of that on Fresh and Fit as well. There's a small example of that where people will just throw things out willy-nilly and don't expect to get called on it.
It's crazy
I usually
to me
do.
how women like. Would you call me a pick me guy because I'm working on my status?
No, I would call you misogynist. Yeah, honestly.
Do you know the definition of misogyny? This is my favorite question.
Yeah,
tell me.
Do you?
No,
you tell me. Well, I'm not calling him a misogynist. I'm not throwing the term around, babe. So what is it?
Tell me.
Why is he a misogynist?
Because of the way that he thinks that men are the prize. That's why I think he is.
That's what misogyny. Do you know the definition of misogyny?
Yes.
No, because I don't throw the term around.
Let's stop.
Good. You know what misogyny means?
Please tell us. Wait, who?
Oh, no,
I
said who?
I don't know the exact term.
So you
I don't
tell
know
me
the
something
exact
you don't even know the definition.
She's not going to quote fucking
Oxford. We get the concept of what the word is.
Crazy.
You don't understand.
It doesn't matter. I know what context clues are. I know what it like kind of means. I don't need to know the exact definition.
Do you know what a misandrist is? Stupid. No. Stupid. Is a woman that hates men. Stupid.
I don't hate men.
A misogynist.
She's a
misogynist. Let me define it for you,
100%.
since you like to throw around terms. You like to throw around terms that you don't know the definition of. Misogynist is a man that, quite frankly, hates women.
You kind of sound like you
kind of sound.
Jeez. So she's like, well, I kind of know what it means. It's like, no, you don't. Like, don't let Globers fool you as well. They'll say like, oh, gravity. I sort of kind of know what that is. No, you don't. All you have to do is just ask them. Well, what does it mean then? Well, I don't have the facts and the statistics, so you don't know them.
It keeps you stuck to the ground.
Dude. Like,
I heard that clip before. It's embarrassing.
I mean, the mind virus is just it's seeped into a lot of people. Oh well, I don't know what it means really, but I kind of do. It's like, what? No, then no, you don't. No, you don't.
And this is where you have to meet them at. Exactly. You have to meet them right there.
Baby, you're just being transcendent.
Yeah, I often do that.
Let me play that one too. Let me play that.
You're just being transducive.
Wait, who's being enlightened? What?
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
It's a classic.
Go out there and try not to be a trans doofus.
And this is the position that most of these guys coming in who wants to have a conversation and think that they're having an educated or an elevated conversation. Right? They get frustrated, then they just start spitballing and rapid firing, and they get lost. They don't want to hear any answers. It's amazing that they call that a conversation.
I just realized like how people they say a lot of things without saying anything whatsoever. Just here, I have a clip of that actually. I played it a couple times recently. Go ahead.
By default, they're smarter than us, right?
They like to think they are.
They think they're smarter than average already. and then they rate flat earthers below average, and then think they can flex their mental superiority and really test a textbook definition of the Dunning-Kruger Club, where everybody thinks they're better than average, and they rate their better than average based on a misplaced illusionary superiority. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And they could test it. They don't need flat earth. They could take any college level 101 astronomy or physics or engineering class, and they would get an F. They wouldn't even make it through orientation. They're that bricked.
Astronomy.
Yeah.
And they'll talk out of the other side of their mouth and say, oh, you guys think that you're smarter than someone. You guys want to just think that you found out something and no one else knows it. Well, that seems to be an admission that you're saying that we do know something. We're not claiming to be smarter. We're not claiming to have more knowledge. The knowledge is there. It is right there. We're claiming that you have been duped.
Yeah, I might not be a smart man, but I know this surface that I describe as flat is actually flat. It's not curved. I'm not going to say this flat surface is curved, because that would be stupid to call something that it's not.
You didn't say it in a Forrest Gump voice.
I don't know what. I might not be a smart man, Jenny, but I know what flat is.
Flat is what flat does.
It was like that guy that came in yesterday. He was explaining spectroscopy, but didn't know the word for it. So we gave him the word spectroscopy, and he goes, "Yeah, spectrometry." Yeah, I know what spectrometry is.
Spectrometry. It's like
it's like a really dumb board game.
Where you shine light through a prism.
I was wondering, I heard someone mock that yesterday. I was wondering what that came from. Now that makes so much more sense.
Spectrometry.
These dummies, dude.
That was the guy that if his family lived long enough under the water, they'd grow gills over 1,000,000 years.
I'll post a Jaden Williams short in the live stream voice text, right? And it's because it's really similar to what we experience with some of the Glovers trying to explain stuff.
I should play that 1-minute clip for you guys, the new people who didn't hear what happened last night.
You got it?
What with the gill?
Yeah.
Yeah, grab that short too while you're at it. Was that T-Dub?
All right, I'm gonna play this.
Let's go. When are we doing this? Let's get all the other. No, neither of us are going to be alive to see the results, brother. What?
So nobody has observed it then.
We have observed it.
Yeah, the problem is you wouldn't survive in water.
We have observed it.
We can look at single-celled organisms, which aren't as complicated as humans are, to see that over time, put in different stressors and different environments, they do evolve to adapt to those environments. And we can look at certain. Right? We can look at humanoid species. We can look at Homo sapiens.
They don't turn into a different species, though, do they?
We can look at species like Homo sapiens to see, oh shoot, we had Neanderthals. Oh shit, we have gills now. Fuck, we can swim in the oceans. You're a fucking clown, dude, I swear. Are you done? No, dude, I'm gonna roast you done? As long as you're here, because you think you're gonna grow gills in the fucking water, dude. Like I don't think I'm gonna grow gills. I already said 10,000 years from now, right?
What? Bro, what? That shit was lit, my boy. Yeah,
it went on for another. That went on for another hour.
You know me, I'm a dog with a bone. I was not letting that shit go. I'm like, all right, check this, man. We're gonna drop you in the ocean, in the middle of an ocean somewhere, and eventually you're gonna sprout out some gills because you need to survive in the water, right? I mean, right? Evolution, right? And it's just no. I know. You're not gonna grow gills because you're basically not made for the water. You're gonna die, right? I was a bit more harsh, so I was like, "You're gonna fucking die, dude." Like, because like, think about it. How many evolutionists do we have to put in the ocean, the middle of the ocean, and they're gonna start sprouting gills because they need to adapt to the water? When? They're all gonna fucking die when you put them in the water, right? Every single one of them. Not us. Near one of them is gonna grow fucking gills in the water, bro. That's not going to happen. Nor is a fish gonna start being able to breathe air when you bring it out of the damn water. Either way, the shit is
out long enough. They say.
Oh. We've been taking fish out of the... Bro, look, check it, man. Bro, come on. Like, I'm like, you got to be real with this shit, right? All right, so check this out. We're gonna have a building, right? Really tall building, the Burj Khalifa. Well, I don't give a shit. And then we're gonna line up people, population Earth, and each one's gonna jump off. We're gonna have some spikes at the bottom. Eventually, one of you motherfuckers is gonna grow some wings and fly away. Eventually, right? Evolution, right?
Yeah.
Eventually.
Or telekinetic mind powers and stuff start floating in midair.
Each and every one of you dumb motherfuckers are gonna be in the bottom of that shit like Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean?
This motherfucker's an X-Men. He's a mutant.
Exactly. That shit is not going to happen, my boy. You're gonna die. Like, what the fuck? Evolution, shut the fuck up. Like, that is the worst. You went from flat Earth to, like, not understanding that to say, like, evolution's a better talking point. Oh, no. You went out of the frying pan into the fire, my friend.
This motherfucker said, I am a mutant. I will grow gills. You can
I will
put
grow
me in
gills.
the water. I will grow.
He did, Max.
You know, that scenario would play out differently. You said if everyone the pile of bodies would stack up to the way they just stack.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Breaking up a bit, heretic.
Bro, that shit is, man, it's not ever going to happen. Ever. People are not going to sprout wings and they're not going to grow gills. Fucking just come to the realization, bro. This is not, there's no evolution. Ah. Bro was talking about.
Finally, you get to the point where they step off and don't fall off.
Orion, you're roboting, bro. Orion.
CB. Okay, my bad.
Someone's roboting.
It wasn't me.
That was.
I think it's Orion.
It was Orion.
Okay.
No, but I was telling him, I was like, dude, evolution is bullshit, man. From we got Neanderthals. Like, the fuck you got Neanderthals, bro? Like, well, we were some kind of different type of person back then, and now we're not that person. Like, we're some kind of half human, half ape shit. Like, the
and
fuck
he just
are you
laughs
on, man?
about it. And he just laughs about it and says,
Yeah,
like,
he was laughing.
"Oh, we have Neanderthals." Ho 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 ho.
No, that you're the Neanderthal.
You guys know if they believe that they on a spinning ball, they must believe that they came from the pond.
Yeah, I know, but like this fucking guy was saying that his talking point went from flat Earth to like the evolution, and he was like, "Well, I know evolution." I was like, "The fuck, you know evolution, bro?" And so his talking point basically after I was telling him about growing gills, he's like. He was trying to make it reasonable, dude. He's like, all right, so if you got somebody standing in water for 10,000 years, they will start to sprout gills and swim away. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, with that bullshit, man. That is some banana in the tailpipe, freaking 23 skidoo bullshit, man. You just said right now.
The shit they make you reach with if you can stand somebody in water for 10,000 years. What did you say?
There's that motherfucker gonna be growing some gills and swimming the fuck away from that. Dude, how many people live near the ocean, bro? Like, that's just, we're talking realistic. For as many generations of families, not a single human has sprouted gills and swam away, bro. Never, ever, ever.
I know kids who were born with gills. I know kids who were born with gills who can't swim. You know, they were literally born with like the little gill slits or whatever, you know, the birth defects, and they can't swim. So whatever.
That's straight out of The Boys.
Oh.
It's like in their paradigm, it would take more than 10,000 years. Like in their evolutionist paradigm, it'd take like 10 million years.
Yeah, but
they don't have
evolution.
That
I mean, realistically, when is that like evolution is gonna be like, oops, this guy needs skills, let's give him some. You know, like who's deciding? When is,
Well, you know,
where's that gene at, bro? Like where, or is that shift in, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're starting to morph. You see that little tiny little dot that's on your neck? That's gonna be a gill like in 10 million years. Like, oh, bro.
Wait a second. Wait a
What's
second.
actually funny
This is
is-
the plot. This is the plot of a Kevin Costner movie, Waterworld. You know, he had gills in that movie.
Well, I was
Yeah,
just gonna
that's why
say, in The Boys, the biggest weirdo in The Boys had gills. I posted them in the chat. The Deep, and he was like really self-conscious about his gills and stuff. Don't look at it. Don't touch it.
Well, he first tried saying that we had a misconception of evolution. Oh, that's not what evolution means. But then did a backstep on that.
The fuck it ain't, bro. Like that's exactly what evolution is. It's necessity. Like that if you're in water all the time, you're gonna grow fucking gills, and if you want to fly to get your food because it's too far for you to reach, you're gonna grow wings, bro. Like that's necessity. Evolution for necessity. Fuck up, man. It's ridiculous, bro.
They're trying to convince not only themselves but you at the same time. Sorry, we're not buying.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, at what point throwing people? How much people do you think it's gonna take to dump them in the center of the ocean and they're gonna start growing gills, bro? How many? I was like, none, because each and every one of them's gonna fucking die by the time. You know what I mean? They don't have no food. They can't eat. Like, they're not built for that. They will die every single time. So,
well, my claim will come true. Just give it a million years.
we take all the evolutionists, dump them in the ocean, and we just monitor them 24 hours, see what happens. They're gonna start to, not gain enough energy to swim. They're gonna fucking drown, die, and then the fish.
You need about a half an hour. You need about 30 minutes. 30 minutes of tape. That's done.
They'll evolve from fish food to fish poop.
Fish food.
They'll evolve from fish. Oh, go ahead.
I think there's a delay. Go ahead, Crit. You're good.
I was say, they evolve from like people to fish food to fish poop, and they're just at the bottom of the ocean, and then they feed microorganisms.
Just the premise of that whole topic is like, well, over millions of years. Shut your fucking mouth, dude. Like,
they don't have enough time. Even if you give them their globe and their heliocentric, there's still not enough time with their evolutionary models to make it work. So they just say there's missing time.
Well,
the fuck there is, dude. There's no missing time. What the hell are you talking about?
Time is something that's viable in their construct. So when they talk about the Earth and the globe, and you got Einsteinian gravitational theory, right? That time and space are something as like a fabric, right? So it's something within the reality itself, right? So time is something that's factored in there. But that's the reason why they would use it in like evolution, because over millions of years, like some shit would happen, and you went from like an amoeba swimming around in a pond to now like a fully formed, functioning, evolved human, standing upright and fucking, eating food and shit. So you went
this
from
is where
that
man
to this.
adapts go wrong, right? This is where man adapts, right? Because this is what their premise is: man adapts, right? But the complete expression is man adapts to his environment, and his environment is where we are on the terra firma, breathing in pressurized air, right? Outside of these environments, we are not going to do well. If we do not have terra firma under our feet, we are kind of jacked up, period.
Yep.
So they kind of take this man adapts shit and run with it as, since we came from some pond scum and we got to this level, we must going to be mutants on the next level, or we must going to be able to fly, or we must be able to live in the water. You guys are really, 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 in comic book land and shit. Come back from fairy tale world, turn the corner, enjoy your reality, and start living a better life, period. But stories are good.
I'm gonna have to get my fucking meme out now for this guy. I got a gift just for this shit right here. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. Right there. That was me last night to that guy. Fucking reality kicking the door in, bitch. After the whole shit was done, dude, he was exhausted, bro. He was just like fucking lamb-based, exhausted. It was just,
I gotta go. I'll be right back, man. I gotta go.
As Jedi, dude, because Jedi came like when I was about to go to bed, and the guy was just like, "Oh, I was lamb-based last night. I don't have enough." It was just all week, dude.
What was his name?
Not Wolf. You can hear the whole spiel. It's on last night recorded stream, so yeah, just go to Helio Skeptics channel and look at last night's recorded stream. You're gonna have a blast, bro. It went from flat Earth into evolution.
Jeez.
We had the team on. The whole team was in there. Yeah, Flatsy Klein. She was talking about entropy, just like socking it to him, and he was just denying. And no, it's not entropy, it's time. It's like, fuck, dude. Like, it was crazy, bro.
Anything but
really good,
dress the claim. Oh, you want to talk about curvature? Nah, let's talk about evolution. It's like,
yeah. Oh, you want to talk about evolution? Okay, let's do that.
Like, let's talk about everything else other than the thing that would prove what I believe to be true. True.
Yeah. See, I think I have the stream. Oh yeah, hang on. Go about 2 hours. Wow. Once you start seeing Not Wolf's name appear, then I put the stream where it's on. Yeah, just have a listen. It was really good. When Not Wolf appears on the screen.
Start there.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, dude. Just reminds me, like on Fresh and Fit, they'll call some girls out because they just are there to talk and argue just to argue, not necessarily in good faith. They just want to hear themselves talk. Like, you see this when people ask questions and they don't really care about the answer. Globers do this all the time. I think I grabbed a screenshot in the chat today. What do you think this is? It's this. They're not really looking for an answer. You know what I mean? Globers do this too, man. Gotta be on the lookout.
Evolution. Anyway, I'm gonna head off to work, gentlemen, ladies.
Sir.
Later.
Bye, Mayhem.
Later, brothers.
Miggy.
Later, Miggy.
It's on the flip.
There was a couple months ago, I saw this video, this atheist evolutionist guy talking about like humans are animals. And then he said, but he has to challenge, I'm paraphrasing, he went on and on in his TED Talk about this human A4 brain. That you've got an animal brain, but somehow through the course of societal evolution, it developed thinking processes that are beyond the consciousness or the hardware, if you will. And you're like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I guarantee you like put you in a padded room or some sort of, box with no food and water and just watch you turn savage. You get this huge thing, like somehow you're enlightened and you're just this great deep thinker. No, you're not, dude. It's, like as soon as you take away some basic needs and wants, you revert back to your savage primal instincts, like right away, just like God made you. Like get out of here. Like somehow you've evolved. Your brain evolved beyond its corporeal temporal state. Like just come up with some bullshit.
That's pretty funny. You're probably right about that too. They do like to think, no, I've evolved beyond that.
Yeah, you evolved. So. You evolved around shit. Like this whole thing was he had that hockey stick graph where it shows, humans invented fire. Then like 10,000 years later, they invent pottery or something like that. I can't remember. Maybe not 10,000, but whatever. There's a huge time frame between inventing fire and inventing pottery. And then he's like, humans invent flight, and then humans fly to the moon. He gets like these huge these huge leaps of technological advancement. You're like, why? Like his big shtick was, why did it take so long to invent pottery after inventing fire? Like that should have been quicker because, like after you invented the wheel or something, whatever his whole shtick was, I can't remember exactly what he said. It's like you got more people working together. It's not just one dude woke up one day. It's like, I think I'm going to make some pottery. Like somehow like some clay got hot and they're like, oh shit, let me see if I can manipulate that and do it again. It's like stumbling into discoveries. People aren't thinking. Very rarely does someone have some wild string up their, hair up their ass and they come up with some brand new idea. They observe it first and they're like, damn, let me see what I can do with that.
And to be fair, it's worth noting you'd have to be there to know exactly how it played out.
Oh yeah, he's just coming up with some bullshit. It's like that joke. The funny thing I just thought of it right now is that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy had talked about why humans don't like their relatives, and it started off with like your cousins and your uncles and your aunts and whatnot. But the book got it so the Hitchhiker is like a space book, like about like Earth. If you guys don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. But anyway, in the book, it showed humans sitting around a table with a bunch of monkeys, and the monkeys are swinging on a chandelier and like throwing plates all across the room and everything. And they're like, this is kind of why humans stick to their basic family unit.
Folks that come in here are so smart that they can stay on topic and talk about flat Earth and evolution. How are you staying on topic? I thought you came in here to talk about what the service set up about. You came in here to defend your position, and now we're talking about evolution. FE does not stand for fucking evolution or whatever you want it. No, it says flat Earth. You guys want to go all over the place. Talk about if you leave monkeys alone and they build the world, well, whatever, man. You off in fantasy land, and I just can't wrap my head around these concepts. Everybody can come up with their own ideas if we're playing like that. You don't even want to defend, the scientific model. You want to discard that and go on with your own shit and say, well, no, this is better than the global model. If you just do what I say, it works more effective. No. Stick to what you're defending. Understand what you're defending. Don't come in here making up more stories. That's the last thing I want to hear. Well, no, sometimes stories are good. Let me not.
No, Max, you're right, though. That gets into a lot of things because I talk about like BYOB or BYOC because they think this is freaking bring your own cosmology night in here where you just come in here and start making stuff up. And no, we're going to address the claim. If flat earthers are crazy and we're supposed to get back to the globe, we're going to talk about that globe very specifically, not some shit you just made up. So they do that too. They'll start making stuff up. Oh, I know. I never said that it was a perfect sphere, or I never said it was a radius 395. You don't have to say it. That's what the claim is. I wasn't waiting around for you to claim that. That's the claim on the table.
It cracks me up. It cracks me up when they find out they actually believe it. They're just as shocked as we are. It's like, oh, you didn't know that. Oh, I hear you Googling right now.
Exactly. Like you said, it's important to know the claims. They don't even know the claims. That's why we spend a majority of the time educating them on what they're supposed to believe in before we take it away from them. Like, ding dong, you were supposed to come here with that information.
Yeah, stop playing with your food, Johnny. You already have the globe on your plate.
That's funny. Yeah, it's mommy. Can we get this globe? No, you already have a globe at home. Sorry.
Can we change it to a triangle globe? Well, you might as well, because this old spherical one is just ratty as hell. It's been beat, torn all the hell. It's been run over, dragged down the street, all kinds of stuff.
Well, they want to jump to a flat Earth too. You don't get to jump to a flat Earth. You have to do what Max said. You have to, step 1, understand what the globe claims are. Step 2, test them. Then, and only then, I think, you start to lead towards some type of flat Earth. But if you're going to jump to that, if you're going to jump over the globe claims and just jump to some flat Earth, that's where you start to see the straw man coming in. Oh, where's your, how come the sun's not light everywhere? Well, is that happening in reality? Oh, okay. Then why would that start happening tomorrow? What the hell?
Yeah, right. Where's your map of the dome?
Well, they don't understand that the world that we currently live in, that's the world we're dubbing flat Earth. They think that it's some other idea. Oh, well, if it's flat, how come I can't see to China? Okay, well, you can't see to China. So why would, if you learned about flat Earth tonight, why would you just wake up tomorrow morning and then start seeing to China? You don't get it. Nothing would change. Outside doesn't shift and morph when you learn. Okay? It's your own ideas that are shifting and morphing, not reality itself. So it doesn't change. So these guys have some weird ideas of what they think flat Earth should be. They don't realize that it's simply the Earth outside.
That's what it is.
Which doesn't involve seeing to China, which doesn't involve it being light all the time, everywhere, for everyone, which doesn't involve you seeing the stars from everywhere. These crazy ideas that they come up with, they try to pawn off on you as if you came up with those sloppy ideas that they're presenting. I don't know.
Like my man Jim Kelly said in 3 the Hard Way, you sound like you straight out of a comic book, man. You know, these guys think that they can stay forever, you know, like somehow or another that if, you know, the land was flat and raised and there was no obstacles that you'd be able to just see limitless. Are you kidding me? You can barely see a mile in front of you, if that.
I know, right? They'll admit that your eyes have limits. You can only see a certain distance, but if it was flat, then you get unlimited distance. No, dude, no.
These guys are X-Men, they're Superman, they're all sorts of shit.
I know, right? They turn into Superman overnight. They get bat vision tonight. No. If I could wave a magic wand, that's what I have them understand, that nothing would change. Outside doesn't change. You change.
Your perspective of what you're living on, when you start to accept it for what it is, then that changes. But when you're wrapped up in this whole idea that the globe is a model, you know, which it isn't, you know, but they have this understanding, this belief, this need to think that that globe is a model, and it fails at every examination, you know. So it's hard, you know. So when you start to point out things and they're in agreement, you know, they are having cognitive dissonance at that moment. Like, wait, did I just agree to that? But if I do, it kind of messes up what I'm saying. No. It's definitely a globe still. What? You just agreed, you know, to all of the explanations that we provided, you know, in terms of, you know, the circumference and, you know, the diameter and the radius and how far you can be able to see based on these geometric factors, you know, and a bunch of other stuff. And you guys agreed to all of that, but yet and still, you still end up saying that, no, somehow or another, even though all of that works and all of that is true, it's only true because we're on the globe. Oh, okay.
Limited brains. And it's like they accuse us of not being open-minded. You guys aren't considering another position. Wrong. We already considered another position besides the one we previously held. We already made the change. You guys are stuck. Not us.
It's like they believe all of our parents taught us that the earth was flat, and we didn't go to school, and we didn't watch movies, and we didn't play video games, and all of these other things, right? Like we wasn't wrapped up in that same sort of paradigm that you are in, you know. But what happened is, we were curious. We tested this information after looking back at it and saying, hey, something's fishy about this. Something doesn't sit right. Let me go check some of this out. I don't feel like I'm spinning. It just doesn't feel like it. I don't care what you say. And you go out and you try to test it now because you're an adult. You have a lot more understanding and knowledge and able to process information, things like that. You're not a child anymore where you just accept, whatever is told. The tooth fairy's coming. Okay, look for my tooth under this pillow. No, we understand that those things aren't necessarily true. Just now we got to re-examine the things that you've told us. And those things don't necessarily check out, and that's where we stand. And so if anybody has any, questions or challenges or, information to point out where, this is incorrect, please come into FU, Flat University, and get educated. We're accepting applications.
You hit somebody with that the other day. I was geeking out. I forget who it was, but you hit him on the live stream. I'm like, what? That was good. That was good. People were saying stuff about that in the chat as well. F you. That's a nice little backhand right there, too. They don't understand it's the other way around. They think they're here to educate us and teach us something. They think they're going to get a Nobel Prize for saying something the last 3,000 NPCs said. Okay. No, you're not going to get a Nobel Prize for repeating and chanting the script we've all heard 1,000 times.
Right. Isn't there somebody like an auditor that's like checking their shit before they leave the gate? Because because it's like, wait a minute, what was I thinking? Oh my God.
It goes back to what Max was saying. They think we fell off a truck, hit our head, never even heard of the globe before. They couldn't be any farther from that. We're the ones teaching them, right, Sonny?
Yeah.
We're educating these goofballs. I wish, I wish we could work on our craft more. We don't really do a lot of sparring and working on our skills of talking about and debating a flat earth because we spend, I'd say, 80% of the time educating, teaching them their own claims
and
before you debunk them.
Teaching them the true flat earth instead of like you were saying.
Done the calculations, it's more like 96.7%.
Well, some of these guys don't even realize they're dealing with reality. And Sonny, if you're still there, I think you dropped off there for a second. But I mean, we were talking like, yeah, you're good. I think you're back. But I was just saying, like, they don't even realize they're in reality. 99%, I might be not existing. Like, what? Man.
Yeah, my premise is like, so nobody's at the control as far as like, there's no controls as far as letting these fools come on here and represent their globe. Where are the people that like, okay, I think Miggy talks about this a lot. Where are the people with the gumption that are out there saying publicly, bold and, out front? Where are they? Where they don't have a voice, I guess. But it's I don't know, it's just bizarre.
Well, that's what's scary, man. Is every time you go to one person individually, they'll say, "Well, I don't have the facts, the statistics. Someone over there does." So they go over there and go talk to them. Hey, we heard you have the evidence. You're the astrophysicist, right? Oh, well, I don't have the information. Someone else over there does. And this is just they keep handing it off to some vague entity over there that doesn't even exist. I mean, someone in here the other day, I don't remember who it was, maybe Blue Alta, or I forget, but he was trying to say, we were asking very specifically, hey, we'd like to call a witness to the stand. You're claiming there's somebody out there that has this information. We'd like to call that person to the stand. Oh, well, it's a vague panel of people, and, you have to ask a collective group. So then, fine, let's start with one person who, oh, well, again, you can't really address them one-on-one. It needs to be this vague entity, this panel of group of people collectively that all have decided we're right. It's like, dude.
It just sounds oddly similar to like some religious person, like, in the old days they had these like sages that were like living in a cave somewhere, and the mid-level priest would have to go like communion with this higher being to make sure it was okay that this person could be in the higher power's presence, and bring them to the cave so they could be enlightened. You have to like reach a level, like, it's really weird, man. That's
a great tactic for a freaking like, what do they call it? Like a prism scheme or whatever.
Plato's cave. Maybe Plato's cave. V2
a pyramid scheme. That's what I was thinking.
A pyramid scheme. Yeah.
Well, think about it, because you have all these layers. You can't get to the top. You're not able to get to the top. You're not able to, hey, I'd like to get some information about the leader of this group. Well, let me speak to the next level, like you said.
Yeah.
I don't have direct access to that, so it's a huge scheme, like a scam, dude. This whole thing,
and all the way
even
up
the experts don't.
All the way up the ladder, up the pyramid would be like you'd see this thing, a continuous line with arrows going up, going like pass the buck, pass the buck, pass the buck, pass the buck.
Yeah.
Because knowledge is power
all the time.
And so if we keep this knowledge hidden, we'll have more power.
Yeah. Right. When we talk to the trench level people, they say, oh, well, astrophysicists, they know. So we've seen literally within this last week, astrophysicists come here. We ask him, hey, we heard you have the information. You got it? Oh, no, it's someone over there got it. Has it. Okay. Here we go again. It's just this vicious cycle of passing the buck off.
I assure you they have it up there. I assure you.
Yeah, they have to have it.
I'm 98% sure they have it up there.
99. Listen, I think that the guys who come in here, a lot of them, just like us, when we first saw Flat Earth topics come into our streams, we're like, we discarded it. It's like, that's not really, possible. But at some point, it piqued your interest enough to look into it. Right? So I think most of these guys, their interest to peak, but they don't look into it. They discard it. It's like, that's stupid. I'll go challenge them. And then they step into the lion's cage. And lion starts eating that ass up. And they're like, oh my goodness, I was so wrong about this. This is not stupid. These guys are not stupid. I seem to not know as much as I thought I did. Let me get mad and matter of fact, let me just have an internet connection problem. Oh wait, better yet, I got other things to do. I left something on the stove. I'll be back.
Yeah. It's scary how accurate that is. But you know what, Max, I wanted to capitalize on it. You made a great point. Because they think it's like a zoo. They think they're coming to check out the lions at the zoo, but really, they stepped into the safari. This is live. We're not sedated behind a wall. The lions, we all eat. Okay, and the hyenas, they hungry too. All right.
Oh, sorry. You didn't know you just stepped into the lion free zone. You weren't supposed to step up that last few steps there, but there you have it. You're here now. Enjoy your stay.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember the Harambe situation, but that actually happened in my city. All right. Cincinnati. Shout out Cincinnati. But they're at the zoo. I think some kid, I don't even remember the full story, but some kid stepped in.
Harambe. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
And they so yeah. So that's
you step
in this letter, you're about to get Harambe, bro. You're about to get Harambe in here.
There's loads of analogies or metaphors you can come up with. One of the ones that I've got in the moment is these guys think that they've got a bridge to cross, right? All they've got to do is cross the bridge. It might be very narrow, say scientific or whatever, but they've just got to get to the other side. And they would have bypassed the flat earthers, the swimming sharks in the pond that the bridge is going over. The thing is, the flat earthers have only told them it's a bridge. It's actually a plank, like you walk off of a pirate ship. The flat earthers are going to get fed anyway, because it's not a bridge. There's no way you can get to the fucking other side.
And all we had to do was tell him it was refracted.
Yeah.
What you're seeing is refraction. So get on. Go ahead. A few more paces. You're almost there. Kerplunk into the water. Sharks eaten. And we hungry too.
Pretty much.
I like that. Yeah. Globers. I mean, even the higher level ones, Elijah took his time. I think the guy's name was Deck. It was all day process. 2 rounds of boxing. I witnessed first round. Floyd Mayweather came out smooth. Round 2, it came out for the kill. Elijah. And the best thing that he could offer, Deck, was fallacies. And when he was called on it, he would be like, well, it wasn't intentional. It's like, well, dude, intention doesn't give you a free pass to just have fallacious reasoning. So that's what they have to offer. Fallacies. But they don't have much.
That was on the hamster wheel. He kept going around and around. It was explained, and he kept going back around and back around and back around. It explained, the curvature. It explained the curvature. Explained, and the dude just kept coming back around. No. I agree with you. But you're still wrong. It was terrific.
I haven't come up with a name for that syndrome yet, but maybe it's like a one more time syndrome or something like that. But they feel the need, if I just say it one more time. It's like, dude, you don't have to just say it. State the claim over and over. We're very well aware of the claims. Obviously, stating the claim isn't proving the claim. We're trying to get to the money. So what you're saying, prove it. Pro tip for all you Globers out there, stick to things that you can prove. Because if you're just going to state the claim on repeat, what good is that doing? So Max caught on to that too. He's like, let me just explain again. It's like, dude, no, stop. Explanations don't hold much value in this forum. Give us a demonstration.
You're asking for evidence, right? And they give you the explanation, right? When you ask for evidence, whoa. Here's a hypothetical, though, right? This is my evidence. If you had 3 arms, or if you had, and one of the arms was, what did you say? Hold on, I can't wrap my head around that. And these guys go out there with these crazy hypotheticals, really reaching. Oh no, but suppose you could just stand there for 10,000 years, huh? No, if you stood there for 10,000 years, eventually that would happen. That's your evidence? Okay. Next.
Yeah. They're trying to cash in those hypotheticals at the bank when they're not worth anything. It's like trying to go to the bank with monopoly money. It's not have any value. Neither do all these explanations either. Those are very low value.
It's kind of the same thing with models, right? Offering an explanation for a thing. So let me run you guys for a hypothetical. You've got a colony of ants that live on the floor, but on the wall there's a clock and they can observe the clock, and over a period of time they've been able to model the clock. Now, we understand that a clock can work in many ways. Yes, you can see the hands on the clock go round, but the clock might be powered by batteries and a motor. It might also be powered by steam. It could also be solar powered, right? It could have some kind of thermonuclear fucking device that makes it go round, right? But ultimately, the ants who can't touch the clock, they can make a clock, but it might be another way to make the hands go round, right? So this is why models are fucking useless. Because you might be able to model the hands going round, but there's no way that you can get behind the clock to see how the fucking hands go round. Do you get my point?
Yes, let's move the curtain and see the wizard.
The Wizard of Oz syndrome.
Exactly. So if you can't see behind the curtain, you can see the hands go round. I'm sure you can make something with hands go round, yeah? That's why models are fucking useless.
Here's how I look at the model issue. So Flat Earth is like, we grow grapes in our backyard and we've made this into wine. These Globers come over and they're like, bro, what's the brand name though? It doesn't have a brand name. We don't have a representation. It's just the experience itself. They're looking for a little Hot Wheels when all you have is the keys to a car, like a Porsche. We don't have a brand name to the wine that we're growing in our backyard. That's the experience. The experience is the earth itself. So I'll say in the chat, you'll see me say in the chat all the time, a menu is not the meal. So you can't eat a menu. You eat the food. So flat earth is like the food. We don't have a menu. We don't have a brand name to our wine, if you understand the analogy. But that's what they're looking for. They want a model. Give me a representation. Give me a menu that I can look at. You don't need a menu when you go to your grandma's house. Okay? She just makes the food. So flat earth is like the food. It's the experience. That's why we tell them to go outside. They're like, but no, I want to read something, or like, can you give me a menu?
The menu's reality.
Shut up and eat the food.
No,
or
I
drink
want to
the
see
wine.
I want to see that plastic plate of food first. Can I look at the plastic model of the food?
They're so used to this outside view also. It's like, you don't get to see the whole earth. They're so used to like taking selfies with the earth. Oh, look. They're taking selfies from space. That's not a view of the earth you're going to get. You can go up in the sky, but you can't go out of the sky, out of the earth. Take selfies and see the whole thing. You can zoom in, but you can't zoom out and see the whole earth. So I can't tell you, can't give you a little model, a little toy of the earth that says this is what it all looks like. I don't know why that's such a big deal for them. They don't understand that. They don't realize that we're all in the same boat. They don't know. I don't know. Jedi doesn't know. No one knows. So it's like, yeah, go ahead.
Something you said reminded me of Tao of Jeet Kune Do. Bruce Lee's style. It's the art of no art.
Yeah. I like that. It's not, flat earth isn't in your head. It's outside. You can't, there's nothing to imagine anyway. What would you imagine? And likely what you imagine is probably wrong. So it's like, just discard what you think and go out and experience it for as it presents itself. That's all you got.
Like almost to a person who, everyone who comes in here believes that this was where we started, as if we started with this position. No, we started with the same position that you started from. What happened was we chose to seek enlightenment. We chose to seek some understanding of the reality that we lived in. We've heard some things that might have set off our senses, some things that didn't seem quite right. Something was off. It may not even have been something related to this. It could have been something related to something completely different. Well, it made you start asking questions. And you started seeking answers, and answers became available as knowledge became more accessible through the internet over years and years and years. And now you have that knowledge at your fingertips to figure out as if what's been presented to you is fact or fiction. And you have a decision to make on whether you're just going to choose to believe or whether you're going to take on your responsibility to understand, right? And most people, this is where you have these little phrases, and it takes years and years and years and years to understand these phrases, right? Like ignorance is bliss. That's because ignorance is bliss. people don't want to know because then you have to do something. It puts you in a position to have to take some sort of action, one way or another. Whether it's just by spreading the word or writing a letter or, making a phone call. It forces your hand once you have knowledge, or you're a coward, and nobody really wants to be a coward. So ignorance is bliss. As long as I don't know, I don't have to do anything about it, right? But the skipper beat, it's refreshing because from time to time, you have someone who comes in here and actually changes their position. They might be combative at first, and have their feet 10 toes in on their position, but they're actually able to accept new information, to look it up, because they have Google right in front of them. They have videos, they have information. They can go out there and they can do simple geometry, and they're able to process these things. Now it's a fight. It's definitely a fight. It's like the movie with the wrestler. They Live, and it's a fight. But it's so refreshing to know that there are genuine, sincere souls still out there, and they realize that they've been duped, because it is easier to fool someone than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. That's a hard position. But it's refreshing to know that through all of the educators that exist in here that I sponge off of, that sometimes you're able to break through. And so, I have faith. I have faith that there will be an enlightenment at some point, a great enlightenment.
Yeah, you made a good point that there are some genuine people still around out there amongst the zombies that could use some help. So, and we do see them from time to time, absolutely. And I've had a few, hit my DMs with a thank you. So, yeah, they're definitely out there, and that's, I think, partly why we're set up where we are. This station we've got set up for people to, I don't know. I've definitely learned a lot here. I'm sure you guys can see that too.
That's a good point, obvious, but I mean, like, we should ask them when they ask us that. Like, when they say something like that, we should say, "Oh, okay. So when did you change from flat to globe?"
Yeah, exactly. I think I was talking about this the other day. Any idea of what like a new glober looks like when they join Gem Pandas and things like that? Oh, how'd you come to the globe Earth? I just didn't think about anything ever.
It's classic.
We have fun, like introductory conversations with new flat earthers here, but there's nothing of the sort over there.
You've been doing some intel? I have spent no time over there.
No, I'm never over there, man. It's just a given, We know how globers are created. Come out the factory,
Oh, look, everyone, we've got a flat earther.
Damn.
I mean, it's kind of like showing up at the home team, game. You already know who to root for. You just blend right in with the crowd. You don't really stand out. I think there's not that many people in the crowd necessarily on our team, but the scoreboard, I think the scoreboard says all it needs to say.
Just stinging them up.
It's almost not even fair at this point. In baseball, I think they call it after a certain amount of times. After you hit a certain amount of home runs above the next team, you just call the game. But they're not ready to forfeit, I guess.
The Illuminati's wild then.
Who?
Illuminati.
Who's that?
It's an upcoming rapper. Is Wilden.
Okay. You must be new here. What brings you by?
No, I'm an old member here. What do you mean?
Oh, I see. You've been here since 2021.
Let's go. I'm an OG.
Welcome back.
Thank you, brother. I only join when I need to hear a globalist get destroyed by a flat earther for the culture. Then I leave. Then I come back to join again to hear the facts. Then I leave. That's my life, basically.
So what do you already know? What kind of facts do you already have?
I knew about the iceberg, ways to test out how the Earth is flat, and yeah.
The iceberg?
The essential stuff. Yeah, the iceberg, the barriers that keep the waters.
I've never heard it called the iceberg before.
You mean on the Titanic?
No, he means ice wall. He means
the ice wall, yeah. Yeah, the ice wall. Sorry. My English is my second language.
Fine. You're fine, buddy. We get that. You meant ice wall. You've seen that, have you?
Yeah.
Well, all of it?
No, you can't see it because it's government. It's like nobody can go there.
So, if you can't go there, how do you know it's there if you can't go there?
That's the question. Who knows if it's there?
Well, that was my question to you. You said that the ice wall was there.
You could see it, but you can't go past it.
You can see it? Have you seen it? Or is it we could see it possibly?
Yeah, I've seen photos of it, but with my eyes, nah.
Okay. You've seen photographs of an ice wall.
That's it.
Cool, okay. But you haven't verified these images to be true. That could be fucking anywhere, right?
Exactly. Unless I become a sailor.
Well, you were making a claim that they were the ice wall, but now I've pointed out they could be fucking anywhere, and you say exactly. I understand why you don't hang around the server for long enough.
I told you I'm a weak gangster.
You're definitely something.
Did you just say he's a weak gangster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are like the OGs. I'm the hype man. It's not my job to have the knowledge. I just hype you up. That's it.
He hyped us up.
By thunder, bro?
He hyped us up by building a straw man.
He's the audience.
I am the audience. That's my role. I'm like, hey, boo. That's it. I don't.
So you're an NPC.
Exactly.
I mean,
at least I'm a good NPC. Like I'm programmed to go to the right path.
You guys might not agree with me, but I've always believed that not everyone can be leaders. So.
Oh God, see, I was born to be a follower. I'll be following niggas. We end this.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Thank you, cousin. You need pawns to play chess. I'm one of the pawns.
You need to think a little bit more highly of yourself, I think.
Nah, listen, think of me as the YouTube reactor, you make a good video and I react to it, that's it.
That's fair.
I'm like, wow, that guy be making facts, bruh. I'm gonna sub to him. That's me. I said you are facts. And now people think you are facts. That's it. You're the knowledge and I'm the acknowledgement. See? Boom.
Awesome. So you understand when you say that you've just seen photographs of ice cliffs, you can't make the claim that that's the ice wall that encircles the world. You understand that bit then?
Ah, yeah, the strawman thing.
Yeah. So if you're going to be what you said you are, that's probably not the best way to do it.
Well, then teach me what's the best way.
Don't make claims.
Learn from my mistake.
Don't make claims that you can't back up.
Then how do I avoid
It's a good one.
that?
It's a classic.
Then how do I avoid making that mistake?
Only stick to claims that you can back up.
Let's say
one today, innit? Yeah, it's quite simple.
How do I back it up then? I want to learn. What should I say?
So if you're going to make a claim, you can back it up with evidence. That evidence must be falsifiable by other people.
Oh, like academic journals?
No, by say, I don't know, a direct measurement or a scientific experiment where you elucidate a cause and effect relationship.
Damn, so I gotta only verify it scientifically?
Depends what the question is. So if you're asking what caused that, then yeah, science will be the tool. If you're asking what is that, then maybe science wouldn't be the tool. Maybe you'd have to observe and measure it.
Ah, depends on the situation.
Yeah, it depends on the question.
Damn.
Yeah, nobody's ever observed a 360-degree ice wall.
Alright, let's say I believe in cloning. How do I back that up? Do I need to start doing research and like should I start doing research or like?
You can just said it yourself, so you can believe in it, and you can, let's say, watch YouTube videos about it where it might seem very plausible and interesting. Can you prove it? Have you cloned someone?
Nah,
exactly. So unless you've got first-hand experience, then this is second-hand experience. It's not knowledge to you; it's a belief.
No, but people been trying to do that since that when lesbians.
Yeah, people have tried. So that will be a little bit further down the path, and then the next question will be how. Then you're going to get very technical, and you're going to start splicing genes and shit. But yeah. Until you can falsify it and verify it, until you can put your fucking hands on it and manipulate it, it's an anecdotal story, right?
Respect. Thank you so much, brother. I'm learning. I'm trying to better myself so I could avoid being an NPC.
This is the thing about Flat Earth 101. Trust your senses. Falsify any claims, and if anybody makes a claim, they better come with some fucking evidence. Especially you.
Yeah, claims should be also followed by a method by which somebody else can either verify or falsify that claim.
Wait, I have a question. Why did Google and YouTube ban all channels that promote flat Earth instead of?
We're not banned.
Wait, they're not. They did.
Yeah. Hi, streaming on YouTube right now.
No, respect. But like I heard that they want to do that, like because they don't want to like promote it or do something with it. I don't know why. Like the mainstream in general.
Yeah, they want to stick a label on it, and the people that want to interpret that label as a warning, the flat Earth is an archaic model. Same kind of thing with, let's say, quote unquote, the misinformation regarding health. There is a narrative, there is a truth, and a false truth. They just want to stick a label on it and warn you.
Yeah, they're just forcing the narrative. That's all it is. Whatever the government wants you to believe.
What did you think of the mockumentary that Logan Paul did when he tried to be funny and pretend to be a flat earther? Like, how did you think of it? Did you think it's trash or garbage?
Couldn't even watch it.
Yeah. Let's go. Same team. Didn't even acknowledge it existed. Respect. I hate Logan Paul. He be selling Pepsis. Prime marks.
Oh wait, Logan Paul did a flat Earth thing?
Yeah, he did like a mockumentary, but like nobody watched it. It was so trash. He pretended to be like a flat Earth, and I was like, yeah, I am. No. Although he wasn't. I don't know if Shaq is a real one. Like Shaq keep be saying he is a flat Earth.
Yeah, Shaq is a flat earther, but he got shut down real quick.
Yeah, like people, like at first I thought he was, but then I saw like in interviews people say, "No, Shaq, he's just playing." Shaq be playing.
No, they just took him. They sat him down and they're like, "Look, you can't be talking about this anymore," and that's it.
Damn.
Yeah, they shut Shaq O'Neal down. They shut him down because they threaten his earnings. You know, he can't. He's got lots of sponsors behind him, and he can't be seen talking about flat Earth because it would put his career in jeopardy, and he didn't want to do that, so he had to shut up. But he knows it's flat. He knows. He's not stupid, man. He knows it's flat. He can't deny it. He can't deny it.
All I did was let him have a chat with his accountant. And like Jin said, all right, no more money for you if you keep talking about this. That's pretty much it.
Exactly.
I mean, we get a lot of these, I'd say we get a lot, but there's obviously personalities that do the research that we do, that are fully able to watch YouTube and so on and so forth. So when they come across these ideas and they think they've got a bit of a platform to do so, very quickly they'll have a chat with their accountant. One way or another, they'll shut up, or there'll be a straw man for everybody to see as the authority burns them down on a public stage.
Right.
Oh.
This is one reason why, sorry to cut you there, this is one reason why I've erased all the super pop stars and the film stars, because they were the ones that were asking you to go and get the needle. They were saying, and if they knew about flat Earth, they're not talking about it. So why would you even consider keeping them in your brain and buying their music or their shit? Why don't you just promote the flat earthers who are trying to awaken everybody? They're the people you should be carrying in your head, not the great jazz musician or the good dancer. Because he's not really helping humanity at this point. Good entertainment, but is he really helping?
No.
Right.
I don't know, Jim. After a hard day's flat smacking, sometimes I like to chill out and watch the football.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I like to watch football as well, don't get me wrong. But it's not something that I'm going to be promoting as, no. Because they're not really helping the world, are they? Especially when they know. Especially those that know, but then decide not to speak out because they want to keep earning money. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's a different type, isn't it? When you've got a price. When you've got a price where you basically say, I'll shut up for that amount of money. I'll shut up. I won't be free anymore. I'll be shackled by those dollars. Yeah, not a problem. I hope everyone. I like to think that I don't. But yeah, a lot of people have a price, mate.
Yeah, I would rather be poor than lie. To be quite honest. I'd rather be poor and be happy knowing the truth than to be rich, promoting a lie and pretending. What the fuck? Who the fuck am I? That's why I'd never wear the mask. That's why there was no way I was ever going to wear a mask. With the knowledge I have, why would I do that? Why would I go against what I know is correct and do the incorrect thing? There's nobody on earth that could make me do that. No one could.
COVID.
Impossible.
Hey fellas, how are you guys today?
Yay! Good, you?
What's up, Jedi? Chilling, man. Hanging out.
Yeah,
how you doing, Jim?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing all right. Can't complain.
Oh.
So, to the point you were just making, I had a thought that corresponds to that, and I wanted to get you guys' impression on it as well. So I was thinking to myself, the more resources you acquire, now you have to almost be cautious about people that would just be here to just take your resources from you. And the more that you start to acquire resources, you almost have to build steps for someone to not be able to just be a shady character or someone that's going to lie to you, right? So it's I started looking at this whole flat earth thing in terms of to figure this out, you must be thinking. You must. You can't figure this out if you don't know how to think. So it's it's almost like a way to figure out hey, who are the fucking dumb people that are lazy that never want to do the fucking work? And who are the people that are actually diligent and paying attention? Now, obviously, I don't see anybody coming to the server to come hand us our golden ticket as if we've won at life. But it almost separates me from someone that I know is too lazy or I know won't do the work. Even if you did hand them all of the sourcing and all of the explanations, it's they're just not gonna. They can't be bothered. They're so lost in their own minds about themselves. They can't even see outside of them. So that's why they can't figure these things out. Because, one of the things I perceive as well is from the server, it's most people here are very socially aware as well. They can listen and they can talk and they can take in information and think about it and then process it. But like I'm starting to almost get mad at the people that don't want to do the work. Well, I'm like, well, fuck them. They're not going to do the work. I was like, let them not do the work. Stay stupid. Because I can't force you to be smart. You don't want to. You know what I mean?
Oh God.
What are your thoughts about like the people that won't do the work anyways? You know what I mean? Like let's say I had like let's say I was Scrooge and I had my own money bank, right? Let's say I was Scrooge and I had my own money bank, like, and I had to filter out who I fucking give my fucking shekels to. You think I'm gonna give it to the fucking dumb kid that never wants to lift up a book? No, I'm not giving it to you. Why would I? Now, mind you, I don't like the system as it is, and I don't like all of the structures around it. But I'm thinking if it was my money bank, how would I fucking figure out who to give it to and who not to?
Well, for me, because I found out about this deception, this flat earth deception, at the age of 53, I'm always telling everybody that's painful. Because the reason it took me that long is because, one, I trusted the education I got at school, and then the experts, I considered them experts and they knew what they were doing. But then when I found out at 53 that I was in error for doing that, it makes me the loudest flat earther you're ever going to meet. Because 53 years is rather late to be learning about an Earth. I've been alive.
Of course, yeah.
Years.
I'm 42 myself, so like I get it. Like I'm equally as pissed. I think.
Exactly. So that positions me to make sure that people learn about this as early as possible. So I teach the children. So I am giving of the information to the kids first and foremost. So kids, elementary, junior high, university, housewife, house husband, businessman, businesswoman, give them the information. Now, if they don't want to learn it, that's their choice. They want to remain in the cognitive dissonance fantasy world, that's fine. But whenever they see me, they remember flat earth. And they'll always see me because I wear the flat earth t-shirt, I've got an orange shirt on. They will not be able to avoid this black guy. Flat earth, that's the, so they know they're going to be in deficit. Yeah. That's how I operate.
But do you have any filtering questions? Well, you say you wear the t-shirt, so the t-shirt's kind of a dead giveaway, obviously. But do you have any preliminary questions that you would ask them to filter out whether or not they're even capable of sitting down long enough to focus on the subject matter?
Well, you see, generally, the people that I meet, some are in the neighborhood, some are out when I'm hiking. So, they come to me first and foremost as to who am I and what do you think about Japan? So we talk about where I've come from first and foremost and what I think about their country. And then when that's finished, they say, but I'd like to ask you a few questions. Can I have just a little bit more of your time? Yeah. And then I introduce them to the fact that, what is the shape of the earth? Basically, the questions that you would ask them. And it's up to them there. And when they find out that they can't prove it, and then I show them on my smartphone the evidence that's there for the flat earth and not for the globe now, then they jump immediately to the moon landings, and I say, no, those were not real, that we can't go there. Really? Oh, okay. Can you? When they ask for information, then I give it to them. They're the ones they're going to check. There are others that say, it's difficult. I said, well, it's not difficult if you spend the time. So that's Jen, how I differentiate.
So, Jen, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Jen, so with the simple kind of down-to-earth approach of the Japanese people, would you say a lot of them are just quietly they know, but they're quiet about it, reserved about it? They already know because they have a simple life. They work on the land or whatever. They do these things like engineer. I mean, there's engineers there. Of course, they're very technical people, highly technical people, but they have a down-to-earth approach of things. So I'm wondering,
No, they're in the belief system like everybody else. No, they're in the belief system like everybody else. They believe that they can go to space, you see. They're into that. Okay?
Okay. What would you say was more likely? The person there that's living in the city, in an urban area, or somebody out in the not urban areas, Well,
in the urban areas, they're carrying the knowledge, what they think is knowledge, that they've gone to the moon, you see. And so that's what they carry. Okay, even though they may have the clues in their head that the Earth is a level plane, but they're not joining that dot. I only met one old man that knew, and he was like 75 in a shopping mall.
So that's what I'm thinking. The people that are out in the field and working farmlands and they're in the country, do you think they would be more likely to realize this understanding?
Well, yeah. Because I do live in the countryside myself. They seem to be very receptive to what I'm telling them, and they take it on board because they're the ones that ask for the links. But they do mention the moon landings is the thing. But didn't we go to the moon? And then I say to them, no, we didn't go to the moon. It's a total lie, and it's not possible. We will never be able to do that. They've lied. Really? Yes, they've lied. Here's some evidence for you to look at.
Very interesting.
In Japanese. I have to make sure it's in Japanese because they don't speak English. So when I'm speaking to the Japanese, I'm not speaking in English. They don't speak English, okay, especially in the countryside. So I have to give them Japanese moon landing sites to look at. Yeah. But yeah, I do. And those in the countryside are very receptive to what I say, but they all jump to the moon landings. Without a doubt. It's the first thing they say. After you explain to them that the Earth isn't a globe, there's no evidence for it, and they themselves are unable to prove it. Okay. And then I show them the images that they think they've seen of Earth. And you say, well, that's not real, you see. Oh, really? Yeah, that's a computer generated image, blah, blah, blah. And then they think, oh, okay. What about the moon landings? I said, no, that wasn't real. So yeah, no, they're very reserved, and they do listen. And they do question, and some of them, the ones that are interested because they're asking for links. They're asking for links for more information. And the ones that say it's difficult, I say to them, well, it's not difficult if you really want to learn. What's difficult about it? Is the Earth a ball or is it flat? I mean, look, the evidence is there. When I'm on a hike, we're at a high vantage point, so we get a good shot of the horizon over like 60 miles we can see. Right, so and you can see the horizon is level. You say, well, look, you see. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, I bet that's fantastic, especially the views of Mount Fuji. I bet that's fantastic.
Yeah, and you can see Mount Fuji from other mountains, and I point that out to them. I said, look at that. Look at what you can see from here. If this was a globe, we wouldn't be able to see all of that mountain, or even, in fact, any of it.
Now check this out. I bet if you looked up sailors' furthest view of Mount Fuji out at sea or something like that, I bet you won't find anything. Like they scrub any kind of like personal photos, like long distance from sailors and things like that.
You know what? I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look for that because back in 2017, there was 3 hikers. It took them 25 years to capture a shot of Mount Fuji from the northern point of Fukushima area, okay? The furthest northern point that they could get a photo of Mount Fuji. It took them 25 years to do this, okay? But they didn't realize that they inadvertently proved flat Earth. So they're just thinking, wow, we've done it 25 years. You're kata, they're shaking their hands, hugging, kissing, going off to the newspapers, because it was big news. My student introduced me to this information and she thought it proved the globe. I said, no, it doesn't prove the globe because there should have been 200 miles distance there. There should be 4.5 miles of curvature that's not there. So they proved that the Earth is flat, not curved. And she went, yes, I see what you mean. Exactly, because I showed her the curvature chart. I said, here's the curvature chart. There it is. You can see it. Right, look at the distance. Look at the curvature mileage. You see? So I'm not lying. There it is. So we shouldn't be able to see Mount Fuji from there.
I hate to cut out, but I have to go somewhere real quick. I'll be back on. Thanks for it's good to hear you.
Thanks for the question, Sonny. That was brilliant, man. Nice to hear your voice, sir.
Thanks for answering.
Yeah.
Good to hear you.
Yeah. So the Japanese flat Earth experience is brilliant. And my student, she's an English teacher. I go to her house to teach her English. Have been doing now for like 9 years, maybe even 10 years now. Now I come to think of it. And for the last 7 years, she's trying to not admit that the Earth is flat, but it's impossible. It's irrefutable evidence is out there. And, even in the textbooks that she's teaching English to the kids, when they talk about the planets, I say this is all fake. None of this is real. And you haven't. In order for us to know that this is real, we would need to go to space and check it, and we can't do that.
You're currently residing in Japan?
Yes, I have been for 24 years. Yeah.
Oh, are you a citizen there now, or?
No. I'm not going down that route either. I'm still carrying the British passport, and I'm living in Japan with a British passport.
I thought if you were a non-Japanese resident, or at least non-Japanese, you couldn't become a citizen. Is that true, or is that just?
I'm the man who can, because at the end of the day, my wife is Japanese, my kids are here, so okay. I've got them over a barrel, haven't I? You see what I mean?
I was always thinking, because Japan is one of the few places I'd like to visit someday.
Yeah. If you ever get the chance, please come over, because it's nice here. It's a different experience. It's okay. And you make of it what you will. But, regardless of all the passports, I don't have to go through all those rigmaroles. I'm living my life my way. That's it. Sod all the bureaucracy and red tape nonsense. So I don't have to become a citizen to be here. I would never do that. That's why. It's because my wife asks me, my mother-in-law asks me, and other Japanese students ask me, why don't you become a citizen? I said, I don't need to. It's not necessary. I'm a citizen of Earth, flat Earth. So I don't need any more documentations in my life. The less, the better. The less, the freer. So I'm highlighting the anomalies in their system. I am that walking anomaly in Japan, and I love it. I'm what's the word? I am treasuring this all the time, every day. I love it. So I don't have to be a citizen to be here, and I'm proving that. 24 years now. 24 years next month. I came here in 1999. June. Next month is June, yeah. It's been fantastic. But I wasn't a flat earther when I got here, though, yeah? Can you imagine that? And wasn't a flat earther. Yeah. And I thought the moon landings were real at that time. But
is there still like a huge push towards what happened 2020, like masking and stuff?
No, all the restrictions, which were very minuscule, have been removed, lifted. So we didn't have a lockdown here. We didn't get locked down, and the masks wasn't mandatory. Okay, because the Prime Minister Abe said we don't have the law in place to enforce everybody to wear the mask, but we are asking for your cooperation during this pandemic. That's all. I never wore the mask once. There was no need.
Yeah, because I was watching a YouTuber. I think his name is PewDiePie. He actually moved to Japan to live there, and yeah, all his videos, he's always wearing a mask and all this shit.
Yeah, no. If that was Jin doing the videos, I wouldn't have a mask on. I go everywhere. Why would I put a mask on when I know there's no danger and the mask doesn't protect me? Why would I then go ahead and do that? Why would I do that? Why?
I was going to say we ought to move on from the topic, but actually I had to go to real quick. I'll respond and then we ought to stop. But I was just at a place today, and then like a couple of weeks ago they were asking, and now not asking at all.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Jin, is your wife a flat earther, Jin?
Well, she knows the earth is flat. Only the beginning of this month, because we had a family reunion, and Jim's always talking flat up in the reunion anyway. She said, okay, I believe you. I said, no. It's not that you believe me. It's that you understand, because believing is still wrong. Okay? So she now understands. Okay? That's 8 years down the line. 8 years down the line, she's now succumbed. So she's been aware of the flat earth for the 8 years, wherever we've traveled. I've mentioned it. Wherever we've gone, it's always on topic. Okay, because I'm meeting a lot of new people, so I like to drop the seeds. And her mum rolls her eyes back. Here he goes again, all right? But she finally admitted it. at the Golden Week period of this month. We have a Golden Week at the beginning of May, 7-day holiday, and she admitted it to her sister, my sister-in-law. Yeah, no, okay, I believe you. It's not belief, it's you understand. Please, stop believing, start knowing, actually.
Did it cause tension in the beginning? Did it cause tension?
It's caused tension all the way right up to the beginning of this month. 8 years. My children, they accepted it from the day I told them. They know the earth is flat, yeah? But my wife and the in-laws, it's been hammer and tongs, but I've done it. Hammered and tonged it out. Yeah. So now my wife is definitely a flat earther, yeah.
You speak Japanese fluently?
I speak Japanese fluently, yes. Mochiro.
Wow,
Nihongo shabarimasu desu. Mo 24 yen tachimashita. Yeah. So I just said, yes, of course I speak Japanese. I've been here 24 years.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I can read some Japanese as well. So,
that's usually what I find. That's usually the hardest part is trying to read it.
Say you can't have gas pressure without a container in Japanese.
Okay. So you can't have gas pressure without a container. Okay. So stara gas no pressure wa hako nai dattara pressure konai desu. So what I've said is, if you don't have a container, you can't have air pressure. You can't have gas pressure. Sorry. Yeah. That's what I said. Yeah. So I could say kuki no pressure, hako nai dattara, kuki pressure wa konai. Agaranai. So I just said to you that if you don't have a container, you can't have air pressure, or air pressure will not increase. There you go.
Right. So that you're using some of the there's a phonetic. Because they've got like the phonetic aspect of their language, don't they? And they incorporate that. They incorporate that into when there's words that they don't really have one for in Japanese. Is that right?
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, bang on the money. Yeah, what it is, they have the hiragana alphabet system, which is what the children use. I use that a lot. Then you've got the katakana, which is what they use for foreign objects and foods and things that are not from their country. And then there's the kanji, the real Japanese writing. So there's 3 alphabet systems that you have to take on board when you're here in Japan. And I'm good with the hiragana, the katakana. The kanji is my weak point, but I'm getting there slowly. But I'm getting it.
Right. Because they say hotodogu, don't they?
Yeah, they say hotodogu, which is a hot dog. You know what I mean? Yeah. Terrible pronunciation.
Turn down, everybody. Is this mic on?
Yes, it's on. I can hear you.
Definitely on.
Oh. Hey, okay. Well, first of all, being as one flat earther to another that had a wife that didn't believe, mine still doesn't, so I'm still going through that. But the main thing I wanted to interject is earlier there was a comment about not believing, but understanding. And something I'm really taking a look at now is the meanings of the English language, and breaking down that word understand. It means basically to stand under someone. And that's what I like when a police officer asks you, gives you your rights and says, do you understand? As soon as you say you understand, then you're giving him the authority and you're saying you stand under him. So I have a problem with that word understand.
Okay, yeah.
That's all I wanted to interject.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And that is a good point to raise when you're talking about the legalese and that, and you find yourself in a tight spot. Yeah, to say you understand means you're giving away your position to them. You are now standing under their jurisdiction, their laws, their rules. Yeah, so you shouldn't say yes, I understand. You just say no comment and step back and move on.
So,
don't speak.
And with that being said, now instead of having your wife say that she believes or she understands, ideally, which the best position to be would be to I know. And there was a while back in 2017, I believe the world was flat. I did all kinds of research on it. I've been in contact with Mark Sargent for years, communicating with him. And then I didn't need it to see for myself. And it wasn't until I was actually able to see farther that I heard myself there. Anyway, it was actually I was able to see farther than I was supposed to be able to see, and I went from believing to knowing. And that's the goalpost that you want to hit. She's got to know.
Yeah.
So how do you know that the Earth?
In the context of man, man and wife
that's
and
absolutely
husband,
correct position to
understands
be in.
not that bad. Yeah.
Okay, so two of you are talking at the same time.
Sorry, you're right. Go for a gin. Sorry, I was just saying in the context of wife and husband, understand is not necessarily a bad thing. But did you, Jin, when you talked to her about it, was it in English or are you just using the word understand in the equivalent as to what she said in Japanese?
Oh, well, my wife speaks good English. So it was in English that we were conversing. Then when it comes to certain aspects like curvature and the actual shape, I can use the words like kyokuritsu mitakoto arimasu ka? So I've asked her, have you seen the curvature of the earth? You know, the curvature. Kyokuritsu. Oh, and she says, no, that's... Do you know that the earth isn't a spinning ball? Kaiten suru no kyudai no ball. There were nai desu ne. You know, and she says, Chigao. She goes, no, I'm wrong. So it's in English and it's in Japanese, to be quite honest.
Okay.
She does understand. Oh, okay. Well, she does know now that the earth isn't a ball. She knows and realizes that now. The realization is now set in. Not living on a ball earth. And it was poignant at the beginning of this month when we had the family reunion. Yeah. You know, she said, okay, I believe you. And I said, no, you shouldn't be believing me. You should know or you should understand. But that's it. But not really saying, stop believing and start knowing is what I want from you. Knowing, not believing. The children will know.
You are indeed a blessed man. I hope someday that I can be blessed as well. Because it's a hell of a spot to be in, brother. And I'm sure you know.
Hey Jim,
Oh, yeah.
Is what I posted in the live stream voice text is that Japanese?
Let me see. Live stream voice text. I'm scrolling down, getting a little bit of backrise crackle there from somebody. I'm still scrolling.
53 past the hour.
Yeah. 53 minutes past the hour. I've got to go back. Hang on. I'm scrolling back.
Is that supposed to be like the Japanese flat?
Ancient cosmology, yeah, I think. Like a Chinese guy sent that to me, but he said it's that he sent me
No,
some
I'm not
Chinese.
seeing where you... Am I in the live stream? Yeah, I'm in the live stream voice text. I'm not seeing where you posted.
It's like right there on the
What
bottom.
did you post exactly?
It's like I think it's ancient Japanese cosmology of Earth, like, well, their idea of what Earth was or is, yeah.
I can't see it.
It's 6:53.
Okay, hang on a sec.
It's from T-Dub at 53 past the hour.
Right, yeah, it's right at the bottom.
Just 5 comments up, Jin.
No, not finding it. Not finding it.
No, scroll back down, all the way back down, dude.
Yeah, I'm going all the way back down, right down. I'm at the bottom now.
Jen, if you check private DMs, it's Johnny. I've just sent you, bro.
Where'd you get it from, T-Dub? Some guy sent it to you.
Yeah, from China. Yeah, a guy from China, but he said that one is Japanese. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, he said that's Japanese, but he sent me the Chinese version too.
Yeah, I can see levelist stuff. Oh, what's going on? Hang on.
No, Jen, come all the way back down to the
If you
bottom,
can
bro.
repost it, it will be great. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you repost it for me, please? Post it again.